Full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right.
2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamilani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching. Welcome. My name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey. Now let's take you through the conversation for this morning. Abure faction blows hot, vows to appeal court's decision affirming Nanadi Usman's caretaker committee as rightful Labour Party leadership. Northern PDP chairman endorses presidential candidate for 2027 elections. And also, despite making promises to Nigerians, federal government yet to name terrorist financiers. Retired Army General demands probe of alleged 48 terror sponsors, including Boko Haram leader, freed by the federal government. Now, these are the conversations this morning, and we will like for you to come along with us as we delve into these conversations. Welcome aboard.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Jane Ogoye.
All right, then. Well, let's delve into some other conversations now. Nigerian celebrity chef Hilda Bassi has announced that she's now a 3-time Guinness World Record holder, following confirmation that her September 2025 feat also earned her the title for the largest serving of rice overall. You do recall that in September she, cooked Nigeria-styled jollof rice, the biggest ever. Well, Bassi already broken that record, the world record for the largest serving of Nigerian-style jollof rice in September 2025. And then she also made some revelations there. Well, the Guinness World Record team informed Bassi through an email from Andrew Fanning, head of client partnering records creative team, that her attempt at the largest serving of Nigerian style jollof rice had simultaneously broken another record. Now, this marked her Guinness World Record, coming more than 2 years after she first set a record in May 2023 for completing a 93-hour, 11-minute cooking marathon, which made her Nigeria's first chef to hold multiple Guinness World Records. Well, big congratulations to Hilda Bassi, her kinsman, right here with us. We'll want to celebrate with her as well, like we all are celebrating with her. Jane.
King's women,
actually.
King's women, not King's women.
King's woman.
Okay, King's woman or King's women because you are not
okay,
alone.
yes, that's true. That's true.
So big congratulations to Hilda, and it's good to see. It's good to see young Nigerians do things that we objective to trying to show off, endowments or anything. She's focused on abilities, which of course should be commended. So thumbs up, double thumbs up, triple thumbs up to Hilda Bassey.
Yeah, I think that's her feet is one of the hallmarks of what makes you a complete woman. Not just beautiful, not just curvy, but brains. That's what makes you ultimately a role model. And just like you said, in a time and age, off air, we're speaking about how women have objectified themselves, sexualized themselves. So this is a breath of fresh air. And ultimately, it's also a pointer to the fact that our creative economy, has huge potentials that the Ministry of Creative Economy, Tourism and Co. can, tap in. And also some cheering news away from all the banditry, or the negative portrayal of our country.
It's a breath of fresh air.
It's a breath of fresh air, that's the word. And I think it's commendable.
It's really a breath of fresh air. And talking about the feat, recent feat achieved by Hilda Bassey, it's instructive that, well, as a people, we love food, we love rice and all of that. You recall that when she made the feat of the largest serving jollof rice sometime last year, was it last year? But the first time she won that Guinness World Record, and people, very big pot of rice, and people went and celebrated with her. And it was at that time, I think it coincided with the time that our Senate president told us to any place we see free food, we should go and eat, So this was one of the, that was one of the moments, that was one of the moments that people had to, enjoy free food from Hilda Bassey. It's like Jay said, well, a lot of do, not just womenhood or humanity itself, and sexualized. It's not alone men. We also see men do. It's a call for people to, to remain focused. If you hear that Bassey can also do it. We had one in Ekiti State who wanted to, not the infamous chef.
But she wasn't infamous, right?
No, it's not. It was a that said
produce in Lagos.
Yes, he could do.
They said it was a prank.
What kind of prank? Okay, she said it was a prank. And after the authorities came after her.
Yes, and then that Lagos State government also made her a brand ambassador for, I think, anti-tobacco.
Yes.
You remember, it was also very controversial as
very
well.
controversial. We thrive in controversy, we thrive in chaos. She's not the only ambassador. We saw another ambassador, Kwam 1.
Yeah,
was an ambassador. What Kwam 2 was? Kwam 2 get any ambassador?
No, she did not.
No, she did not.
Where is she, by the way?
I should be.
She's another King's woman.
Why is spotlighting her?
But I think ultimately this feat is also a wake-up call to our government to also ensure that institutions that would ensure that people, talents such as hers, can be, supported,
harnessed,
so that we can have more people, that creative, we need very enabling environments for people like her to thrive as well.
Unfortunately, we harness our creativity in the service of madness. You see, it becomes so disingenuous, When we look at something that is working perfectly, you see people try to turn it the other way. Like I told a story one day. Let me just repeat that story. We saw one professor of engineering that came back at and people wonder what is happening. But yeah, them Nigeria. But We have a couple of women doing very well, musicians, creativity. And talking about that, Funke Akindele had this thing hit 2 billion naira.
Yes.
First,
Movie.
Yeah, movie. The first Nigerian movie to hit 2 billion naira piece. I mean, very impressive.
Very impressive indeed.
Anyway, let's move away from that. The federal government has officially set in motion a transformative plan to abolish the long-standing dichotomy between higher national diploma, HND holders, and bachelor's degree holders. Well, this is not, I think I've heard this like about 15, 20 times or more. There's always the last time. There's always the last time. Well, in a major move to bridge the gap in Nigeria's education sector, the government announced that polytechnics will now be empowered to award degrees, a shift aimed at ending years of professional discrimination against technical graduates. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausar, made this landmark disclosure in Abuja on Wednesday during a high-level retreat for council chairmen, rectors, and education stakeholders, where Dr. Alausar described a policy shift as a strategic move to elevate polytechnics into centers of excellence, ensuring that they are no longer viewed as secondary to universities, but as equal partners in national development. According to the minister, this reform is not just about changing certificates, but about repositioning technical education to lead Nigeria's industrial growth. I think the minister simply contradicted himself when he said it's not about changing certificates, but repositioning technical education to lead Nigeria's industrial growth. When polytechnic education was set up in Nigeria, the idea was to grow technical mid-level manpower for industrial growth. That is essentially what it was meant to be. They were not supposed to be ordinarily, trained for managerial positions. Not that they wouldn't get into management at some level, but it was to fill a gap. There was a vacuum at that time in technical know-how in industries across the country. So that was why it was set up. It wasn't set up, it was supposed to be a practical thing, away from degree awarding institutions that theorize and a lot of that. But then we have seen over the time, because of this lack of opportunities for advancement in the public sector, people started agitating. Oh, I graduate, I even do 5 years, in the polytechnic, 2 years, I do OND, I do another 1 year for industrial training, I do another 2 years for HND, that makes it 5 years. Then I do youth service. Now you see somebody that ran to university, did a 4-year program, went to do youth service, and both of you are employed at the same time and the same level. At a point, they say, oh, sorry, because you have HND, you cannot become a director, you cannot become a permanent secretary. That was where that dichotomy started. So, and over time, they have been trying to bridge that gap. Now, in trying to bridge that gap, I think what the government has done is to lose the essence of the introduction of polytechnic education in Nigeria. Mm-hmm. And so they are trying to make amends now, unfortunately, in the wrong direction. Look at what the minister said. The minister said it's not about changing certificates, but about repositioning technical education to lead Nigeria's industrial growth. But you now go to polytechnics and say they can award degrees. How about the curriculum? Does it change? Did it change or what? We are still bereft of that technical knowledge. We always make instances of if you have to tile your house, if you have to do their plumbing work and all of that. You see people that are from neighboring countries come to do that because they acquire technical education at the secondary level. Yes. And they are very well skilled, So what we need to do is to upskill. I don't have a problem with this. I also have people that after the HND, they went to university to upgrade to a degree level. So if that dichotomy, I've not seen the policy document, you understand, but I am thinking that from the minister's statement, there might be lapses, there might be gaps, which we need to work on to ensure that we don't lose that essence of introducing technical education in our system for industrial growth, basically.
Yes, of course. Well, I mean, you've said a lot already. Just to add, basically, just to add, I think this idea that if you don't have a university degree, you can't go beyond a certain level. It's discouraging for those who had to go to polytechnics and the rest. I think that should be taken off entirely. That should be taken off. And if you want to provide a level playing field, then provide a level playing field. Let everybody rise accordingly. I know in the civil service, I know a few people who have been stuck at a certain level for years. Now, all they are waiting for is retirement, and they're not even close to retirement. They're just stuck because of what they came into service with, the degree they came into service with. having a polytechnic degree as against a university degree. And those that have university degree, BSc and the rest of them, have gone higher. Now, it doesn't mean that they know more on the job than these other guys, but because of what is permissible, so they are just stuck. Now, it's even worse in situations where those beneath them are also stuck, because now, if one person doesn't leave a position, they will tell you there's no space to promote the other person. So we are beginning to, and then people are beginning to leave service because they can't go higher. They are stuck. So they are leaving service. So if we want, I mean, there's a lot for government to do in this regard. Remove the barriers. These things are man-made. Take away the barriers entirely and let everyone be productive. Let productivity speak for the
let me disagree slightly with you. You know, those barriers will always be there. And what you have just explained is what we call, in development economics, we call it structural inequalities. They always exist in life. You know, and when you talk about creating level playing field, the level playing field starts from when you write JAMB. I apply to a university, you apply to a polytechnic. But we had equal playing field, and I chose to go to university. Someone else chose to go to polytechnic. Now, the models are not the same thing, you know, and you choose, it's like people went to study accounting, and when you become the Auditor General of the Federation, I get worried. Why should I get worried? There was accounting when I wrote JAMB, but I didn't apply for it. And I studied journalism, probably, and when I become Minister of Information, and someone says, why should I make a Minister of Information? Why not me? You know, so those inequalities, structural, always exist in life. But I understand what Moses is saying. The government can remove these barriers one way or the other. I think that is what they are trying to do. But as hard as they try, I'm very sure it will still be there. It will still be there. We'll come back to talk about these things.
And we know that in saner climes, technical skills are drivers of economy.
Of course they
But in Nigeria, we are a very paper-driven society. We focus so much on your degree, your paper, and less your qualification, and less on your technical skills. And for the longest time, we also have this misconception about people who graduates of polytechnics. We look down on them such that they can't even, play equally. There's no level playing ground for them in the workspace because, HND, stay one place. You degree, stay one place. And also the quality of their graduates is also an issue. Let's also talk about that. Then we are talking about this trying to make the HND almost equal to the degrees. But how about the reform of the whole system? The equipment, the skills. If you go to the Abatech, have you been there lately?
No.
You will weep. You will weep, and just like you said,
yes,
and just like you said, that the original intent of setting up these polytechnics has been lost.
Abatech has been upgraded, right?
It hasn't.
No, I think it's been upgraded.
No, it
to
hasn't.
A university status.
Okay, well, on paper, but you need to go there to see the level.
In terms of
yes,
in terms of infrastructure.
Yes, it's very delicate.
Well, Jen, if you have a problem with misconception because of the word miss there, you can use Mr. Conception, so that at least we know that where we are at. We are talking about level playing field.
Yes.
Anyway, let's move away from that and get into another interesting story. I think we still have time to do that. Chime into it briefly. Police operatives attached to the Abia State Command of the Nigeria Police Force have arrested a 47-year-old man identified as Chukwuemeka Nwobilo for allegedly conducting an illegal voters registration exercise on behalf of politicians in the state. Here we go again. Now, Nwobilo was apprehended at a football field also described as the Mbosi Mini Stadium in Mbosi Community, Isialangwa, not local government area of Abia State, while in possession of a voters registration machine, seriously, belonging to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Well, the INEC registration device recovered from the suspect was officially assigned for voters registration activities in Isialangwa, South Local Government area. Unconfirmed reports further allege that Nwobilo is an INEC staff member attached to the Isialangwa South Local Government area and was working in collaboration with yet to be identified politicians from Isialangwa North and South Federal Constituency, allegedly to manipulate the voter registration process ahead of future elections. He was apprehended by police personnel from the Criminal Investigation Department, CID, Isialangwa North Division, working in conjunction with the divisional police officer and the mayor of Isialangwa North Local Government area. 2027 is loading. That is it. Now, this is an INEC staff, but we are told by this report that they are yet to find out the politician that he is working with, or that he is purportedly, purportedly sent him to do that. This is an INEC staff, and he has a registration machine.
How did he get?
No, he's an INEC staff, so he has access.
But you need to sign. I mean, if you don't take those things out of the office.
You don't.
Yes.
So that is what we should find out. So they should stop. Police should stop telling us that they are working to find out, people that are working with him. It should be a very simple thing. Young man, make a statement. Who are you working with? So looks like they are trying to shield some very highly placed people. These things are not ordinary. It's like when they say, what do they call it now? Oil bunkering. Oil bunkering is not for you and I now. It's for the big boys. But we never get to hear people behind it. And I hope that we can get to the root of this matter. This is not an isolated case. We also hear that some parties are doing their own internal registration. And they are asking for people's
voters card
and NIN, so that
in fact, there was
go ahead.
There was one I saw yesterday when I stepped out of the office. There was one in a bus, the little buses with speakers, and he was making an announcment. Indigo in APC Oshodi, come and register, and the rest. And I asked, why you basically differentiating members? Why are you having Indigo in APC Oshodi?
No, it's very common. Oh, you've not heard about it?
To what end, really?
Well, to enfranchise or disenfranchise some people, a group of people. Let me give you one story. I'm happy that you brought this up. Now, a staff of this organization, went to do his INEC registration, to voter registration card, and when he got there, they asked him his name. He mentioned his name. He happens to be, he is no Yoruba. As a matter of fact, he's Igbo. So they said, oh, sorry, we don't have materials and all of that. So, but he said that there was some kind of foul play, and he said, I'm the chairman of that is how do they call this? Non-indigenous. I'm the chairman of non-indigenous officer of I'm ward of the local government. They said, okay, no problem, come, and they registered him in APC. They registered him. So we see these things. They want to, it's an indirect way of disenfranchising some people. If you can't register here, then you go home and register. And where is home? Where home is where you live.
Oh well, that's pretty much how far we can go with those stories. Now let's look at headlines now, newspaper headlines. I have Daily Independence, the window headlines here. ADC condemns planned release of 70 bandits from prison. Alausa hints on scrapping HND for polytechnics to award degrees. But we commented on that already. And then the big story, Kaduna Church abduction. Obi Atiku, CAN, PDP query denials. Urgent action. Berate police LG chair. Say it is shameful to obscure truth. Want FG to be proactive over bandit attacks. Citizens' safety. And then LP crisis. Court orders INEC to recognize Nanadi Usman-led EXCO. EFCC returns 1.28 billion naira recovered from Sujimoto to Enugu government. Awujale stool. Ogun government halts selection process. Again, DSS wades in. Malami accuses DSS of denying him access to family legal team. There you go. Nigeria's 2026 aviation budget sparks duplication debate. And the bottom strip, one-party system can't work in Nigeria, says Professor Gambari. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of Daily Independent.
And on the front page of this day, the big story is still insecurity. CAN, initial police denial of worshippers' abduction, troubling.
The writers to that one?
Yes, the writers.
Demands responsibility, sensitivity, insecurity commission. Sani visits, promises safe return of victims. Atiku laments audacity of bandits. Government, police denial shameful, declares PDP.
We also have Tuga to investors. Do not write off Nigeria based on isolated security concerns. Glencoe, AFC, Mauritius Bank, Fidelity, sue First Bank trustees and receiver Abubakar Salu Gambari, allege unlawful attempts to hijack Makinde Nest Oil-linked OML 42 assets. And on the front page of The Guardian, LP leadership verdict alters opposition politics ahead of 2027. Khan demands rescue of Kaduna worshippers as police confirm abduction. WEF, Trump swaps consensus for hard power rhetoric as federal government showcases reforms. Nigeria accounts for 63% of West Africa's diesel imports from India. AU, Afrima hails Sanwo-Olu sponsors for successful 9th edition. Atiku, PDP faults federal government police over kidnap of 163 worshippers in Kaduna. US plans options to protect Christians in Nigeria soon. And FCCPC moves against unregistered loan apps, revokes unconditional approvals.
Well, that's pretty how much we can take newspaper headlines this morning. We'll return at 10 o'clock for extended review. Now, we'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll get into the major topic of discussion. Abure faction blows hot, vows to appeal court decision affirming Nenadi Usman caretaker committee as rightful Labour Party leadership. Join us again, we'll be right back.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa
is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, the leadership crisis rocking the Labour Party deepened on Wednesday as the national chairman, Julius Abure, rejected the judgment of the Federal High Court in Abuja, ordering the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize the Nenadi Usman-led caretaker committee loyal to Abia State Governor Alex Otti. Abure, through a statement issued in Abuja by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Obiora Ifo, vowed to challenge the ruling at the Court of Appeal, insisting that the judgment contradicted the April 2025 verdict of the Supreme Court on the party's leadership tussle. Well, that's not all. The Federal High Court, presided over by Justice Peter Lifu, had earlier held that Abure's tenure as national chairman had elapsed and consequently ordered INEC to recognize the caretaker committee headed by Senator Nenadi Usman, pending the conduct of the party's national convention. Reacting, the Abure-led National Working Committee said it would immediately appeal the decision, describing it as misinterpretation of the Supreme Court's judgment and an intrusion into internal affairs of the party. Meanwhile, Ken Asugwa, the senior special advisor on media matters to Senator Nenadi Usman, has revealed that she is constituting a National Reconciliation Committee immediately to address the issues within the party. Now, in his words, Senator Nenadi Usman understands that a Labour Party that is split and lacks cohesion cannot win the 2027 elections. Oh well. Well, how fast will that be rectified? We'll wait to see. Well, we do have joining us in the studio, Dele Fanimo, who is a veteran reporter and a public affairs commentator. Also, Mazi Amobi Iheburu, who is a public affairs commentator, joins us as well in the studio. And from our Benin station, we have Williams Ejiaye. He would also be joining the conversation this morning. Let me start off with Mazi Amobi. Good morning to you, Mazi. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Here we are, back on the table, talking about Labour Party and, it's the crisis that have rocked Labour Party from 2023, right after the elections, up until now. But even at the time we felt, oh, this has been put to rest, it's resurfacing. What are your first thoughts when you saw this story make it to the dailies again? Nenadi Usman, Abure. Initially, it was Abure and Apapa faction of the Labour Party. Now it's Nenadi Usman and Abure going at it one more time.
Thank you very much. Labour Party, before 2022, Labour Party was nowhere. It was a political party, but cannot hold her own in the political space until P2B joined and gave it the strength and life that Labour Party is enjoying today. Shortly after the election, 2003 election, Labour Party decided on their own to entrench crisis. And what has happened now is that Labour Party is fragmented and may not be able to form a credible opposition in 2027. It is unfortunate, it is regrettable. But however, the Supreme Court made that decision, I think in April or May 2025, that the Nanade Usman-led executive is the authentic one, but added something that it is purely a political party affair, to determine who governs them and all that. Mm-hmm. And that is what Julius Abure is running with. Yesterday's declaration, to my mind, because Nanade went to a federal high court to seek interpretation of the Supreme Court judgment. And the judgment of yesterday was very apt that once the Supreme Court has spoken, it is Nick Demetrius for everyone.
So basically, it's a party affair.
They said it's a party affair. So Abure has indicated interest to go on appeal and all that. So the thing will continue to go on. My mind whips for members of a Labour Party. I think at this point, Abure should let go so that Labour Party can stand on their feet and begin to play the opposition politics.
All right, so asking Abure to let go, Mr. Fanimo, here we are, Abure and a candidate, a running mate to P2B in 2023 are standing on one side. That's Dati Baba Ahmed. They're standing on one side as, Dati Baba Ahmed is, has aligned with the Abure faction of the Labour Party. And the governor, the only governor in the Labour Party, Alex Oti, is, with the Nenadi Usman faction. Will we ever have these different factions come together? Nenadi Usman seems to be talking about unifying the party. Do you see that happening in the build-up to 2027?
Let me start with this analogy.
In the Caribbean, when they want to catch a monkey, what they do is the goat that will put palm wine here, they will perforate it and then put banana inside. The entrance to getting to that banana is narrow. So the monkey will dip his hand like this, but as soon as he gets hold of the banana, he clenches his fist. To take it out becomes a struggle. So it will continue to struggle and struggle and struggle until the hunter comes around and just take it alive. That is what is happening to Labour Party. Labour Party is driven by greed. Abure will not want to let go. And the highest political authority at any particular point in time owns the political party. That's the structure that is going on now. Unlike in the days of UPN, NPN, where the party is the supreme power. But right now, and as we speak, after the exit of P2B from Labour Party, the only person, the highest authority is Alex Oti, as we speak. He technically owns that party. It may not be written, but it's a convention. Just like the president owns the ruling party. Now, what does Abure want? He had trouble with Apapa. Now, he tried to consolidate. In the process of trying to consolidate, he fragmented that political party. He went to several courts, from federal to appeal to supreme. At the end of the day, they took it back to the political party. And his tenure expired in 2024. Now, what exactly does he want? If he wants the good of that political party, if he's not an agent of an external factor that is bent on destroying the political party, then he should let go at this time if they want to take anything out of. Otherwise, if that party continues on this trajectory, I can assure you the party may not even have the muscle to field the presidential candidate in the next election. And if that party fails to field the presidential candidate in the next election, it will go back to that ICU bed until somebody just look its way and say, let me pick it again, maybe for its value. That is where that party is headed. And the game of Baba Ahmed and Nenadi and Oti is still the larger game of what is happening in that political party. Nenadi Usman wants to hold on to that party at all costs. Baba Ahmed is, I've always said it, is one of the also ran. You know, I made an analogy of three sets of politicians. There is also ran, there is for negotiation, and for real. So Baba Ahmed falls in the category of also ran. It will make some noise for negotiation. So, head or tail, that party is likely to go under if it continues on this trajectory. Because the appeal court will be delayed. The appeal court judgment will be delayed till around maybe June, July. And they will proceed to the Supreme Court. By the time they are coming out of the Supreme Court, anybody that holds the political party card and is given a ticket to run election is as good as going back to his village.
All right, then let's go to Benin where we have Williams Ajayi. Williams, I know you're not wary talking about the Labour Party because, I mean, if we look at the situation, the way politics is being played right now, the Labour Party is there. It's what one of my colleagues here will call turmoil. And then we also have ADC. I say ADC doesn't have structure. So if Labour Party is unable to present a candidate for 2027, PDP also has been beaten and battered to the point where he may also not be able to present a candidate in 2027. And ADC is being taken to court for not having a structure, having ample number of representatives across board. Now, and then we have other parties. We have the SDP. A few of them also have their own issues. What do we see happening in 2027? What would be your political assessment?
Yes, either ways, the various parties just have to be very smart. ADC on the other side, and they are still battling of who they'll probably give the ticket. And you know, a lot of people are expecting that Peter Obi should get the ticket, and the other people are expecting trying to root for Atiku Abubakar. But if anyone get the ticket, but preferably Peter Obi gets the ticket, then you expect Labour Party to file in to work for them, and that is additional structure to ADC. Well, the everywhere that they are in ADC, I think that should not be a challenge to them. I think that is what they should be doing by now, trying to see how to make sure that they fix structures all over the country, because that was the same thing that Peter Obi suffered when he newly entered the Labour Party. And you know, that was one of the major issues presented in court by the APC then, that how are you sure that this evidence you are presenting are true when you don't have unit agents across the majority of the units in the state, in the country. So I think they would not want to face such situation, because you know, you should learn from experience. That is a very good experience in face of the heavyweights who are in ADC. So the best thing to do, Peter Obi is the one with the greatest structure now compared to the obedient movement, Labour Party, and other. Remember, she said that she's ready to work with Peter Obi if they definitely get the tickets, that they will. In fact, they even gave him their blessings to move to ADC. Williams. So you see that politically is almost favoring Peter Obi eventually when he gets the ticket.
By she, you mean Nanadi Usman?
Nanadi Usman, yeah, sorry, right. Nanadi Usman.
All right, then, the Nadi Usman faction and Dati Baba Ahmed, you know, it's really confusing when you think about it. But let me come back to you now, Mazi Amobi Iheburu. Let's talk about the role of the court in all of this. Ambiguous judgments. Judgments that are not, you know, clear.
Yeah, that clarity, you know, is lacking in our judicial pronouncements. It is high time.
You think it's intentional?
Yes.
Do you think it's intentional?
I do not know, but it behoves on the judiciary to give a clear-cut, distinct pronouncement, so that it will not be open to different interpretations by any person. Because you know we have a penchant for trying to interpret things to suit our own understanding and all that. By that Supreme Court judgment, it gave Abure the leeway to, go to court again or begin to challenge certain things. That was why Nenade Usman's faction went to court, to be able to have clarity. And the court of the Federal High Court, the judge of the Federal High Court has, in an unmistakable terms, said, that judgment holds water, as it were. So ordinarily, and as have said by Abure, they are going to appeal and all that. So it behoves on the judiciary. When they meet, Judicial Council, when they meet, they should talk about, because they were talking about interlocutory injunctions and all that and all that. They should also talk about clarity of pronouncements.
Okay, Omaz, I'm happy that we got ourselves back to the issue of the court judgment and its interpretations. And talking about clarity, how will you determine this? Because I think in terms of clarity, some lawyers have said that the Supreme Court judgment was very clear on this matter. The Supreme Court had held that, look, that the courts have no role in determining who becomes the leader of a political party, in terms of the courts have those say, in the leadership. But they didn't take away the court's ability to decide on the process that led to that leadership. Absolutely. Now, you cannot conduct an illegal convention and say it's an internal affair of the party and expect that someone wouldn't go to court to challenge that process itself. So when we talk about the process and the issue of clarity, don't you think that there's some kind of political, I'm looking for a perfect word now, political, like interference in all of this, based on the fact that, look, politicians already understand that there is a clear judgment that says, look, if your tenure is expired, your tenure is expired. You cannot say because my tenure is expired, but because the courts cannot interfere in the internal affairs of a party, then I have to continue. Is it some kind of political manipulation?
You see, politicians at their best will always twist issues to suit their whims and caprices. That is what politicians do. social and other arts do not have watertight compartments like the pure sciences that we know. So when you begin to interpret social issues and all that, there may be sometimes overlap, which people can cash in on and begin to make interpretations to suit them. So what I'm saying in effect is that despite the fact that the court said it is purely internal affairs of the party, just like you rightly said, the processes that lead to it the court has authority to subject it to the law. Okay. So I do not think that what I'm saying in effect is that in looking at all this and our penchant for interpretation to suit our whims and caprices, the court needs to, when they are pronouncing any judgment, they should be as clear and watertight, as possible.
Okay, that's if
so that it cannot be faulted anyway.
Before I come over to you, Dele Fanimo, Elder Maz, briefly. Now you said Abure should let go. Do you think that Abure will let go? I ask that in the light of the fact that Dele Fanimo talked about if Abure doesn't let go, he might be speaking to some form of working for an external factor.
It's not far-fetched.
Okay.
It's not far-fetched at all.
So if he's working for an external factor...
If he has the interest of Labour Party at heart, he should let go.
No, but you think...
And join forces with the Nenadi Usman's faction to build a more stronger and viable...
Okay, now my direct question is, if we are able to establish some basis, that, look, he could be working for an external factor, do you think that he will let go?
It is difficult.
Okay.
It is difficult because Abure has been in the saddle for quite some time. He was there when the presidential election was conducted and all that. You see, one thing with power is that once you test it, it is very difficult to let go because of the pep of office and what have you. So it becomes difficult for Abure, to let go, having been there for some time. But like we are saying, if the interests of Labour Party and the supporters of Labour Party is topmost in his priority, he should let go at this point.
Okay.
Because I do not think when this thing gets to the Supreme Court again, that the Supreme Court will reverse herself. It is difficult for Supreme Court to reverse herself in this.
Yes, except
it
the
cannot.
Case comes up by,
yeah, but what
the Supreme Court brings up the case on their own.
It will do is the nuisance value that he has created, because Labour Party, just like Dele said, will not be able to field candidates, not even at the presidential level alone, but at other levels.
Well, Mazi, there's something you said that once one tests power, it's difficult to leave. It's not only power, there are other things in life. The moment you test them, you can't let go.
What are they?
I don't know. Now, Mr. Dele Fanimo, see, Moses said something. My mind didn't go there, but Moses brought my mind to that. Talking about the problem between Lamidi Apapa and Julius Abure. Last week, Lamidi Apapa ported to the ADC. Now, let's begin to connect the dots. If Abure is working or is purportedly, allegedly working for external factors. And recall that this same Lamidi Apapa was the person that went to the Supreme Court to say, look, Labour Party did not file any suit against Tinubu and, after the 2023 general election. Now we see Apapa port to the ADC, African Democratic Congress. When you got that information, how did it hit you?
Well, it's not strange to me, and it's not unexpected. An average politician is either an eel or electric fish. The eel is so slippery you can't hold it. And then if it's not that slippery, it will be electric fish that can shock you at any time. Put an average politician in either of these two, it will fit snugly. Apapa had his own agenda, different from grooming that political party. Don't forget that Apapa transformed from being a Labour leader to be the chairman of Labour Party. He was NLC state chairman in Oyo State at some point. and then graduated to. So as at that time, it was a new fight in political space, in the political space. So how could that kind of person hold a political party firmly? So what Apapa came to do in that political party is to hold forth for the Nigerian Labour Congress. And political party is different from Labour as a trade union, a trade center. So there was no way Apapa could hold that political party firmly the way he should have. But all these things didn't manifest because Labour Party was still in comatose.
Okay.
But as soon as Peter Obi came, it became too large, too heavy for anybody that does not understand politics to hold on to the chairmanship of a party that a big fish came to swim in a small river.
Okay.
You must, as a chairman of that political party, beyond the obedient movement that was assumed into the Labour Party, all you needed to do as the chairman of that party was to grow that party bigger than obedient.
Okay, now directly to the Apapa statement, Apapa issue, Apapa question. Now, do you think that we have laid a premise?
Yes.
About the Labour Party.
Yes.
He started having problems with Julius Abure.
Yes.
Now, Labour Party is apart. He has moved to the APC, to the ADC, I beg your pardon. Now, we are looking at possibilities of him, going there to, as rock the boat or something in favor of a particular set of people. Is there any likelihood?
Apapa does not hold any muscle to rock that political party.
Okay.
It will be subsumed.
Okay.
In no time.
But the party can't stop him from coming in.
There's no particular party that will stop you, even if you're an armed robber.
Okay.
They will bring you in because it's a game of number. You can't despise somebody as bad as Apapa is. There's no way we will not bring 2 or 3 people to ADC. Okay. And it's an addition to the existing number.
Okay, so it has value even if it is nuisance.
Maybe.
Okay.
You said it.
Okay. I just want to, let's play the devil's advocate here for a bit. You know that the infightings in the LP has gone on for so long and the elections are just barely 14 months away. Do you think that the LP may pitch to Peter Obi to come be their flag bearer? And do you think this is something he may consider should he lose the ADC tickets?
Number one, it is very clear that Atiku will not let that ticket slip by. But Peter Obi wouldn't make a mistake of going back to a fragmented political party. The best approach to it is there are over 10 parties in the ICU clinic. The same way he went to pick Labour Party. In fact, there was a time that a political, I don't know if the man is still alive now, in Edo State, registered 5 political parties. And so if you come, he will just give you one. So if those ones are still there, if Peter Obi wants to start on a clean slate without any court problem, ADC is also sitting on the keg of gunpowder as we speak. ADC may not field the presidential candidate in this next election. They just propped up that fire a little and covered it. When it is time, it will conflagrate and it will explode. ADC may not field the presidential candidate in the next election. So, and Peter Obi, having gone through all this process.
Tell us more about the fire. Don't just drop that and move on. Tell us more about that.
The fire is simple. The Aborigines, I use the word Aborigines of ADC, they are fighting. They want to go to court. Don't you know that somewhere somebody will prop them up to file a suit, and by the time judgment is given on that suit, it may be too late for anybody to file.
I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Let me bring Maz into this conversation. Maz, why is it difficult? We're having problems. Okay, Peter Obi is having problems. Peter Obi, that's him. Ahmed. There's problem in the LP. Now, there seems to be problem there will be problem in ADC based on what the just said now. if you go back to PDP, there's a problem. And we have people who are shopping. Peter Obi is shopping, which political party, Labour Party, ADC. Atiku has been shopping. At some point, they went to SDP. There was fire there, and they ran away, and now came back to ADC. Now, there might be some kind of fire under the feet in the future, like Dele said. Why is it difficult for these people to say, okay, brand new political party, let's register it, one that is devoid of any encumbrances and all of that? Why is it difficult for them to think in that direction? If you are able, can you open a little window, into their minds? Let us see. Why is it difficult for them to?
Me, myself, and I.
Okay.
In quotes, that is the problem of political parties. Me, myself, and I. You cannot tell an Atiku. It will take the grace of God for an Atiku Abubakar not to run for the primaries for ADC. It will take the grace of God. Until he does that, then the permutations we are making here will hold sway. Unless Atiku jettisons his presidential ambition, that is the only way ADC can hold on to their own. You cannot say level playing ground, field, let every person contest, No one contests with Atiku in primaries.
Okay, man, because of time now, to be very direct, why is it difficult for somebody like Peter Obi to say, okay, register a fresh political party?
It is difficult. They tried it with Ada. The Ada saga. ADA. They tried it with Ada. It didn't work. They felt... Yes, they felt, going through that route will pose some problems and all that. So they went into ADC and all, So... I saw Kachuku the other day, 2 weeks ago. He was still, speaking fire and brimstone, treating fire and brimstone that, some people like Dele said, the Aborigines are still, on and all that. So it is difficult. And, when you now look at it from a better view, you now find out that it is to the credit of the APC.
No,
all these things that are happening.
My direct question, I want us to interrogate that adjective. Is it an adjective or what? Difficult, or that verb difficult. Why is it difficult? Is it because the government in power will not allow a new political party in the name of these people?
You saw what happened in FCT.
Because we see people like
2 days ago, the FCT court said they should allow ADC to, fill in candidates for the municipal elections in Federal Capital Territory. You understand what I'm saying? So all these things are happening. You see, the APC in the Nigerian context cannot see herself idly by and watch political parties being registered or becoming stronger.
Okay.
Because the more stronger they are, the less the APC has the opportunity to come back in 2020.
Okay, let's go to Benin City and get a feel of what is going on with a member of the Obedient Movement. He's a state-level director of the Obedient Movement. Mr. Williams Edai. Somebody raised an issue here. My colleague here, Jen, raised an issue. What is the possibility of Peter Obi going back to the Labour Party if the issues in Labour Party are settled? As a member of the Obedient Movement, are you people thinking in that direction? Oh, if we're able to solve this problem, we may just maybe bring back Peter Obi to the Labour Party. Is there a possibility that we could see something like that in the near future, in the coming days, months, or whatever? I'll need for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, beautiful, I can.
Yes, I think that decision solely rests on the same man, Peter Obi, because you say after court pronounced Nana Usman as the rightful chairman, she said that is with their blessings that was of him coming back. He said, okay, fine. They don't know about that, but the decision solely rests on the man. And if he's coming back, how well would he have that opportunity again to get that everything settled? Remember, I once said in my introduction that he need collaborations. There are these every weeks now in the Labour Party. The same thing, how well have they traveled to completing their structures all over the country? That's another issue. This issue of traveling around the country some time ago, I thought he was even trying to to build in more structures all over. But we discovered that no, it wasn't so. Just made on consultation basis. Then having ADC and a Labour Party, there's nothing bad if they should allow him get the ticket. Then it's always a balance, because now Labour Party, they've traveled to some extent, getting a unit agent and all that. I think that at least in Edo State, I can confidently tell you that yes, they are all complete in Edo State, structures-wise, everything. Then to ADC, they also must have also gotten to a large extent in different states. Then compare these two parts together, and I also said the heavyweight that are also there. You can also put in channeling resources, making sure that they empower man. And then you also, beyond that beautiful thing, having the obedient movement who are or have officially declared their support for ADC. Now that's another interesting part of it. You know, the Labour obedient movement are very, very organic in nature, and there are people, youth, who are very zealous to make sure that they bring a change in the Nigerian politics. You know that the only one backing and supporting Peter Obi. And then imagine that's very heavy structure backing ADC. That is one thing that they should not joke with. You have those kind of people with you, and then you give Peter Obi the ticket. It's going to be definitely a very, very beautiful thing for them to seize in power from the APC. And I can assure you of that, because you cannot have such opportunity and you say you want to throw it away. Now, somebody said, one of the speakers said in the studio that yes, it will be very, very, very impossible for Atiku to dish his own presidential ambition to make sure that he supports Peter Obi. Yes, that's another thing that is there. But he must also realize that if we get to compare structure for structure, political weights, another, both of them, they have their own different peculiarity. I'm a political scientist. I will tell you that, okay, fine. In terms of commanding heavyweights, I think Atiku will have that. But commanding the structure, the people, down to the grassroots, Peter Obi has that. So they need to sit down and look for how to come to a compromise and say, okay, let me nominate a vice. That should be up to him. And then allow Peter Obi to get the ticket of the ADC. To be very beautiful and a very nice thing for the ADC. I can assure you about that.
All right, thank you very much, William. Today, now, it will be a good time to move away from this conversation. We've talked about, we've been talking about APC, ADC, Labour Party. Now let's talk about PDP. Northern PDP chairman endorsed presidential candidate for 2027 elections. What's in this story? Let's dissect it when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Minister of Family and
Thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, the chairmen from the North Central states, have thrown their weight behind a former presidential candidate, Dr. Benga Hashim, for the 2027 election. Well, the party leaders met on Wednesday in Lafayette, the Nasarawa state capital, under the urges of the North Central PDP Chairman's Forum. During the high-level session, they described Dr. Hashim as a bridge builder and a unifying force, whose leadership is essential for protecting the country's multi-party democracy and restoring the party's lost glory. In a communique released at the end of the deliberations, the chairman placed their unalloyed support for Dr. Hashim, citing his track record of intervening in party affairs both within the zone and across Nigeria. Alhaji Adamu Bako Ningi, the Nasarawa State PDP chairman and spokesperson for the forum, explained that the decision was rooted in Dr. Hashim's consistent loyalty. While he noted that the aspirant support has been instrumental in keeping state chapters functional, particularly in funding statutory meetings and ensuring administrative compliance with the party's constitution. The forum further emphasized their resolve by stating they will stand by him, come rain, come shine, as he sticks to lead a national transformation. The meeting was well attended by key state party bosses and stakeholders. We still have our gentlemen here in the studio with us, Mr. Dele Fanemo and Mazi Amobi Hiembro, and virtually from our Benin outstation by Mr. Williams Edai. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Mr. Fanemo, let me come to you. The day before yesterday, the Turaki-led NWC of the PDP visited Goodluck Jonathan in Abuja and Namadi Sambo in Abuja too. And they said, look, we have decided to zone our PDP ticket to the south. Sambo pledged support. I'm still a member of the PDP. You have my support anytime. The following day, we see a group of people adopt someone from the North Central. What does that speak to? Does it speak to the fact that, oh, Turaki, you are not in a position to speak for us? Or, well, we don't have a consensus. Let us go to the field. Let us go, like we've been talking about, level playing field, all this while in this morning. So what will it be for you? Does it speak to some kind of, you know, the deepening of the problem in the PDP or what?
It's simply Australian. Let me prop up this and see how I can fly a kite to know the direction of the party. Don't forget that zoning is not a written agreement in PDP.
Absolutely. No, it is. It is.
It is?
Yes, it is.
Well, I'm not aware of that.
In the PDP constitution, it is explicitly.
South, north?
North, south. And at the state level, it must rotate between the three zones.
The three zones, okay. Now, if that be the case, there have been some violations in the past. What was the penalty for such infraction? It means those who obeyed that written law in breach never got punished for it. So it's as good as not existing as we speak. So, but Hashim in the political space, particularly in PDP, is not that kind of person you want to push that you consider as somebody who can win an election at the national level. So it may end up being a placeholder for somebody that we don't know yet. Because somebody of Jonathan's stature, somebody of Nanadi Sambo stature, who will know that Hashim cannot take them to the promised land.
Okay, so apparently like you said, they are testing the water.
They're just testing the water.
Maz, I'd like for us to interrogate further the issue of this zoning. You recall that at some point, one of the Wike gave conditions, you know, to say, look, if you want us to make peace in the PDP, these are the conditions. And in one of those, there were 6 conditions. And in one of those conditions, they refer to their constitution and say, according to the letters of our constitution, we have decided to zone the presidency to the south. And that we must maintain. Now, number 6 of that, those demands was that, look, we will not do anything like microzoning. What he was trying to say is that, though we have decided to zone the ticket to the south, but when we come to the south, it should be open. Isn't that some form of contradiction and speaks to, you know, the dilemma in the PDP? Oh, yes, we agree to zone it, but at the zonal level, we are not going to microzone. What is that supposed to mean?
At the zonal level, the thing may not be written. it becomes easier for politicians to do what they know best how to do. You understand what I'm saying? If you microzone, it becomes easier. It becomes easier. So I think the framers of that PDP constitution are they don't mean well, you know, because if the thing comes to the southwest in the first instance, and then the other time it comes to the south, you now see another southwesterner, you know, taking it up and all that. It's not fair to the other ones. So what is that if you want to make law, make it to be equitable. You understand? If the one zone in the south picks it, next time it comes to the south, another zone picks it and all that. In that case, you have equity. People can hold on, people can wait, and there will be stability, hoping that the next time it comes, it's going to be ours and all that. So PDP has done well by setting the agenda. It is for the south. Now, it behoves on northern politicians to also begin to accept that as reality of PDP. If they do, that is thumbs up for them. People will look at them as, you know, a party that means well for this country. Now, the stature, political stature of, you know, Ashiru becomes questionable because is he a political heavyweight in the South and all that? So how can they now, you know, pick, as it were? What about other politicians that may have interest in propping themselves up for the presidential position and all that? So it becomes a dilemma and all that. However, is PDP going to produce a presidential candidate? I'm still to be convinced. Based on current happenings, would they be capable of giving Nigerians a presidential candidate in 2027? That is still open to qualifications for me.
All right, William Ajayi. When you saw this story, I mean, as a political analyst, commentator, scientist that you are, when you saw this story, what came to mind? Let's just have, you know, your broad view on this one.
Yes, the issue is very, very disturbing. I heard the zoning issue there. You know, it was because of this zoning issue that PDP, they are facing this critical condition that they have now from the wiki aspects and all that. And then the 2027 presidential election is going to be very, 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 very tight. Where you see different candidates springing up. Labour Party, remember, what was this man named, the vice presidential candidate to Peter Obi? He's there, also trying to see how he can get the ticket from Labour Party. Dati Baba Ahmed. And then there are PDP who did not move with the Atiku faction. We're trying to see how to hold Jonathan to come up. And then here's another ADC trying to see, okay, out of the big wigs, who gets the tickets? And then here's APC, that is 4 already. And you see, these issues, the only people who are kind of very stable is the APC. And then, sorry to say, we may not discover that Wike will also come up again. We want to make sure that he finishes his work there at the PDP. But the major issue is that PDP, they need to realize that they should either move completely or they stay and support ADC, because if they will stay like this, they also spoil the chances for ADC, because you're also giving right for Atiku, giving right for Wike to also spring up and see how to make sure that he completes his battle that is there. So they need to realize that they should all come together to support the opposition that is kind of formidable now. So what's that? Okay, it's two waiting, because the moment the thing is spread abroad, also there is going to be very serious issue, because definitely you are going to split votes with the ADC, split votes with Labour Party, and then when these votes are all split up around these little ones and then the major giants, I will call the major faction, then there's problem, because you gather these votes and give it to this ADC and let it be two parts of the ruling party and the ADC. It's going to be very, very interesting that way, because I see no reason why you because Mr. Okoro said which day here that they were trying to visit Goodluck, and then you are not doing another endorsement in one way or the other. It is conflicting and contradicting. It is not aligning, and that is not what PDP should be doing now. You should have focusing on one direction, or you're standing and say, okay, yes, this is what we are going to do, and then you face it. Because the other day, Jonathan went to visit David Mark, ADC. When he was there, I was thinking, okay, probably he wants to officially declare, and that would have been also another a good thing, because I'm trying to emphasize whereby there will be enough heavyweights in the ADC to see, because what we are currently facing in this country, we need a very, 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 very drastic turn, because you remember down the grassroots, a lot of things are going on. It's becoming so unbearable for Nigerian citizens to even come up with daily activities for issue. So let me not just go board people with those kind of things. I just want to focus on the issue now.
Williams.
Yeah.
Turaki, the factional chairman of the PDP, yesterday said, our ticket is open to anybody in the South, including President Goodluck Jonathan. Now, they've been trying to shove Jonathan into the presidential context. Do you think, from your understanding of Nigerian politics, do you think that Jonathan might just accept that offer and run? What are your thoughts?
If he accepts the offer, it is going to be a very bad decision. I will tell you for fact. Because I see it will be very difficult. How is he going to use the already destroyed, battered structure of the PDP to win election? You remember there big wins were with Atiku from the PDP. So if he accepts that offer, it will be very difficult for him to win the election, because PDP as it is now, they are already very, 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 very destroyed. Even down to they are even like Labour Party, just a little bit difference. The difference is that just the name PDP. If you compare to the level of structures in Edo State here, the same thing. They be reduced to nothing. So him accepting that ticket, it will be a very, very bad decision.
Mr. Dale, let's look at the personality of Goodluck Jonathan. Nigerians still love Goodluck Jonathan. Based on what is on ground, they are saying, oh, we miss the days of Goodluck Jonathan. And when he was leaving, he said, well, you people are going to miss me, and we are missing him. When Buhari was leaving, Buhari said, you people are going to miss me. Now, if you factor that, let's look at the Jonathan as a rallying factor, as a mobilizing factor. If he decides to go back to the PDP and clinches the ticket, because of the love Nigerians have for him, what he did, in the 6 years in governance, and what is going on now, do you think that he might just be able to sway the vote of Nigerians? Because Nigerians are missing those days. They are yearning to go back to those days. Is there a possibility that his personality, that there could be some kind of, pixie dust, some kind of magical wand around Jonathan to restore Nigeria to its lost glory? Is there a possibility that Nigerians will travel in that direction?
Yes, personality issue is another thing, but winning election is a different game entirely, different issue entirely. Let's compare the same issue. Peter Obi was there with so much popularity, the name and all that, but the structure, the electoral system, a lot of things did not favor him. So when you are saying, okay, the personality of Goodluck Jonathan, fine, is good. But now let's do it critical analysis. In the South, is he going to get enough votes? Fine, he's going to get, but definitely will not get the two-third to win in the South. What about in the North? If Atiku eventually gets the ticket of the ADC, how is he going to win from the North? Fine, he's they love him enough in the North. He did a lot. In fact, from what has been going on, I see a lot of northern stakeholders trying to see if he can also get the tickets. There was a gathering in the North. His picture was all over. His banner was all over in that gathering. But still, that is not enough to win election in Nigeria. Popularity is not enough. Popularity is good. If their popularity is enough to win election, they would have had Peter Obi as the president of this country.
Williams, let me quickly take you on there. Just to ride on Mr. Okoro's questions. After the 2023 elections, PDP lost its position as Nigeria's leading opposition party. Also following the exit of Atiku and other bigwigs to the ADC and co. Don't you think that at this point, the PDP should be more concerned with endearing itself to Nigerians rather than all this politicking and trying to endorse people, especially at different zones of the country? Don't you think they should be thinking about endearing themselves back to the hearts of Nigerians, as it may?
that is a very beautiful approach. Then if you are trying to do it, then you must put an end to all issues in the party and see how you are going to bring. Okay, doing that, does it guarantee the return of the heavyweights who are there? Does it guarantee the return of the Atiku and his allies? Does that guarantee the return? Yes, it may. But on the other hand, I don't think it's enough to return them. But doing that is also probably is not for 2027. Because the damage that has already been done to PDP will take a long, just like the Labour Party, the damage that has already been done with these two parties now, it will take a very long time for them to recover from it. The damage is so even down to the grassroots, and the damage is still occurring now. The possibility of Aburi going to court is also there. Now, Wike is already threatening that he's going to go to court. So you see, these issues, it is very, very dicey that you just have to follow it with ultimate wisdom. Make sure that all the issues that are there are resolved. As one of the speakers said, that the Nigerian judiciary also have a role to play in this, putting an end to court cases, especially political court cases. When you give a judgment, you give it so straightforward that there will not be any way for somebody to now go and start challenging. The same thing happened with the PDP. You know, they were all going to court. They go to this place, get injunction, go to this place, get judgment, go to Enugu, get judgment, go to Abuja. You know, one is already seated in Abuja, always countering the other ones from either Enugu or from Abia or whatsoever. So it is our time that the judiciary learn to put an end to case permanently. That's another issue. So all these factors surrounding political parties, major issues, when they try to fix this issue, they will not be having people going to court. Somebody is declared as a candidate, and then he's in court trying to see how he becomes a legitimate, and then eventually when he gets to the major issue at the tribunal, they also visit that too. Okay. I think that to some extent, that's also affected Peter Obi to some extent. Okay.
So on a final note here, don't you think that this recent endorsement would risk deepening the factions in the party, especially at a time when unity in parties is very crucial?
But that what they did was not necessary at all. That was just political selfish interest. Political selfish interest, because I see no reason why they should do that. Now, PDP, they are trying to see how to put everything together. You're also going to another region to endorse a candidate. When I saw that, I was not saying, is this necessary? You are trying to fix the issues that are up already. You are also causing another damage. All right. And for that young man accepting to be whatever was declared as presidential candidate, whatever it is, I think he has already done himself a total wrong. Because I see no reason. I don't see anywhere where he's going to or he's going to amount to. Because you are either consider, like I said earlier, you should either consider fixing the issues with the PDP so that they can stand strong, or you see how to support the people who are already there in the NDC.
Well, thank you very much, William Sejaye. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's move on to another conversation now. Despite making promises to Nigerians, federal government yet to name terrorist financiers, retired Army General demands probe of alleged 48 terror sponsors, including Boko Haram leader, freed by the federal government. So let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
You're still watching VOP this morning, and on to some insecurity matters. More than a month after the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on policy communication, Daniel Bwala, revealed that the federal government is preparing to disclose the identities of individuals and networks funding terrorism in Nigeria, citizens still question the timeline for this disclosure. During a television interview, insisted that the administration is taking far-reaching decisions on national security that will become evident to Nigerians soon. Meanwhile, as the conversation around insecurity continues, retired Army General Danjuma Hamisu Ali Kefi has called for a full probe into the release of 48 terrorism financing suspects, including an individual identified by foreign intelligence agencies as Boko Haram leader who were previously held in military custody. Ali Kefi was appointed in October 2020 by the late President Muhammadu Buhari to lead the covert operation service-wide OSW, tasked with investigating terrorism financiers and collaborators. OSW reportedly collaborated with about 33 countries, including the US, the UK, and the European Union, under the cover of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. In an exclusive interview with Ali Kefi, said the National Assembly has not taken up the matter due to an alleged compromise. In a previous interview, Ali Kefi alleged that a significant amount of the huge funds meant for counter-terrorism were shared amongst prominent military and government officials, including National Assembly members and others. The retired general also revealed that the NFIU under OSW traced huge sums of money intended for counter-terrorism being diverted through some arrested terrorism financing suspects who operated bureau de change as fronts. Still with us to discuss these topics and more, we have Mr. Fanimo and Mazi Amorbi. Mr. Fanimo, let me just take you on this. We have heard this countless times. People still say this, yet we are unable to name and shame these people. Why does it seem difficult for this to be achieved?
It will be difficult first. There's an hurdle that every politician, politically exposed people, had to cross. And in the process of crossing this hurdle, you know very well that a lot of us trading, a lot of negotiation, a lot of compromise would have to take place. So most of these people that are linked to terrorism financing have political stakes, and they have aces in their hands towards delivering electoral votes. So that's why they are being courteous, they are being circumspect. I mean, governments and government officials in going after these people. I'm sure by the time we clear the order of 2027, you see frenzy of activities going on around. But to what end are we doing this? Humanity is involved. Human lives are involved. For how long are we going to wait just because I want to become so and so, I want to win elections, and then you sacrifice not just few, hundreds, thousands of people, shed their blood, and you continue to move on. It's not going to continue like this forever. We need to take actions and be seen to taking actions that would stem this tide. If we kill 1,000 militants, terrorists today, there are over 10,000 that are willing to join because they have already been indoctrinated. The only way to stop this is to go to the heart of this, which is the financiers, the supporters, the enablers. If we don't go after them, then we are just sacrificing our soldiers in the forest.
If this expose is coming from a retired army general, do you think we still have a functioning security architecture in this country?
See, let me tell you, even those that are serving, I'm a bit close to some of them. They will tell you in hushed tones that if they are given that latitude, that operational freedom, that these guys, it won't take them more than a month to rout them. But it's going to do it. And that's why I always talk about political will all the time. And I have interrogated, I have seen, and some of these officers had shown me pictures. They will tell you that this so-called Boko Haram with bravado and all the rest, that they can't match our military. But we have heard, we have seen videos of soldiers who refused to retreat, being court-martialed and being put in jail. What is that an incentive for those who want to join? Now you are telling me that I should send my son, my nephew, my cousin to join the army. When, because of the advantage of knowing what goes on there, when I know that I'm just going to put that guy on the slab to slaughter, I won't encourage him to join. So until we go after these financiers, apart from what the general said, UAE came up to say we have 411 on our list. Have we interrogated this 411 to know who is culpable or otherwise? No. Somebody came up the other time to say, I know where these terrorists are and we should shield them so that they don't go back on the deal we have with them. The man is still roaming freely. And this same man went to Saudi Arabia for lesser Hajj. He was thrown back, suggesting that even his faith does not abhor such things. We have not done anything against him. And a whole general. You see, for somebody to rise to becoming a major general in the army is not a mean feat. Coming up to expose this, it means the man is overwhelmed by evidence linking some of these people to this heinous crime. And if government now decides to keep quiet and wait for Trump to come and fight our internal security, then we are in for it.
All right, Mazi, let me ask you, can we ever stop talking about, or how soon can we stop talking about insecurity in Nigeria? Can you estimate that?
It's very difficult, very, very difficult. Unless that phrase that is much touted about, the political will phrase, is, giving impetus, as it were. Just like Dele said, we have talked about these things so much. Dubai has given us lists, the general has given us lists, and a lot of people have given us lists. Even the travel Malami is going through too. They said, complicity in terms of these terrorists and all that. So we have avalanche of information available to government. What are they doing with it? That is why some, like Trump, declared Nigeria CPA as a country of particular concern because they feel, and why they struck on December 25th was because they felt Nigerian government is complicit and all that. They don't, move when they are supposed to move, take action, decisive actions when they are supposed to take decisive actions. So this will continue. I do not know when it will end unless we have that head. I usually talk about a madman being the president of this country. I also use that word advisedly, in parentheses, madman. It takes madness to achieve desired results. That's the point I'm making. Unless a madman comes and takes that decision, Tinubu government or people around him said he has taken wise decision, a terrain where other presidents did not go by removing petroleum subsidy. He removed it from day one. Why can't he remove insecurity from day one?
Okay.
Take that madman mentality and then deal with it decisively once and for all.
Okay.
It's doable.
It's doable.
It's doable.
Mazi, I hope the kind of madman you are talking about is not the madman that is walking in the street.
No,
we are
it's
looking
not.
at a madman that
Yes.
will make a difference.
A difference, yes.
Make a difference.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, now let's go to Benin City where we still have William Edaya in the studio. Now, Mr. Edaya, if you understand Nigerian politics like you do, and the issues around insecurity, I mean, we've been going back and forth, for forever about the issue of terror financiers. UAE gave the list to our former president, may God bless his soul, Muhammad Buhari. He opened the shelf and put it there and locked it until he died, until he left office. We never saw it. Now, another country, we see a major general say, look, we have been working together with EU, USA, and other countries, and we have lists of all of these sponsors of terrorism. Yeah, the government is finding it difficult to try those people, at least make the list public, let Nigerians know because of our problems. From your understanding, do you think that the government, or this government in particular, will ever make that list open?
If I get right, if they can ever make the decision of making it public, those who are the sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's correct. That's my question.
Yes, I think when I saw the write-up, that write-up, and when the ex-army general was speaking, he said that if they should announce it or make it public, there are a lot of Nigerian politicians, a lot of lawmakers will be indicted. Now, that calls for a very serious concern, because I see no reason why you are a public officer who is supposed to be for the welfare, or supposed to take the welfare of the citizen as a paramount interest, paramount concern for you. But there again, you are the one that is contradicting, directly going against this constitutional duty. Then that is very serious. And then you're also trying to protect these people to still remain in power and perpetrate these their evil acts. What is stopping you people from naming these people, whosoever they are, and then let them be dealt with once and for all, and you clean up these people from the system and allow the Nigerian citizens to have peace? Imagine if you say there are heavyweight people involved in this issue, and probably they are also in the Nigerian military, and then you recruit soldiers, you are sending them to the battlefield to combat these same people, and there are people who are sponsors allegedly in the Nigerian army. For example, how are you sure that operation will be successful? Then in reality, we have seen a lot of operations by the Nigerian army that are unsuccessful, why some were successful. So it means that this issue, when you look at it critically, there's some sense and there's some truth in it. And then you are allowing these people to remain in the system, moving scot-free in our society. So I think it is high time you name these people, fish them out, prosecute them according to what the Constitution says in relation to issue of such. Because I personally, if you give me the opportunity, I will even call this issue of terrorism as a threat, and whatever is threat to the country is treason.
So is it a capacity problem or a political issue, seeing that the elections are almost here and the president rightly wants to be in the good books of everyone? Do you still think it's a capacity issue or it's a political problem? I mean, naming and shaming these people.
You see, this question is very, 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 very simple, because it's neither the capacity or political. Because before now we are going to elections, even before we are going to elections, these issues have been there. Okay, you can say, okay, if you say by capacity, or if you say, okay, military might, or the nation as Nigeria, definitely we are up to the task to making sure that we finish this issue once and for all, and then make sure that our borders are prepared. Now, General Musa said that most of this issue can be solved if we build a perimeter fence over our borders. That's another very, very good approach. But since he made that a statement, what has been done? Nothing has been done. So I think it is high time then take your eyes away from political issues, if that is the problem, and then face this issue square-headed, reality. Let this issue be done with. Okay, do you sit down as somebody who wants to win an election, for example, allow this issue to be used by oppositions against you, and these are clear issues? Then if you are not comfortable with that to be used against you, then you fix it. So why is it that you're not fixing the issue? Are you that complicit?
All right then.
So
well, thank you very much.
Very
Unfortunately, we're absolutely out of time, and we have to wrap up this conversation. It's something that we'll continue to talk about, because These are 48 terrorism financiers. We have those that have been released by state governors, 70 of them, and then a few others here and there. And then you start to wonder what exactly is government at all levels doing to ensure that insecurity is put to a stop. But anyway, we can only hope that things will be fixed in the country. Well, thank you very much, William Tejaye, for your contribution. Thank you, Daily Fanimo and Mazi Amobi Iheburu. We do expect that you stay with us as we get into newspaper review. On behalf of my colleagues, Chukuma Okoro Fina, I beg your pardon, Jane Ogoye, I am Moses Humphrey. Wishing you a beautiful day, but join us again at 10 for newspaper review. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice of the People Television.
The third mainland bridge is the longest of three bridges connecting Lagos Island to the mainland. The others are the Eko and Kata bridges. It was the longest bridge in Africa until 1996, when the 6th October Bridge, located in Cairo, Egypt, was completed. The bridge starts from Oworoshoki, which is linked to the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway and Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and ends at Adeniji-Adele Interchange on Lagos Island. There is also a link midway through the bridge that leads to Herbert Macaulay Way, Yaba. The bridge was built by Julius Berger Nigeria plc. The Phase 1 of the project was commissioned by President Shehu Shagari in 1980 and completed by Head of State Ibrahim Babangida in 1990. It measures about 11.8 kilometers in length. The third mainland bridge is known for very high vehicular traffic, especially on weekdays, as many residents who reside on the mainland work on the island, and they use the bridge to navigate to and from work daily. Residents in Ikeja, Agboiketu, Ikorodu, Isheri, Oworoshoki, Bagada, Yaba, Maryland, and Oshodi often use the bridge on their daily commute. The third mainland bridge is an essential part of Lagos daily commuting, and as such requires constant renovation. It has also become a major edifice in Lagos, offering a beautiful scenery of the Lagos Lagoon, the University of Lagos waterfront, and Makoko, a shanty town built on the Lagos Lagoon.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Good morning and thank you very much for joining us. If you're just tuning in, this is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro.
And yes, of course, Dele Fanimo is with us. Thank you very much for staying back. And Mazi Amobi Iheburu also is with us. Thank you very much for staying back. And
Thank you.
we'll be going to our Benin station where we have Williams Ejiaye. He also joins the conversation. So let's dive into the papers now. These are the headlines here. I would like to start off with the Guardian newspaper. Now, the big story. Labour Party leadership verdict alters opposition politics ahead of 2027. We've been talking Labour Party, PDP, and these political parties, ADC and APC, this morning, and it's right here. Now, let's look at the riders to this particular headline. Court orders INEC to recognize Usman-led LP caretaker committee. Stakeholders fear judiciary aiding ruling party's strategy to weaken opposition. Gambari dismisses one-party fears, blames weak ideology. Abure faction, others allege judicial inconsistency, political interference. Peter Obi's ADC move faces uncertainty as LP leadership crisis settles. That's how they put it. Mazi.
That's a whole lot.
Looking at the riders,
A whole lot. What has happened to LP as at yesterday also marks a watershed in the political party politics, as it were. An issue went up to the Supreme Court, and from there it has come back to a lower court. And one also expects that it will now move from the lower court up to the Supreme Court again. So that is what it is. If you ask me, the opposition, should be able to read the handwriting on the wall and begin to pull themselves together with a view to, playing the role, constitutional role that they are supposed to play. If they continuously allow themselves to have these internal squabbles, skirmishes, as it were, it will not, do them any good. So the earlier they put themselves together, the, better for them. Of course, the ruling party will be, going home, cruising, as it were, because all these things are happening for them for good. So the spurt of grab it, run with it, and all that, it will be less because they will face less opposition. That is my admonition to Labour Party. Ditto PDP, and to a large extent also to ADC. They should put their, this thing together. Why APC seems stable, sufficiently stable, is because they are the ruling party. There's a lot of things, people are gravitating around many opportunities and all that. But in opposition, it is difficult for people to gravitate around opportunities because politics is who gets what and how. That is the simplest definition of politics. And when the who gets what, is not, going around, you begin to see, people coming up with one idea or the other and then beginning to, cause confusion within their political parties. But if it is possible for all political parties to close ranks, that would be better for the Nigerian people. I think the LP at this point in time, particularly Julius Abure, like I said earlier in this program, should let go if he has the interests of Labour Party at heart. Of course, if he doesn't have the interest of Labour Party at heart, just like he, positioned yesterday, that they are going to, appeal the judgment. I wish them good luck, but for the Nigerian people, it's a bad omen for us.
Bad omen for us. Funny more.
It is a dangerous descent to abyss. What is happening to Labour Party, and it's quite unfortunate. Now, we may not have a choice in next election if it continues like this. Just like Mazi just illustrated, there is crisis in Labour Party. It's difficult to place PDP on any pedestal, and ADC is being stoked by internal crisis. And this is just the beginning of the end for some of these political parties. Now, how do we, a formidable opposition needs to work doubly to upset the status quo. But how would you expect a fragmented opposition to contend with a behemoth that we have now, which is APC? It becomes very, very clear that these people, it is either they are working to an answer that you and I don't know, or that something somewhere, somebody somewhere is raising this political party to become an Abiku or Banje in Igbo land. That's my submission.
Okay. I would like to add this headline to it from the Punch. It says, Otis LP bloc seeks reconciliation as court sacks Abure.
Okay. Now, my take-off point will be that I think the Guardian missed it when they said that LP leadership verdict alters opposition politics ahead of 2027. If I got into the mind of the editor or the person that wrote the story, practically what it's saying is that Obi still has a chance in the Labour Party. But I don't think that Obi will make that mistake of coming back to the Labour Party.
Because he also did say here that Peter Obi's ADC move faces uncertainty as LP leadership crisis settles.
So what crisis? Which crisis has been settled in the Labour
when
Party?
Abure is planning to go to court.
Not just planning to go to court, because he gets
seeking peace.
I mean, if you are seeking peace, one party is seeking peace, another party is threatening to go to court. This issue, as far as I'm concerned, was resolved last year. But it kept festering because the people that are responsible have not taken the right steps to ensure that Abure should stop parading. This is more like impersonation. Absolutely. But we don't see anybody going to court to say, look, you're impersonating the Labour Party chairman. We don't see the police say, look, we are charging you for impersonation and all of that. We don't see security agencies asking Abure, to stop all these shenanigans within the Labour Party. And you open the Guardian online, what you see there is the picture of Abure with his title as Labour Party chairman. The Supreme Court had clearly said that, look, your tenure expired as Labour Party chairman in December 2024. And he keeps putting up a fight, Labour Party chairman, and he gets some kind of recognition, even from our constituency. So it speaks to some kind of complicity, connivance, in some quarters that is difficult to exactly point where it is coming from. Practically, personally, I don't blame the APC for the problem in the Labour Party. People in the Labour Party, it's like me, I'm in my house now, and you and your house causing problem between me and my wife. I should hold myself responsible for not being able to settle my problem with my wife and not hold you to account or hold you responsible. That's exactly what the problem is. And there is something that has been out there, for a very long time, and it's become a myth that is trying to endure, or a myth that has actually endured. I don't speak for Peter Obi. I'm not even a member of the obedient movement. But the fact that, Peter Obi is not used to primaries, he likes consensus. The man has just made a shot at the presidency only once with the Labour Party. And when he ran as running mate to Atiku in 2019, they were in the ballot at the primaries level. And when he saw the handwriting on the wall in 2022 with the PDP, he left because they had made it difficult for him, you know, because he knew he was going to lose. So when people come out and say, oh, Obi is accustomed to looking for consensus, it's only once now, and the Labour Party, did anybody wrong with him in the Labour Party? Did he stop anybody?
You see,
So when, okay.
Yeah, the issue here is that the nature of our primaries leaves much to be desired.
Absolutely.
The nature of our primaries. People have said it has been dollarized, as it were. So a lot of money goes into primaries. Recall that you have delegates from each state, each local government, each ward. By the time you aggregate the number of delegates, it sums up some political parties about 3,000 and all that and all that.
Yes.
So now, and in the Nigerian, way of doing politics, primaries, you need to have contact with every delegate, if you so wish. So that is where the problem is. So your pocket must be deep enough, sufficiently deep, to be able to carry this burden, financial burden of the primaries. And that is where it becomes difficult for people who do not have very deep pocket to succumb to this kind of arrangement. If it were level playing ground, no inducement, vote your conscience, you see a lot more people will come up. But when it involves deep pocket, that is where the problem lies. I cannot.
Let's break it down to this deep pocket that you are talking about. You know, at least in one of the political parties, you have what you call, like you said, delegates from the ward, local government, state, and at the federal level. So they are graduated. The delegates are graduated. No, in terms of level, local government, state, and national level, but they all carry the same weight. Because they will not say, because you are a state level, because you're a state level delegate, one vote will be counted 3 for you. The same one vote that you have is the same one vote that the person from the ward has. So when they are giving the person at the state level $40,000, they are apparently giving you at the ward $40,000. They are graduated in terms of level, but the weight is the same, you know. And the primary thing is not proportional. It's first past the post. The moment I score 99 and you score 98, man, the second is last in that game, in that battle. So everybody tries to outdo each other. And I recall that last year, one of the political parties, they were sharing $40,000 apiece per delegate. Calculate that.
Calculate that. That is humongous.
For 3,000 delegates.
That is humongous.
$40,000.
I didn't say 4,000. I said $40,000.
$40,000 for 14.
So monetization of primaries is the vein of this.
Thousands of delegates. You know. So it's difficult to get into that kind of race. Win election, and not come out, you know, to recoup, because it has become an investment. You know, you've just gone into an investable fortune. And
this
so,
thing you said just reminded me of a story that we talked about yesterday in Ebonyi State. Yeah, where
the local government expression of interest.
Expression of interest is 30 million.
30
now,
million.
30 million naira.
And Umahi has paid for the son. You see, this privilege kind of situation where the sons replace the fathers, you know, that is getting.
That's what we have gotten into.
Yes, it's getting roots. By the time you say Jack Robinson, it becomes an anathema for your son not to replace you. You understand me? So it is gradually gaining ground.
It's not only in the political class.
How can a young man just graduated 5 years post-graduation experience and who wants to enter into politics, probably he has what it takes. He's technologically savvy, he's this, he's that, he penetrates the youth. Where else can he get the 30 million naira to buy expression of interest? That is what is the problem. The monetization of our political system has made it increasingly difficult for the level playing ground not to hold. Even when you bring a bulldozer to level the place, he refuses to be leveled.
Man, talking about this, don't you see Minister Yesom, his son, you know,
always by his side.
And we hear that he's propping him up for House of Representatives.
Yes, he's teaching him politics.
He's teaching him politics.
Yes.
So, and if you talk about, it's not only in the political class, at some point in universities, you know, when the coin flipped and university lecturers started, you know, earning a lot of money, big salaries, you know, what they started doing was to start reserving teaching appointments for their children. You see somebody...
Those in oil companies do so. Too.
Those in oil companies do so, you know. So it's a Nigerian thing. It's not isolated to the political
sector. Is lucrative. People would want to bring their children
along. So
the
that
other
is
thing
really
you
what
said
is
was whether P2B will be able to go back
to the Labour Party,
to LP and all that. You see, you cannot predict the Nigerian political terrain. It's difficult. Like they usually say, 24 hours in politics.
It's a long time.
It's a very long time. Something can happen, as we are talking, something can happen. And it gives vent for such a movement to happen. So I am not ruling out anything in politics. I'm not ruling out anything. Of course, you know that political parties are vehicles for achieving your political aims and all that. You can't do it alone. There's no provision for independent candidacy as it were. So you must have to move with political parties, which gives you the platform to launch your political ideas and all that. So it will not be totally out of place tomorrow if I see a P2B going back to Labour Party, particularly when he's being muzzled up in ADC. Because the way the things are going, it becomes difficult for a P2B to match an Atiku in the primaries. And come to think of it, when you look at the political space, environment, and what have you, and the spate of attacks directed at P2B and all that, you know that APC will be more comfortable having Atiku on that ballot than a P2B. If APC, if you can read the minds, I have watched the scenario very critically. I think APC will be more jittery having a P2B as the presidential candidate of ADC than having an Atiku. That is the way I look at it. And that is why you have spate of attacks on P2B more than any other political figure in terms of presidential candidacy and all that and all that. So it is there. And that is why we are saying, look, it will benefit ADC if Atiku steps down and supports P2B. Tinubu will have a run for his money.
All right, then. Well, let's talk insecurity now. The headlines here. Atiku, PDP faults federal government, police over kidnap of 163 worshippers in Kaduna. Let's see the riders to that story. Obi urges action after Kaduna abduction. And also, basically, same story in the cover page of the Punch. It reads, counterterrorism campaign. FG moves to fast-track trial of 5,000 insurgents. Military, police, NSCDC budgets 204 billion naira for operations in 2026. Security agencies to harvest DNA of notorious terror kingpins. Court issues bench warrant against Turji Bello linked suspects. All right. And talking about this story, when you flip the pages, you see that the Kaduna kidnap, 163 of them, it was 177, but a few escaped, and then 163. Away from the denial, the initial denial, we've seen that the terrorists now have made their ransom known. They're asking for 29 million naira. So yes, well, not each, just 29 million. So basically, now we know that people were kidnapped. It's been made official, and the spokesperson of the police has also confirmed. And then he said something. Let me get his quotes directly. He says, the initial denial of the Kaduna State CP, Mohammed Rabiu, were not denials of the incident, but a measured response pending confirmation of details from the field, including the identities and number of those affected. William Seyi, thank you very much. I understand that you're back with us in the conversation. I'll have you go first on this one.
Yes, 29 million. I had 29 million. I was shocked. I'm shocked because it's surprising to see 29 million. I was supposed to see something huge. So it means
you think it's small?
That probably these are just
Can you imagine? 29 million is small.
Probably they are upcoming kidnappers, you understand? So whichever level, it is very appalling. And comparing to the fact that there was also an initial denial, and then you see people just being kidnapped just at will in the place of worship.
29 million deposit. That's how they put it.
Okay. Exactly.
29 million deposit.
Yes. I was trying to say, okay, why deposit? It means probably maybe it's upfront or balance. You have to balance us later, but just bring 29 so I can release these people. Imagine. So it is very appalling. You imagine kidnappers boldly giving out instruction, telling you deposit 29 million. So I will release them. Maybe if I kidnap again, you will not add to the deposit that you have. It is very, very appalling and disgraceful. Totally unacceptable, because Nigerian security, first of all, denying the fact that people were not kidnapped, and now terrorists now coming up to say, okay, we need social amount of people we kidnap. The same people you deny that they were not kidnapped. Now you are coming to say, okay, no, it was an approach, probably just to make the public become no. This is unacceptable, totally unacceptable. And now we are seeing 204 billion for operation in 2026. Imagine the money that people have been using in operation before this one is made public. And then we are having issue of kidnapping in Nigeria all over. In fact, it's even becoming like a national issue. I tell you, there's not any other state that is free from kidnap activities. So it is very, very appalling. In those states here, the same thing. You can imagine, you can interest you that governors, to some extent, can be blamed, but they are doing a lot. Recently, just as we saw publications, how the governor has been supporting the Nigerian police, and then the commissioner of police here in Nigeria, in those states, is not living up to task. And people are being kidnapped on a daily basis. The one that happened in Ekpoma became an issue that sparked up a protest that turned riots. So why is it that people are being empowered and then you're not doing anything? Then they will not come back to the issue of state policing. They'll be coming for that, and that is still on the pipeline. It has not been resolved. So there are a lot of ways that this issue can be tackled, this issue can be resolved, if we are very sincere. Because if you are not complicit to this issue, I see no reason why you're not tackling it when you have the manpower. You know, there's one social activist that will always come up and tell you that when he gives you his analysis, they will tell you confidentially that security personnel are also directly involved in these issues. That is totally unacceptable. Now, up to today, he has not been a call to order to say, okay, give us reasons why you say these people are there. Nothing. Nobody is calling us, calling him to book to say, okay, why will you be making such statements? So it is our time that we should just take away politics from a lot of this. If it's all about politics, if it's all about personal interest, if it's whatever people are gaining, whatever it is that you are gaining, you should just remove it out of it, and then let's solve these issues. People can no longer worship in their place of worship. People can no longer go to market, can no longer go to farm in peace. Because you just be there, they will just kidnap you, and then you don't even know your fate. Not until probably they decide to pay you ransom, which are not supposed to be so. Why are you paying ransom in a country
thank you very much. Thank you very much, William Seyi. Let's get other respondents into this one. Really funny.
You see, I'm particularly worried about the turn of events for this, I think his name is Makarawa. This was the guy that accused Matawali of giving him money, and that such monies were meant for Toji and his boys. It was on the strength of his allegation that Matawali was called to question. It now turned out now that he's on the run and had been declared wanted by the courts, because 5 of them were arraigned and they bolted. The bone of contention in this is not that the Matawale himself, I've forgotten the exact pronunciation of this name. I think Makarawa, who was a special advisor to Matawali when Matawali was governor of Zamfara. There were meetings which Toji in one of his videos, confirmed between him and the government. This aid was given 30 million to give to Toji. And Toji came out to say, yes, there was a meeting between his group and government, but not a single penny was given to him after that meeting. So could it be that the man who is supposed to drop money for Toji failed to drop the money and pocketed it? But the fact still remains that there was a link between government and Toji, and that is the area where I feel concerned. If somebody has been declared wanted by the state, and then you are holding meeting with such a person, you are as culpable as this person that has been declared wanted, because that means you are harboring a criminal. And harboring a criminal takes the same penalty as that of the criminal. So why are we not, now there is no immunity for Matawale. With all this revelation, why is Matawale still working freely? Shouldn't DSS have taken Matawale to custody to further interrogate him? And these are indices that show that there is a kind of connivance between terrorists and politically exposed persons that undermines our efforts in this country to tame these terrorists. And it's a sad development. So that's an area that we need to interrogate.
What happened recently in terms of, what is it, 163 or 171 or 177? Bearing the initial denials and all that. And we saw the Commissioner of Police, stoutly saying that there was nothing like that. And they later agreed that a call was made to them that there was something happening. When they got there, they didn't see anything. Police didn't see any sign. And later they have to, make a U-turn. That speaks volume on the security architecture.
Intelligence gathering and the rest.
Intelligence and what have you. And our desire to tackle this insecurity head on. I think the police was very hasty in, trying to deny. Because they denied it stoutly. Even when the Reverend, one man, was saying, this thing happened, said, no, it is a lie, this didn't happen, and all that. So I think that is why the international community will not take us seriously in this fight against insecurity. Recall also that there is emergency in the security subsector of this economy.
I haven't been able to have someone explain that state of emergency in insecurity.
I do not see any
president granted.
In the security subsector of this economy. I do not see it. Because if there is an emergency and this distress call was made, and the police, even before coming to air to say this, they must do their due diligence to find out. That for me is a minus to the police. And speaks volume to the inability or lack of capacity of this administration to tackle insecurity head on. It can't happen. In an emergency situation, you are denying less than 24 hours, we are owning up.
They're recanting. They say, okay, you denied because you didn't have accurate information.
Look at what you read. It said measured
response. Measured response.
You see, they are not trying to teach us English language. Yeah? You see, Nigerians are sufficiently agency of government. You can own up and then tell Nigerians that look at what happened and all that. Not beginning to try to juggle the situation. I think the commander-in-chief, which is Mr. President, has a lot to do. The command structure have a lot to do. I have not seen the IG of police trying to call the commissioner of police in Kaduna to Abuja for questioning what happened, interrogate him, and all that. The NSA also have an oversight function of this insecurity. I have not seen an interaction, a conversation between the Commissioner of Police in Lagos, in Kaduna, and the NS and all that. So they must have. You see, if you accuse the Nigerian state of connivance, will you be safe to say so? Will you be safe? So what I'm saying in effect is that when this kind of thing happens, police should not be hasty in making statements. They should look at the situation properly and then, come up with a statement that will endure. Like now, as it's presently constituted, the police has the shorter end of the stick.
Well, talking about insecurity, Maz, when you talked about the security architecture, well, so we had a guest here who said, look, before you talk about the architecture, there must be an architect. And he says he doesn't see any architect in Nigeria's system. So, well, we should stop talking about security architecture because it's non-existent. And when you and Moses are asking about that you don't see anything, the declaration of state of emergency in insecurity as declared by our president, well, you choose to see what you like to see. Because I see it myself. I see that state of emergency. At least for the first time, our president went to, a conflict zone where people were killed. President ordered the chief of army staff to relocate to conflict-prone zones and all of that. So, and we saw America, guns are blazing. And on the 25th of December, when we were making merriment, now I don't like the look on your face. When we were making merriment, and there was a bomb blast in Sokoto. And so, what other insecurity?
When the president
what other state of emergency?
When the president declared the state of emergency on insecurity, he asked for the recall of policemen guarding VIPs. Now, weeks after that, they were still investigating policemen that were still guarding VIPs. So, you think the relevant agencies are listening to what the man is saying?
Okay,
well, how they're paying attention to what the man is saying?
After that,
it might be the body language. Maybe the body language is not reflecting, state of emergency, body language. Like, okay, swing to action, do the needful. I'm sure they're not reading the body language.
Or maybe the president just gave it out as sound bites, for newspaper headlines and all of that. We see one here. Federal government moves to fast track trial of 5,000
and then they're talking
insurgents. Is that not
security agencies to harvest DNA?
Are we not in a state of emergency when we are trying 5,000 people?
Security agencies to harvest DNA of notorious terror kingpins.
That is ridiculous.
To harvest DNA.
Ridiculous.
To see how we can match them,
Yeah, no, to know what
that's state of emergency.
What they are
state of emergency.
You see, the government is preoccupied with 2027. The first thing the president did was to invite Abba Yusuf of Kano to Aso Rock. Should it have been?
Is his governor?
That tells you.
His governor is one of the states.
That tells you how the administration who's, thinks about the nation, So for me, it prioritizes 2027.
As against lives and properties.
Because he shouldn't have been. He should have done a lot of work, having been outside the shores of this country for so long.
20 years. Yeah, 20 days.
20 days. He should have prioritized, things that. But he felt seeing Abba Yusuf of Kano State, for the possible defection and all that, is topmost priority in the
This is
because our electoral system
did
is
they
not
discuss
working.
defection?
What else has it done there to do?
Kano State is one of the important states in Nigeria.
Important in what respect?
In terms of
politically
assets,
or economically? Or
economically, assets. It's an industrial hub.
They discussed defection.
They discussed.
I know you're trying to be cynical.
I don't know what you mean.
They discussed defection.
Were you there?
Now he wants to see Kwankwanso.
Yes.
Now he has asked to see Kwankwanso, so they'll talk more. So it's defections.
Really? Okay. Well, I don't know, but you're trying to convince me. But I know that he's the president of this country. He's at liberty to invite.
What I'm saying in the fact is that Kano doesn't have the kind of emergency situation that Rivers has now, and he chose to speak to Kano State Governor and all that.
Rivers State problem is self-inflicted.
One has, think that when the president comes, he will first of all address the issue of Rivers State because he has already earlier on declared state of emergency in Rivers, and things are not yet abated. And I know that the protagonists in the whole thing are waiting for him to come so that this issue can also be.
No, they didn't just wait for him. One of them jumped on a plane and went to France to meet him.
Okay.
So, maybe they settled their issue there.
So there are a lot of things, that demands attention and all that. And has the presidency responded to this Kaduna kidnap? The avalanche of the spokespersons, which one of them has responded? Is it Daniel Buala? Is it what is his name? Bayo Ononuga? Is it Sunday Dare?
Is it Tobi Tokpe?
There are a lot of them. Have they responded?
Meanwhile, as we're talking about this, my eye just went to this headline from The Guardian. It says U.S. plans options to protect Christians in Nigeria soon. And then looking at the story, the rather is insecurity, not religious war, hits all faiths. Presidency insists. Now, United States Congressman Riley Moore has disclosed that White House will soon come up with options to protect Christians in Nigeria against persecution by Islamist extremists.
So, Mazi, you will not understand why the presidency and his handler, the president's handlers and the presidency will not make comments on the Kaduna killing. Because they are busy crafting, press releases, press statements, around the fact that it is one screw seller in Onitsha. It is IPOB, it is P2B, people that are related to all these factors that went to United States to, drum up support for America to come and bomb Nigeria. So they are more concerned with that. And in the coming days, you'll now see releases around that area, like we have seen, instead of having to address the issues in Kaduna. Yeah. So that is what we see with the president's handlers.
Unfortunately, if they continue in this trajectory, it will be very difficult for this war against insecurity to be won. It is very difficult. With their lackadaisical attitude towards, terrorists, not bringing them to book and all that, this insecurity will last for so long. Recall what Burutai said when he was there, that this insecurity will not abate in a short while.
In fact, he gave a timeline, say the next 20 years.
So that is what it is. It is very difficult unless we tackle this insecurity head on. And
but to be fair, to be very fair, to Buratai, in my study of insecurity, my study of terrorism, my study of strategic studies, I have not seen where insecurity, insurgency lasted below 10 years or so. Look at what happened.
We have had over 17 years.
Yes. Look at what happened.
It should be 3, according to your own postulation.
It should be
3 years more. And make it 20.
No, Buratai's postulation.
I said, according to your strategic lineage, you said it will last minimum 10 years.
No, I didn't say that.
Let's give a cap of 20 years. So in the next 3 years. So you have to tell us how it will abate or totally be eradicated in the next 3 years.
No, I don't know what you're imputing. You are imputing motives in my word. I didn't say that. I said in my study of terrorism, strategic studies and insecurity, that I have not seen where insurgency lasted less than 10, 15, 17, at most 20. And so that what I'm saying now is, so I want to be fair to Buratai because he must have spoken based on experience as a soldier, as chief of army staff, as an envoy, Nigeria's envoy to Benin Republic. Now, that said, you recall what happened with AFRC FARC in Colombia. For more than 50 years, they were battling with it. It is not as if they were bereft of ideas or they were bereft of military technology and all of that. It is just that it's a complex, complicated situation, that waves like,
complex, complicated situation.
Yes, complex and complicated situation. Something might be complex but not complicated, But this one is that it is both complex and complicated at the same time. So, and when I saw Obasanjo saunter into Aso with people from FARC, to come and teach Buhari how to solve the problem of insecurity, I just laughed. And it was 51 years after that FARC had to sit down with the government of Colombia to say, look, this is the direction we want to travel in solving this problem. And until we get to such because they had tried several means, people, hundreds, thousands, millions had been killed in the past 50 years in Colombia, because of power struggle between the government and FARC. And if you go to Afghanistan, how long has it lasted? You recall that USSR, when it was USSR, Russia went there and got a bloodied nose. Is it in Somalia? Where is it in Sudan?
All right.
Is it in Vietnam?
Well, let's touch on a few other headlines before we call it a day. And I'm just going to read out the headlines on the cover page of The Punch and The Guardian, but let's go first. FCCPC moves against unregistered loan apps, revokes conditional approvals. That's from The Guardian. And also, FG affirms plan to abolish HND, empower polytechnics to award degrees. Awujale, Ogun suspends selection process over petitions. And there are riders to that story. Ijebu professionals laud suspension. Aspirants to appear before DSS as kingmakers call off meet and greet. All right?
See, the Awujale Divaku, it's a case of two elephants fighting. What happened was the governor of Ogun State called the kingmakers to a meeting, and he announced to them a particular name that did not sync with them. And these are titans, these are business titans, the kingmakers, the likes of Kuku, and they said no, that is not the arrangement, that they will put up names, and even if they are to put up names, that particular name that they said from higher quarters should be imposed on them, they were not going to agree to it. So the governor felt insulted, because I watched the video and felt that, okay, if you are not going to accede to this name that I've put forward, then I would rather suspend the process of appointing a king for Ijebu land. And that has been the case. But the point is, at what point do we now have governors imposing kings on traditional institutions in Nigeria? It shouldn't be. The kingmakers know these people. They know how to profile them. They know their antecedents. They know their history. So you don't just come because somebody is connected to somebody and then you just impose that person on your whole community. It's not going to work.
All right then.
I would rather look at the issue of dichotomy between the HND and the BS stuff. Yeah. This thing has gone on for too long. The HND BSc dichotomy has gone on for too long. People, holders of HND, were asked to go and get a diploma, so that you can go for your master's degree and all that. And it has gone on for too long. I don't know how this can be resolved. I just don't know how it can be resolved. Is it by enriching the curriculum of the HND certificates, so that they can turn, they can metamorphose?
I think it's a thing that has to do with the law.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what the National Assembly can tinker with it, because this thing has gotten to too long. People with HND, with their colleagues with BSc in an organization, they will see the BSc, being promoted ahead of them.
Especially in the civil service.
It is worrisome. It is worrisome. For the past 20 years, I've been hearing about this.
There are differences. First degree and masters, they are not the same thing. Masters and PhD, they are different things. These are different levels. Maybe what we are looking at the number of years put in, in study. HND does practically 5 years because of the 1 year training. But then, BSc, that is the bachelor's degree, is rated higher. If you go to the United States, there's what they call AABA. AABA. It's like NCE and BEd. They are two different things. Somebody that has an NCE cannot stand up to, the authorities and say, this person, you have promoted him. He has BEd and I have NCE. I see that there is a difference between HND and BSc. Structural difference anyway. And like I said in the morning, the reason why we even started the polytechnic education, by the way, was to create some kind of mid-level technical manpower in the industries, in the process of our industrial growth. And over time, that thing has, that essence has not been realized. Because you train people maybe because of the structural problems too, we got into polytechnics, and instead of doing practical, we started theorizing. So when they finish, they are unable to go to industry and practicalize. So they expect to see, and somebody that is wearing tie, in an air-conditioned office, probably an accountant or public relations manager, and they want to be in that position instead of having to go to factory to fiddle with nuts, bolts, and all of that. So that is where this problem started. Until we need some kind of reorientation that, look, technical education is for industrial growth. It doesn't diminish you, as a person. It doesn't diminish your value. I have seen places where engineers earn more than accountants.
Absolutely.
So that division, I think is how can I put it now?
Is it imaginary?
It's status symbol. No, it's not imaginary because it is there. There are people who want to level up, simply because, you have HND, I have BSc. And when they upgrade, we don't get to see that problem.
All right, let me add these few headlines to it before we go to Benin. Nigeria accounts for 63% of West Africa's diesel imports from India. We also have ICPC to arraign Ozekhome Monday over UK property. AU Afrima hails Sanwo-Olu sponsors after awards. DNA tests cleared Davido in paternity dispute. Father. All right, William Tejaye. What headline do you react to? And
yes, Nigeria accounts for 63% of West Africa diesel imports from India. I think this one is very surprising. While you guys were discussing the issue of the polytechnic, and it just flashed to my eyes, and I was very, very surprised. It is very surprising. It's not acceptable. We are self-sufficient with all these things. I see no reason why we cannot produce for ourselves. And a lot of refineries are there. The private refineries, our own government-owned refineries, still not up to the task to supply and also meet the demands of Nigerian citizens. Diesel imports is very alarming. It's not acceptable. And the prices here in Nigeria is almost 1,000 plus. You can imagine how it is because you don't have from surplus.
India.
From India.
So it's very disgraceful. It's not what we should be painting. I think the Nigerian government needs to do a lot. We can't be exporting. We can't have these things, these things in our country and still be importing finished products. It's quite alarming. And so
alarming, absolutely alarming.
He always come to update us that the Port Harcourt refinery, Kaduna refinery, that they are functioning. So what if they are functioning? Then what is the product that they delivering to the public? So this is not what we are supposed to be saying. It's totally unacceptable.
Well, it's unacceptable, but that's what we're dealing with. Anybody want to add to that?
Yes.
In 1 minute.
India is an oil-producing country, ranking among the top 20 to 25 producers globally, with a production of approximately 737,000 to 952,000 barrels per day as of 2023-2024. However, it is not self-sufficient. It is also the third largest oil consumer in the world, relying on imports for a significant portion of its needs.
So even India is important.
India is important, and we're importing from India. So where is that story coming from?
Oh well, we're out of time. We'll X-ray this.
Mr. Oil.
That is why.
Very funny, Mr. Oil. Nigeria is importing diesel.
No time.
Nigeria is importing diesel from oil. What is happening to your listen?
From India. All right. Well, this will be a good place to anchor the conversation. Thank you very much, William Tejaye. Thank you also, Mazi Amobi Iheguru, and thank you, Mr. Dele Fanimo. I must say thank you to Chukwuma Okoro as well. But he makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. for Political Lens, and they will be traveling around the country, bringing you topics, topical issues will be discussed. It's a program you don't want to miss. 11 o'clock, sports comes up next. Don't miss it. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
in a world where power shapes with every headline,
in a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is a land of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Aso Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth heads of government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There are several rooms for various functions inside the Nigerian Presidential Mansion in Aso Rock. The building houses the offices of the Nigerian President and Vice President, as well as meeting spaces.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on untold stories and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi. From the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
It's another very interesting and beautiful Wednesday to Thursday, I beg your pardon, to talk sports right here on Voice of the People TV. And this is Sport Republic. My name is Ikechukwu Agwago. Welcome, I say, because it is going to be a bumper of a show today. I must tell you, I woke up on the very right side of the bed because I was just thinking about what, the FIFA chief actually said about Nigeria's case against DR Congo, about the World Cup qualification that actually happened. Of course, you recall that game. Nigeria actually lost that game via penalty shootout agonizingly. And now there's a lot of conversation after the AFCON. But we'll be looking at that particular story and so many much more in this particular episode of Sport Republic. I said we because I'll be having a guest join me virtually. His name is Abiodun Akpeno. He's definitely going to be part of the show. And when he's on board, definitely I'll let you guys know. But first, we'll be looking at what's happened after the Confederation of African Football. I'm talking about the AFCON at this point when it just concluded. And the Confederation of African Football actually has spoken loud as they did, against the FECAFOOT president, Samuel Eto'o Fields, the coach of the Senegalese side, the person of Papetal, and now they've also hit the hammer hard on the Algerian national team goalkeeper, the son of the legend, Zinedine Zidane, because that name needs no introduction in the world of football. As the Confederation of African Football has landed handed down a 2-month suspension to Algeria's goalkeeper, Lucas Zidane, following a series of altercation after the teams lost 2-0 against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the quarterfinals of the just concluded AFCON. This decision highlights the governing body's zero-tolerance policy towards unsportsmanship-like behavior during the quarterfinals game. Zidane actually confronted Nigeria's Rafael Ndedika aggressively at the final whistle, leading to a physical exchange that required intervention from staff. The decision escalated further when Zidane attempted to confront another player, Fisayo Dele Bashiru, but was restrained by Nigerian goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali. This incident underlines the high tension present in what was already a fiercely contested match. CAF's official statement confirms Zidane's suspension, which will take effect during the upcoming 2027 qualifications game. And of course, the Algerian Football Association has also been fined $100,000 as part of penalties imposed. This action reflects the seriousness with which CAF addresses players' conduct, sending a clear message in anticipation of Algeria's qualification efforts for the next AFCON tournament. And I must say that when I got the response of this particular news, I mean, if you can actually look at the footage, you understand how bad it was. He was, being restrained a couple of times, and they kept on, going at Nigeria's players. It's actually a very messy situation. That game, for me, I think it's one of the best game the Super Eagles actually played at the AFCON, in terms of, how we actually took the Blue Boys on. Of course, knowing that this team is one of those teams we want to call our boogie team in the AFCON. They've also been one of the, most consistent side in the last 5 AFCON, tournament has been played, owing to the fact that they have, a former African Footballer of the Year in their ranks, person of Riyad Mahrez. So it was built to be a very huge game, and Super Eagles really stepped up to the plate. Lots of conversation even before the game and after the game. And I mean, at some point, a lot of persons were asking, at what point are we going to actually see the hammer come down on the Algerians? Or are they just going to, I'm talking about the CAF now, are they just going to allow that, incident to just play out like that? But it's actually good that we're actually seeing, incidents like this and CAF actually dealing with it appropriately. But then it's been a lot of, conversation, and people have been talking about it. Kudos to CAF for actually, wielding their hammer. But I get my guest is in the building right now. Abiodun Akpeno, good morning and welcome to, Sport Republic this Thursday.
Good morning to you, Johnson. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you doing too?
Very fine.
So a lot of conversation has actually taken a net and about the AFCON still. I mean, this is very much the post-AFCON week, so a lot of conversation about sport will still definitely be revolving around the AFCON. And one of the biggest conversation right now is that the Confederation of African Football has announced the official team of the tournament following the conclusion of the African Cup of Nations. Notably, 3 Super Eagles players have actually made the cut in the person of Calvin Bassey, Ademola Lookman, and Victor Osimhen. These 3 guys actually showed that they're actually one of Nigeria's standout performers, and of course they showed impressive performances all through the tournament. Despite Iwobi's role in facilitating the team dynamics, he was omitted from the official selection, raising eyebrows around fans and analysts alike. His contributions were essential to Nigeria's success. A lot of persons have been calling him pre-assist king. A lot of persons are even saying this guy is Iwobinho. But of course, all of this, according to CAF, didn't actually matter, leading to the 3rd place finish. All of the things he did made no sense to CAF. And that's exactly why he was excluded. He was excluded, I beg your pardon, alongside Bright Osayi Samuel, who actually said a lot of conversation. In the absence of Ola, a lot of persons were thinking this guy has actually done a decent job. Given that Ashraf Hakimi played just about 3 or 4 games in the tournament because he actually played no part in the group stage. He only featured in all of these knockout phases, and he actually got the nod ahead of Bright Osayi Samuel. And now we're also, looking at, these 2 key players. And the big question is that, CAF is telling us that these 2 players, Alex Iwobi and Bright Osayi Samuel, are not good enough to be in the CAF 11. But take a look at the image of, CAF, what CAF actually presented as the best 11 in this tournament. Abiodun, tell me exactly, does this list of players justify, the quality we saw all through, the AFCON?
Mr. Johnson. Well, the African Cup of Nations has come out, and we are still talking about it. This is one major tournament that has been mad with a whole lot of controversy and all of that. As first journalists, we just have to keep talking about it. But then, speaking of the CAF 11, when I saw, the release from, I think, CAF website, yes, I saw from the CAF website.
Yeah.
I was really shocked that the starting, Iwobi is not included. Bright Osayi Samuel also wasn't included also. But then, one thing we need to understand is that not all the players are going to be there. You can't have all the players in the starting lineup. Probably, they came up with, maybe something like a substitution. Maybe Nigerians will understand that, okay, if tackling Osayi Samuel is not in the starting lineup, at least is on the substitute. But then, looking at it again, and you just suppose the performance of all of these guys, Alex Iwobi, Osayi Samuel, Ashraf Hakimi, who is also included in the starting lineup. It begs a whole lot of questions around the credibility of the starting 11. For me, in my opinion, I do not think Ashraf Hakimi deserves to be in the starting lineup by the virtue of how he has performed so far in this tournament. Like you said, he didn't start some of their games, immediately the AFCON commenced, and a whole lot of people were saying,
it took no part in the group stage at all.
Yes, so I don't understand why you want to include a man who didn't take part in the group stages at all, compared to starting Bright Osayi Samuel. Of course, Bright Osayi Samuel also, I think in his first game, he didn't feature for the Super Eagles. It was the starting, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Seyi Sanusi, who was holding that position in our first game.
No.
Thereafter,
it wasn't actually. It was Seyi Sanusi actually played the first game on the left back. Bryce Osayi Samuel actually started all of our games.
Okay, he started all of our games. So,
yes.
If a man, of course, if a man who started all of our games, but then you also come back to the fact that Nigerians were a bit skeptical about his performance during the group stages. A whole lot of people thought, oh, it wasn't good enough at first 2 games. And thereafter, he became a beat in that position for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So I see no reason why he's not making it to that starting lineup. But then, as I said earlier, not all of the players will be included, but for a man who has done, his part in terms of his contribution, in terms of, his energy, his view for the Super Eagles, I think he deserves to be in that starting lineup. But then, it is what it is for, Nigerian fans to just have to, move on. But for Alex Iwobi, I really don't know. I think that is remarkable for me. Because if you look at the players who have been included also, Papa Gay, Ghana Gay also, these are guys who have been very instrumental for the respective national team also. So you have to also consider those guys too. But then if you have to put into consideration how important these guys have been for the national team, I think Alex Iwobi deserves to be in that, that starting lineup. But it is really good that we have a few of the Nigerian players in the starting lineup. It's starting Calvin Bassey is there. There's Ademola Lookman, there's Victor Osimhen. At least we have 3 of our guys in the starting lineup, and I think that is fair.
Absolutely, that is fair. According to CAF and Abiodun, both of them agree. Perhaps that is fair. I think we should leave it at that because I also agree with Abiodun when he was talking about the likes of Idris Gay, Papi Day. These guys actually did a lot of job for their national team. But then it is football. Sometimes you don't just get what you deserve. Sometimes there are a lot of intricacies and politics behind whatever decisions or whatever, and when it comes to results and when it comes to individual accolades, when it comes to awards, there are lots of things to be considered, and that's exactly why I look at the case of Iwobi and Ashai Samuel. I just understand it because it's not the first time we are seeing this sort of things. And any single time lists like this actually come out after a major tournament, people will definitely have questions about it. So it's just one of those things that this 2025 African Cup of Nations will be remembered for. And that's the man there, Alex Awesome Iwobi for me. And of course, let's move away from that story and still talk about the Super Eagles. As the former Super Eagles skipper, Sunday Ogochukwu Olise, as well, he's also one-time Super Eagles coach, has come hard on Victor Osimhen as he actually talked about, what really happened in that heated debate and how it actually affected the team's dynamics. I don't want to, say all of it myself. I would like you to actually listen to, Sunday Ogochukwu Olise to exactly get his words and you get to understand what exactly he actually meant when he said, what the decision Victor Osimhen took against Ademola Lookman really affected the Super Eagles' dynamics in the attack. I mean, it's really, really sad that really happened. But then he came out hard and he was talking about how when the team, was actually on a very good, smooth sail until that particular incident did happen. And Olise has got a lot to say. Just listen to Sunday Olise.
Against that, we are confusing talent with license. Victor Osimhen is world class, but talent is not a license to destroy team chemistry. Look at the evidence. Since that public outburst against Ademola Lookman, one of our brightest lights, Lookman became a shadow of himself and we lost the bite. When you publicly diminish your teammates, you break their spirit. You destroy the very confidence a team needs to survive a semi-final. Against a team as tactically sharp as Morocco, we needed our best players at 100%. Statistically, Ademola Lookman was the most dangerous player in the tournament until that public verbal abuse broke his focus. You cannot expect a playmaker to perform miracles on the pitch when he has been demoralized by his own teammate. The conflict did its damage. We didn't just lose a game. We lost the psychological edge we needed to win. What is worse, and frankly, what is most dangerous for our football, we are confusing talent with license. Victor Osimhen is world class, but talent is not a license to destroy team chemistry. Look at the evidence. Since that public
That is exactly what a lot of us actually said about that particular incident when it happened. And I mean, Sunday Olise is a man who doesn't mind to word. He's a man who actually come all out and say it exactly how it is. Abiodun, do you share Sunday Olise's sentiment?
I wouldn't say I agree totally with the legend, because if you look at what transpired between Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman, of course, a lot of Nigerians have talked about it. Oh, Victor Osimhen this, Victor Osimhen that, and according to reports from the Super Eagles camp, it was reported that all of those have been settled. The guys are set to move on and all of that. And we believe that these guys, they're professional, they are going to settle whatever is in between them and they go on to play their football and of course will be good. But then, looking back again, I think for me, in my opinion, I'm not trying to, actually downplay whatever the legend has said, talking about Sunday Lise. But then you need to look at it from the angle of the Moroccan national finances. Because after our game against Mozambique, we played against Algeria, and we did well in that game, right? So, step forward to our game against Morocco, the host nation. And if you remember, we've been playing good football right from, I think the second game, we did well, we won really well, we scored a lot of goals. But then when it came to the last game, which was the semi-final prior to the top place game, you understand that the Moroccans have actually done their assignment. They studied how the Super Eagles of Nigeria played and they cut off the supply, which is Alex Iwobi. And if you follow that game clearly, you understand that Alex Iwobi was just a passenger in that game. Same for Victor Osimhen. So I don't understand why Nigerians are saying, oh, it was because of that outburst that we lost against the Moroccans. No, they did their own job. They studied the pattern of the Super Eagles of Nigeria and they made sure they didn't allow those two guys to flourish in that game. Alex Iwobi didn't play well. Lookman didn't play well. Victor Osimhen also didn't play well. So, in as much as you want to.
Okay,
go on.
Yeah, but if you look at that particular game, after the Mozambique game, because that was when that incident happened, we played against Algeria.
Yeah.
You'll notice that, you'll notice that there's this level of bite that has reduced in the attack. Ademola Lookman wasn't the same man we saw all through the tournament before that particular game against Algeria. You want to say the Moroccans were a better team, they did their homework, but what about the Algerian team? Ademola Lookman was not as effective as he was all through the tournament before that particular game. And in fact, the Moroccan game was even worse. That's exactly what he was saying. Are you saying that whatever happened against Mozambique actually died out before the game against Algeria?
They made us believe that whatever happened against Mozambique, has been settled. And we saw the team chemistry against Algeria. We won against Algeria for final now. In fact, we have played the Algerians. We have played them in that game. And for me, I want to believe whatever they have in between them has been settled and of course they move on. But now coming out to say, oh, psychologically, Ademola Lookman must have been affected because of what happened.
Is it not possible?
Well, I wouldn't want to. Of course, it is possible.
Okay.
But then I wouldn't want to throw that line totally.
Okay.
Mark my word, totally. Because if you look at our game against Morocco, I'll come back to that Morocco game again. Those guys did their own work. Because you are playing a semi-final game in an AFCON tournament against the host nation that want to win at all costs. So those guys, like I said, they've done their own assignment that these Super Eagles guys, we know that they are very dangerous. The top players individually who are very fantastic. We have top players who are playing at the European level. So we have to do our own assignment to make sure, we navigate our way against them. And they did perfectly. So Victor Osimhen was absent in that game. Ademola Lookman was absent. Iwobi was absent. And if you remember, Iwobi was playing deeply down to our defensive line. They totally cut off the supply of Alex Iwobi. So, and according to the manager himself, talking about the Moroccan manager, he said they had to do their assignment to make sure Alex Iwobi didn't function in that game. And they did perfectly. So, Going back to that game again, I wouldn't want to actually say it was because of what happened between Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman. That was the reason, Ademola Lookman couldn't play well against Morocco. Okay, if Ademola Lookman didn't play well against Morocco, what about Alex Iwobi? Did he also have an altercation with Victor Osimhen? No. So you have to put all of this together also to make sense. Of course, what Osimhen and what happened between Osimhen and Ademola Lookman in one way or the other might have affected the psychology, the momentum of Ademola Lookman. But then there again, he's a professional. Because of what happened, that doesn't mean you should not drop your performance. The whole world is watching you. If you are not even, if you don't even care about the national team, care about your own image, care about your own name, that definitely has to perform well in this tournament. And for me, I think we lost to the Moroccans because we failed to come up with a plan B. Our plan A has been working right from the get-go of the tournament. But when we got to the semi-final, we couldn't bring plan B to the fore. So I think that was the reason why we lost that game. But then, just like the legend says, it's been there before, it's done that before. So it could have happened. Of course, you expect that kind of movement to affect some sort of player who are not really professional enough. But for me, in my opinion, I do not think all of that was happening.
You don't think all of that matters? Still talking about the Super Eagles, as the trio of the Super Eagles stars in person of Wilfred Ndidi, Bright Osai Samuel, and Alex Iwobi has called on the Nigerian Football Federation to actually retain the coach, Eric Ekushel. Despite the team falling short of winning the recent AFCON tournament, Shell expressed uncertainty about his future following the tournament, but the players backing signaled strong support for his continued leadership. They emphasized the importance of continuity, asserting that Charles' management has been pivotal for the team's performance. The only thing we need right now is continuity, Ndidi said. And of course, this highlighting the stability despite not reaching the final. Ndidi went on to actually praise the positive atmosphere Chelsea has fostered within the camp, enhancing teamwork and unity among the players. Iwobi also echoed this sentiment, noting that togetherness instilled by Shell has created a family-like environment that promotes healthy competition, and he emphasized the importance of mental readiness, a principle frequently reinforced by Eric Shell. And the Seyi also reflected on the tactical acumen of Eric Shell, noted the team's ongoing improvement and confidence under the coach's guidance. His acknowledgement of the learning process showcased by the players' commitment to adapting the growing togetherness of Eric Shell despite challenges faced. The Super Eagles players remain optimistic about the future and are eager to continue building under the Malian or the Franco-Malian tactician. Now, I mean, a lot of talks have been about this coach, Eric Shell, and one of the biggest conversation that came out after the championship, I'm talking about the AFCON in Morocco, was that, hey, this man needs to be kept because a lot of suitors have been coming from Tunisia before they hired the manager, to Gabon, to other countries jumping on him and saying we want this man to be hired as a manager. But in the end, the job of the glass house to actually decide what exactly must be done to keep the man at the end of the Super Eagles. But still talking about the glass house now, the Nigerian Football Federation has actually lodged a formal protest against DR Congo for feeding an ineligible player. 7 players actually alleged to have dual nationality in violation of the country's constitution. This case is anticipated to be an extended legal battle, with FIFA expected to rule in February. Now, according to FIFA's investigation, the investigation will focus on how the players acquired a Congolese passport without renouncing other citizenship, a requirement under the Congolese law. The argument that sporting eligibility supersedes national eligibility is unlikely to hold with FIFA, emphasizing adherence to national regulations. A FIFA official, a chief who actually didn't give his name, actually highlighted the importance of ensuring that the passport acquisition process adheres to the law, stating that proper practices could lead to countries exploiting passport systems to field ineligible players. Do you really think, I'm asking you now, Abiodun, do you really think that with these comments coming from a top FIFA executive, that the Super Eagles' chance of going to the World Cup is brighter than ever?
Hey, I don't think it should be. I don't even know. I don't know where to start because honestly, there's been back and forth about this particular DR Congo, feeding and ineligible player and all of that. And Nigerians have been talking about it. Some are saying, well, we should just forget about the World Cup. We are not going to the World Cup. But here we are again. If the story is still circulating, still going around, people are still reporting about it, then there is something really, important about this issue. And I think the NFF are doing their own part. While FIFA also, they are also doing their own part. But the question is, do we need to go this route just because we want to play at the World Cup? See, we failed to qualify for the World Cup. That to me, I would, if I have to advise the NFF, I would advise them, let it go. Let the people go and represent their country and the sport. They did well. They defeated the Super Eagles draft penalty. Had it been we qualified through the normal phase, all of this will not be, a major issue or a conversation for us. But then here we are again, back to where it all, started when the news came out that the Super Eagles might be at the next World Cup. For me, I really don't know what is happening. But then at the end of the day, if FIFA really see that we have to be at the World Cup, so be it. But in my opinion, I think it doesn't go well with me. We should just let it slide and of course and move on. People fail to qualify honorably to the World Cup. So, but then NSF, like I said, they are still doing their assignment. FIFA also doing their own part also.
But Abiodun, I mean, you talk about honorably. If the DR Congo national team found one thing, it means they actually didn't qualify honorably because they cheated. That's what it means. I mean, you recall that in 2025, Malaysia also was found in this particular situation, and they were fined $440,000 for feeding 7 ineligible players. Of course, these players, according to Malaysian law, these guys are fit to actually play. But they also did what, according to the Malaysian authorities, these guys are actually Malaysians because the Malaysian Federation actually backed them. But the way and manner they went about getting their passports or their citizenship it was against the FIFA rule. And that's exactly what FIFA is actually pointing out, that yes, you can say local laws, but then if it does not conform with what FIFA is saying. And you also know that that incident not just, involved Malaysians actually, being fined for that huge amount of money. The Malaysians were actually also asked to put those 7 players aside for the next 12 months. So they are not going to play. They're bound for FIFA-related competition. And as well, the 3 matches that these 3 guys actually played, the game against Cape Verde, the game against Palestine, and also the game against, I think it was Singapore. These 3 games, all of these games were forfeited. So tell me, 3-0, and that's exactly what the result of those games were against the Malaysian national side. So tell me, exactly what the same hot soup, the Congo has found themselves at this point. And if it happens that the FIFA finds Congo, guilty, are you going to say it's not honorable for the Super Eagles to qualify? We did all we could according to the books, and that's exactly why we're going to the World Cup.
It is just laughable. I think for me, they are Congo on their own path. I don't know whatever happened, between the players and how all of their documents came about. But then, like I said earlier, these guys, if you go back to that game against DR Congo, we had every opportunity to defeat them and qualify for the World Cup. But here we are again, talking about the fielded ineligible players and all of that. But then if you look at the DR Congo law also, it's also saying something else. So there's a whole lot of issues surrounding this DR Congo, Nigeria going to the World Cup and all of that. But then at the end of the day, people are going to make their judgment. If they are found guilty, well, that is bad news for their fans and of course, the DR Congo FA. But at the end of the day, if FIFA found them guilty, I think the Super Eagles will go to the World Cup. But as we speak, there's nothing concrete confirming that the Super Eagles will go to the World Cup. So it's still bound that the DR Congo national team will be at the next World Cup.
Let me ask you one straight question as we move on to the next story. Yes, one straight question. Do you want the Super Eagles to go to the next World Cup?
Yeah. Of course, I want the Super Eagles of Nigeria to be at the World Cup.
Okay.
It's a good thing for a national team to be at the World Cup.
Absolutely. So let's go from there straight to Europe. A lot of football actions happen right there in the UEFA Champions League. Match Day 7 was a bumper as it closed yesterday. Lots of game. Manchester City dropped from the top 8 side. And Moise Caicedo helped Chelsea, or the new manager, Liam Rossinior, to actually cement himself or start a very good campaign for himself as the manager in Europe. And it was a huge game for Chelsea as, you know, this guy actually stepped up to actually do the job. He's arguably one of Chelsea's most standout players. And lots of results. Barcelona actually came back from the dead to actually show just why they should be the most feared side in Europe, winning that game 4-2 away from home. And lots of conversation, so many good. Let's get to see all of it. And trust me, right? It was a night where Bayern Munich continued to show why, you know, they are a side that should be respected, tipped as arguably the favorite because of Arsenal's, inconsistency. If Arsenal can be consistent, maybe they can actually pick up this Champions League this season. But Bayern Munich is is an OG, like they say. I mean, Juventus, a big side, Newcastle, I beg your pardon. You know, these guys are actually showing, you know, just why the English Premier League seems to be a league that. In the last couple of years, when it comes to European football, they give a very strong showing. Even teams that are not doing so well in the league will come into the Champions League and then do a very good job. I mean, Newcastle United, Liverpool also against Marseille, 3-0 away from home. Dominic Szoboszlai continue to show just why, you know, Liverpool, you know, paid that money to actually bring him right there to Anfield. I mean, in the first season, I was looking at him like, this guy seems to not have found his place. But hey, he's doing a lot of good job for Liverpool at this point. And 3-0 away from home. And let's get to look at the table. Yes, Juventus 2-0. And it's huge. Makinde and Thuram. I mean, that name Thuram will always be around Juventus. I mean, there's something about Juventus and Thuram. You recall the father was also a legend right there in the club, and now the son is also doing so well, you know, right there. And yes, Athletic Bilbao, you know, I mean, these guys. And another very big one on the night was the one that happened right there at the Rams Park. You know, Victor Osimhen's side against Atletico Madrid. That was a huge game. 1-1, that one ended. And it was huge. Abiodun, look at all of this result and tell me which of these results, you know, came as a surprise to you. And looking at the table, do you really think Man City can find a way back to the top 8 in the UEFA Champions League before? I mean, because that's going to be the last game when they go for the last game. Do you think Man City and Barcelona can find a way back to the top 8, or it's just going to be like this and then we'll get to the next round? I know they've all, you know, made it through the next round, but then can they find a way back to the, you know, top 8? Because everything will be pushing to actually get to the top 8, at least to put themselves in a position where they can actually get to play a team that is not as strong, you know, as you know, this other teams in the first 8 bracket.
Well, the most shocking result for me definitely has to be the City game against Bodo Glimt on Tuesday. And I was really surprised because on the Champions League night, you would expect Manchester City to go into such games, you know, and come out really good. But surprisingly, Bodo Glimt struck them in that game. And if you look at the countenance of Pep Guardiola, it shows in the man that is not happy with his team currently. And for Manchester City, you know, like I said the other time, they are going through, you know, a downtown right now. They need to invest in that team. And they've been doing all of that. You know, they brought in Semedo, brought in Maguire. These are players who are going to, you know, help them going forward into the season. But right now, I think that result on Tuesday was a shocking result for me. I wasn't expecting a Bodo Glimt, you know, to defeat Manchester City. Of course, he's following Bodo Glimt over the years in European competition. They are one side that lots of score goals. Even in their league, they score a lot of goals. So defeating Manchester City was a thing for me. But I want to believe Manchester City definitely will bounce back. They've got the quality. You know, they've got the know-how. They have a manager who is quite experienced, who can actually help them to navigate this muddy water.
But Abiodun, let's take a look at the table again. And, you know, that table, you see that there are 4 Premier League sides making it top 8. Arsenal, Tottenham, Newcastle and Chelsea. What does it say about the English Premier League?
Well, I wouldn't want to read too much into all of this because this same script played out last season. Liverpool actually stopped the season, and at the end of the day, they crashed out when it really mattered. So the league phase, of course, you play your game, you do your thing, and all of that. At the end of the day, it's really crucial for you, very important for you to qualify to the next round. But when you qualify to the next round, can you pick up the momentum right from there? Can you replicate whatever you did in the group in the league phase? So for me, it's very important for all of these top teams, to do well.
But you should also look at it. I mean, 5 out of 8. That's a show of strength.
Yeah, that's a show of strength, and you definitely cannot take away, that from them. The English Premier League have been, the most watched league in the world. But what I'm saying in essence is, I wouldn't want to read too much into all of this they are doing right now. You look at Arsenal topping the table, Liverpool, follow closely by Tottenham Hotspur. Even look at United that aren't doing bad. So they need to replicate all of this in the knockout phases. That is where you get to separate the boys from the men. So so you have to do all of that. For me, I would love to see them replicate all of that in the knockout. If you can do all of that, then you are ready to play with the big boys. You are ready to flex muscle with the big boys.
Absolutely.
I don't want to see the pattern of Liverpool last week, honestly.
Absolutely. I mean, Abiodun is actually rooting and talking strongly about consistency. If it's not consistency, he doesn't want to be part of it. He doesn't want to be carried away. If you're a Premier League lover, if you're a Premier League fan, if your team is one of the top 8, I mean, at this point, Abiodun is saying this is not the time to start jubilating. Let's see what happens after these round robin games. Let's move on to other sport, and it's the greatest of all time when it comes to tennis. I mean, I was having this conversation with Afis just before we got in the studio. I was talking about Novak Djokovic, and he was saying, for him, it's someone else. And I said, Novak Djokovic, that guy has shown just why, he's arguably the GOAT of the sport. And Novak Djokovic has continued his quest for a record-extending 11th Australian Open title by achieving his 399th Grand Slam match win against Italian qualifier Francesco Mastrelli, winning convincingly 6-3, 6-2, 6-2, despite not needing to shift into top gear. Djokovic showcased his skill, having dropped only 14 games in his first 2 matches. Djokovic acknowledged Mastrelli's potential, noting the young player's strong serve and game. Despite his lack of experience, the Serbian's performance once again highlighted his dominance at Melbourne Park as his 25th Grand Slam trophy. I mean, he's equaled Magnus Cort. I mean, the only person who's got the highest number of trophy after Serena Williams, who was actually also a woman, and she's got 23. Now Djokovic is 24. If he gets 25, I mean, we can obviously say he's the greatest across all sports when it comes to lawn tennis. Do you agree with me, Abiodun? You're not a Djokovic person.
Absolutely, I'm not.
Okay.
That doesn't mean he's not a great player. I'm a fan of Rafael Nadal. From time. I love Rafael Nadal. I love his style of play.
The strong play, the cut man.
Djokovic he came into the game like the man who decided to, break the momentum of football. Talking about Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer. When he came into the party, a whole lot of people were not happy. Who is this man that is coming from nowhere, to disrupt what the fans are enjoying? But since he came into the party, he's been very, very consistent, and I love the fact that he's been able to take his game to another level, and that is why we are talking about Djokovic being, one of the greatest tennis players of all time. So for me, I'm not a fan of the Serbian tennis man, but then that doesn't mean he's not a great player. Of course, if he goes on to win, another major Grand Slam this year, we definitely have to put him in that conversation. But some people will tell you that, he's done that. We respect him for whatever he has done so far. But then you cannot take away the fact that, Rafael Nadal, Roger Federer, brought that liveliness, that, that zeal, that passion for tennis that made a whole lot of, tennis fans to actually follow the game. Of course, he's a man that came with a whole lot of power, the style, and all of that. But then I always respect him for that. But always, I always go for, the Mayoka man talking about Rafa Nadal.
I mean, one thing about Djokovic that I always admire is his consistency. This guy has got a huge level of longevity. I respect Federer. Federer has always been my own man when it comes to playing style, but then when it comes to longevity, and that's one of the hallmark of greatness. If you don't have it, trust me, you might have the talent, but talent is not enough. We've seen great players, the likes of Van Basten, they've got the talent, but longevity actually took them out. You cannot say they are the greatest because they didn't actually give the game the good number of years that the game expected to actually see. So for me, it is the man. But we went from the racket game. Let's go straight to boxing as Deontay Wilder is reportedly closing on finalizing a deal for a fight against Derek Chisora, scheduled for April. Wilder's co-manager, Shirley Finkel, confirmed that negotiations are progressing well. This matchup will be significant for Chisora, marking his 50th professional fight, despite interest from unified champion Alexander Usyk in defending his title against Wilder in the USA. The former heavyweight champion is focused on facing Chisora's first. Wilder had only one fight last year, a knockout victory over Tyrell Anthony Hendon, returning after a loss to Seyi Zhang. And Chisora's rejuvenated with recent victories has been preparing for his monumental fight, which has said to be could be a very solid and the last before considering retirement. This anticipation surrounding the matchup has been heightened by the recent fierce off at the fierce face-off, I beg your pardon, at the IBA Pro event in Dubai. And these two guys, trust me, I remember, Chisora is one boxer who I was actually hoping is going to really rise. And I actually like Chisora like, a team like Everton that you get to see at some point, they'll feel like they're making all of the progression, but at some point they just get stuck and start, going there. But tell me about this fight. How much of, a help will it do to Wilder's career? Because his career plummeted after that fight against Usyk.
These two guys have been in the wilderness for a long time. And for Deontay Wilder, I really don't know the young man after that fight against Alexander Usyk. We all thought he was just going to retire, and of course, this farewell to boxing. But the man is saying he wants to come back against a tough opponent also in Chisora. Of course, Chisora also is a fantastic boxer, but then if you look at the records of these two guys, they've also been at that level at some point. Yeah. But they met with tougher opponents and they couldn't navigate all of their opponents at that moment. So it is just a matter of if you cannot go beyond those guys, you have to step back, and exactly what is happening to them right now. So they need to find their way back to the top once again. And I love the fact that they are going for each other this time around. Deontay Wilder, the Chisora, they need to get to that level again. Let's see if they've got what it takes to be back at that level where you can put them on the same pedestal with the likes of Alexander Usyk and the like. So for me, I'm really excited for the bout coming up in April. So let's see how it goes. But I'll be looking for Chisora because of his tenacity, because of what he's done before. Of course, Deontay Wilder also is a fantastic boxer, like I said, but the way and manner he lost to Alexander Usyk, I think it's going to be very, very hard for him to actually bounce back against Chisora.
But if he eventually wins this fight, I'm talking about Deontay Wilder, where does that leave him? Is it going to be, because he's actually looking at fighting Usyk again?
Well, I think that is going to be suicidal for him, honestly. Because you want to fight against a man who already did you dirty. I don't know why you want to go back to it. But then, boxing is a sport that loves to give back again. I'm quite sure Alexander Usyk will welcome the idea of another round again, for him to go at the belt. But trust me, I'm not sure Alexander Usyk will want to offer him that chance because there might be a belt on the table for him to actually, go for that bout. So I'm not sure that will happen. But then if Alexander Usyk on his own path and his camp decided to make that happen, good for the fans. The fans will definitely watch, will be excited about it. But then trust me, if Deontay Wilder go on to win this particular bout against Chisora, that means there's a lot to actually look forward to the young man, because he's trying to build himself up again. He's trying to get to that level where you can actually mention his name and you are according some level of respect as far as boxing is concerned. So it's going to be a fantastic bout to look forward to. But then, like I said again, I'm rooting for Chisora to actually win this one, because he's a man who has got the tenacity, the pedigree is there for him also. But the way Amana Deontay Wilder lost to Alexander Usyk the last time, I'm not sure if he has the water to go on and win this particular bout.
Thank you very much, Abiodun Akweno, for being part of Sport Republic this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you to have me on.
Of course, that's exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on today's episode of the Sport Show. And do well to actually join the guys, Hafiz and Jerry, as they break down all footballing stories, complex or not, this evening right there in the locker room, where the conversation about football is unending. And on that note, I say good morning once again. I'm Ikechukwu Aguagu. Up next is the midday news with David Edwin. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Naija change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack the thing wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them dey find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija.
That na why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness,
7 codes, now we go do our move. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
Leave bribery, wash your hands, come up from mago ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No they complain about Naija, complaining no they change our mode. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija, if we want better tomorrow, now we go make them work today.
7 promises, them don't talk 7 codes, now we go do our move. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo and Rivers. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo and Rivers. 7 promises, them don't talk 7 codes, now we go do our move. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija
our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsu. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News, Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. Lawmakers calls for fair APC e-registration in Zamfara State, cites glitches and rivalries. Atiku Abubakar advises supporters Obi's camp against insults. Peter Obi condemns handling of Kajuru church abduction, calls for divisive action. Court issues bench warrant against suspects linked to Turji Bello. Court sacks Abure, declares Nanadi Usman Labour Party chair. EU allocates 557 million euros humanitarian aid to Africa, focuses on Nigeria's northwest. On the foreign scene, Trump calls out on use of force, insists on taking Greenland.
In business, federal government plans to raise 900 billion naira via bond auction, doubling last year's target. In the world of sports, Manchester City fans to get tickets refund after Bodo Glimt's defeat. In entertainment, Hilda Bassi sets third Guinness record. We'll go on a very short break right now. Where we return, we'll go straight to the news itself. Please do stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary?
Welcome back. It is still the media news right here in Voice of the People television. Now to the major stories. The Supreme Court has dismissed the trial of Hamzat al-Mustafa, the former chief security officer to the late military ruler, General Sani Abacha, over the murder of Kudirat Abiola. Kudirat Abiola was the wife of the late politician and businessman MKO Abiola, the presumed winner of the annulled June 12, 1993 presidential election. She was killed in Lagos during the nationwide crisis following the annulment while campaigning to reverse the military's decision. Al-Mustafa's trial, brought by the Lagos state government, was put to rest today by a 5-man Supreme Court panel led by Justice Uwani Abba Aji. At the hearing, Lagos State did not appear and no legal processes had been filed since 2014 when the court ordered the trial to be reopened. Representing Al-Mustafa, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Paul Daudu, told the court that Lagos had failed to act on the 2014 order, not even filing a notice of appeal, showing a lack of seriousness in prosecuting the case. Daudu urged the court to dismiss the case entirely. Justice Abba Aji asked if Lagos had been served with hearing notice, which was confirmed. In a unanimous ruling, the Supreme Court agreed that Lagos had abandoned the case. Justice Abba Aji said 9 years was long enough for the state to act, and the trial was consequently dismissed. In another development, the Southern Kaduna Christian Leaders Association has condemned the recent abduction of 177 persons in Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State, describing the incidents as alarming and unacceptable. The association, in a statement signed by its chairman, Emmanuel Kure, expressed deep anguish over the attack, noting that it was the first time in the history of Southern Kaduna that worshippers from 3 different Christian denominations were abducted on the same day during church services. Kure said the Kajuru incidents had further compounded the insecurity challenges confronting Southern Kaduna, adding that several abductions in communities across Kauru, Kachia, and other parts of the region remained unresolved.
He lamented that many families in the affected areas were still living in pain and uncertainty over the fate of their loved ones, stressing that the recurring attacks had continued to instill fear among residents, while calling on the Kaduna State government, security agencies, and other relevant authorities to intensify efforts to secure the immediate and unconditional release of the abducted worshippers. The association urged decisive measures to end the cycle of kidnapping in the region. As part of a spiritual response to the crisis, the association announced a 2-day fasting and prayer program for the safe return of all abducted persons across southern Kaduna. Moving on, the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, has assured Nigerians that all amendments to the Electoral Act will be completed in time for the 2027 general elections. The assurance was conveyed through his special advisor on constitutional matters, Monday Ubani, in response to call by the Advocacy Foundation for the Senate to reconvene and prioritize the Electoral Bill 2025. Ubani said the Senate will take up the bill immediately after resuming from recess on January the 27th, aiming to pass it and secure presidential assent by the first week of February. He stressed the timeline is critical as the Independent National Electoral Commission must ensure a notice of election at least 1 year before polling day. The assurance comes after the Advocacy Foundation warned that failure to pass the amendment could force INEC to conduct the 2027 elections under the current 2022 Electoral Act. Moving on, the Senate and the House of Representatives committees on the Northwest Development Commission, in collaboration with the Commission, will hold a 1-day Northwest Stakeholders Development Summit on January the 31st in Kaduna State. This is contained in a statement jointly signed by the Senate Committee Chairman on NWDC, Senator Babangida Hussaini, and his House of Representatives counterpart, Sulaiman Abubakar, respectively, in Abuja. According to the statement, the summit is designed to bring together key stakeholders from across the 7 Northwest states to reflect on the zone's development challenges and align priorities for sustainable growth. The statement said that the summit would feature plenary sessions, technical decisions and discussions, and sector-focused engagement to strengthen collaboration, improve policy coherence, and support effective implementation of the Commission's mandate across the zone. It further noted that outcomes from the summit would help guide NWDC's programs and interventions and foster stronger partnership among stakeholders committed to the development of the zone. Still in the news, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, says it's carried out 87 relief interventions for 17,000 displaced persons across the Northwest in 2025. NEMA's Northwest Zonal Director, Sani Lokoja, told reporters in Kaduna that the displaced were victims of banditry, flooding, rainstorm, windstorm, fires, and communal clashes. Lokoja said Kaduna had the highest number of intervention with 34, followed by Sokoto State with 33 and Kano with 20. Kebbi recorded 16, Katsina 14, Jigawa 7, and Zamfara 6. The agency says this intervention has provided much needed support to affected communities throughout the year. Away from that report, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has begun enforcing the ban on alcohol sold in sachet and PET bottles below 200 millimeters. NAFDAC Director General Mojisola Adeyeye said the move follows the Senate directive and comes after consultations with the federal government. She explained the ban aims to protect public health, especially children and young adults, noting that small, cheap containers made alcohol easily accessible and increase the risk of abuse. Enforcement was originally planned for December 2025, but was temporarily suspended pending government consultation, which have now been concluded. And in the southwestern parts of Nigeria, the Ogun State Governor, Dapo Abiodun, has clarified a circulating report suggesting a confrontation between him and the Council of Afrobajes regarding the Awujale selection. According to the official sources, these claims are completely false and misleading. This was contained in a statement signed by the Special Advisor to the Governor of Information and Strategy, Kaide Akimade. Akimade said this statement that the governor remains committed to upholding due process, respecting the autonomy of traditional institutions, and ensuring a fair process in the selection of a new Awujale for Ijebu. He added that Governor Dapo Abiodun's administration will continue to prioritize dialogue, harmony, and the preservation of cultural values. And in the North Central, Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak has set up a 3-member panel to investigate the recent student protests at Kwara State Polytechnic. The Commissioner for Tertiary Education, Saidatu Modibo Kawu, confirmed this in a statement issued in Ilorin, the state's capital. The protest had earlier prompted the governor to order the temporary closure of the Polytechnic to safeguard lives and properties. Modibo Kawu said the panel is chaired by the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Senior Suleiman, and has 2 weeks to submit its report. She explained that the committee will examine both the immediate and remote causes of the protests, its handling, and engage relevant stakeholders. The commissioner added that the governor has directed the rector, Abdul Jimo, to step aside while the most senior deputy rector will serve in an acting capacity. Still on education-related matters, the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Polytechnics has rejected the revised scheme of service for polytechnics prepared by the National Board of Technical Education. Union President Philip Ogushipe said the rejection, detailed in a minority report submitted to the Education Minister, stems from sharp disparities introduced between teaching and non-teaching staff at the entry-level position. The union also criticized remarks by the chairman of the Committee of Heads of Polytechnics, who reportedly said rectors and some non-teaching staff could not retire on the same grade level, calling the statement demeaning, elitist, and against public service rules. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the Midday News.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me.
Thank you so very much. Well, also joining us virtually is Mr. Sunday Oladapo. Mr. Sunday is a politician and also public and political affairs analyst. But I do understand right now that Mr. Sunday is yet to join the conversation. But let's start off from the studios here with Mr. Dele Fanimo. Interestingly, Mr. Fanimo, the Polytechnic workers have rejected the new, I'm talking about the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Polytechnic, have rejected the revised schemes of service for Polytechnic prepared by the National Board of Technical Education. Well, these again, according to the union's president, Philip Ogushipe, is saying that the scheme does not entirely indicate what the association stands for. Plus, it's, according to him, demeaning and delisting the union. What's your position with these kind of
you see, the hierarchy of academic staff in Polytechnic ends with a chief lecturer.
Okay.
Whereas in the universities, it's the professor. And the new scheme of things states that as professor, your retirement age is 70.
Right.
Whereas for chief lecturers in the Polytechnic, for Federal Polytechnic lecturers, I think it's 65.
Okay.
Then the emolument structure also differ. And as well as the products, the placement of their products, HND and bachelor, the placement is also, while the graduate follows the administrative cadre, the HND graduate follows executive cadre. So the product of HND Polytechnic, the terminal point is chief executive. From principal to chief, yes. I think it's on level 14.
Okay.
Which is also equivalent to the position of a director in the admin line. So HND graduates, from the scheme of things, cannot be a permanent secretary in the civil service.
Okay.
So what that says technically is that the Polytechnic lecturers and by extension, the non-academic staff represented in the university as NASU.
Yes.
Then represented by, I've forgotten the acronym of that of the Polytechnic. They are also not on the same level. I think for university is 65 now.
So this disparity clearly
is
the reason why this scheme would not work according to the union.
Yes.
That is clearly
because it's not holistic.
Okay.
It's not holistic. But on the flip side, when you want to, I'm a product of the two. On the flip side, if you want to calculate the number of years spent to attain HND status, it's 5 years. 2 years for OND, 1 year for industrial experience, and then 2 years for HND. Whereas a BSc holder in some of those courses in the universities, you only do 4 years straight. So the argument is, if I have to spend 5 years in the Polytechnic, particularly when the certificate I'm parading at O level is same thing or even better than that of university graduates at the starting point, why should I now be subservient to the BSc holder? But if you want to also argue it, the advent of HND started as a result of the need for middle-level manpower.
Right.
Skilled middle-level manpower.
Yes.
So the way it is structured is the HND holder uses his hands, whereas the BSc holder uses his intellect, his brain. He designs for the HND holder to implement. That was the original arrangement. But over the years, just find out that the same courses they offer in the universities are what they are now offering. They have even abandoned those core areas of the polytechnics. So now you see polytechnics offering HND, offering business administration, offering all manner of courses that you also find, accountancy that you also find in the universities.
Right.
So now the era of separating these two is almost thinning out. And so the belief now is, if I have to go and study mass communication in Polytechnic, for instance, and you had gone to university to study mass communication, what makes you better than me on the job? So why should you now be my boss on the job? So, and it's more prevalent in the civil service, in the public sector. In the private sector, particularly this, our trade, you may have a school cert, and if you are very good, nobody nobody counts it against you.
Sure.
But in the public sector, even if you are the dullest of candidates, as long as you have the BSc, you will be promoted well above HND.
All right, then. Before I jump off,
that is the cross of the matter.
Before I jump off this situation,
why the polytechnic, academic and non-academic, are saying that they are rejecting certain things is the fact that the focus is on making them be on the same pedestal.
Almost at par.
At par. But what about the other factors?
Now, that's where exactly I'm going. So if, for instance, government should want to reconsider its position and making it at par, what then happens to technical schools across the nation? Which, again, you mentioned the other sector. How can that now not even create even much more lacunas? Because, hey, the technical schools will be saying, we are more practical than these people who, again, you say just use their brains.
You see, I think there's a difference between a technical school and a polytechnic.
Of course, there is.
Now, the question is, if you notice in the last 2 years, they practically woo young people to come to technical schools by making it tuition free and some other incentives. Because, you know, this is a country where ego plays a critical role in your societal endeavors. How would they see me as a plumber with trade tests?
All right, then.
How would a BSc holder see me? Whereas you are sometimes sought after than that university graduate
who is still looking for a job with the white collar companies. Well, let's move from that conversation to another one. And I want to stay with the Southwest, where Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun has cleared out reports suggesting a major confrontation between himself and the Council of Afobajes. I mean, I saw this report a couple of days ago and I said, there's never a smoke without a fire. But in the reality, the governor has come out to clearly say right now that there is nothing like a major confrontation or any fire between myself and the Afobajes, even though the selection of Yawujale has been suspended so far. But then, what do we make of this? I know you have a bit of information on this particular story. So what do we make of this, Mr. Fadimo?
You see, at the cross of this crisis is the resistance of the kingmakers, Afobajes,
yes,
in Ijebuland, that they are not going to succumb to a government officials imposing a candidate on them that has not passed through them. Now, you see, it's easy for the Awujale in council to do this because majority of these people are well-to-do. They are not just ordinary people. When you have the likes of Kuku, you know, and the rest of them. So what they are saying is, there was a meeting where the governor said that there is a particular candidate from the top that had been endorsed by government. And the Afobajes said, this is a traditional institution and we would have to go through the process. Even when others had submitted their claims, counter-claims petition that these Afobajes are looking to, then you just summon them and say, this is the candidate from above. They said, no, they are not going to have that. So it became a stalemate. They said they were not going to allow it to happen. And the government is saying, this is our choice.
Now,
and so the only way, if it will not precipitate trouble, is for the government to halt the process and then go back and find a way around it so that there will be a consensus candidate at the end of the day that has the imprimatur of the Awujale in council.
I like to stay with this line of the consensus of the Awujales and all of that. The question now would be, how much of a power does the governor have in the installing of the next Awujale of Ijebuland?
You see, on paper, governor is also relying on the powers of the local government chairman.
Okay, within that particular
because after Sultan and Oni of Ife, the late Oni of Ife,
yes,
Obasiju Ade, and the late Sultan, I think, was it Dasuki then, when they had brushes with Babangida, when they traveled without his consent, and he now enacted a decree that has not been vacated up to today, that traditional rulers are now under local government chairman. That was why they were able to remove the Emir of Kano. You know that Ganduje did not remove him. He only used
the local
government chairman with the stamp of authority of the State House of Assembly to remove him. So technically, Awujale is subject to the government in a way. But because of the strength of character and the power of members of the kingmakers in council,
yes,
they are contesting this. And I see them going to court to challenge some of these things.
Oh, wow.
And the end is not in sight.
Okay. We definitely will keep our eyes on that conversation and, of course, give you the stories as they progress. Let's move to another important conversation. The Supreme Court has declared and, of course, dismissed Major Hamza Al-Mustafa's trial in the Kudirat Abiola case, murder case. Mr. Fanimo, this is a situation that has been ongoing since, I think, 2014, if I'm not wrong. But looking at the fact that Supreme Court clearly has said, look, the Lagos State government...
I think it got to Supreme Court in 2014. Al-Mustafa's case started even before the advent of this republic.
I'm even talking... I mean, it's just what it is. So, looking at this particular dismissing of the case by the Supreme Court, what does this portend for the family of the Abiolas right now? Because again, the Lagos State government seems not to be pushing this case, and that is the major reason why the court has.
As a matter of fact, the trial judge in Lagos State then has been nominated to the Supreme Court.
Right,
Justice Oyewole.
Yes.
Now, you see, the fact of the case appears to have been destroyed along the line. Where is Sergeant Rogers today? Where is Major... I've forgotten this man's name. Is it Kachala? Or I can't remember now. And some other principal suspects that gave evidence at that time at the Oputa panel.
Yeah.
So they are no longer around. We don't even know their whereabouts. So what evidence are you going to use to nail Mustafa? And that's what the court relied on. And Al-Mustafa would have been roped in on vicarious liability or circumstantial evidence. But where are the principal? Rogers said he was a major player in the shooting of Kudirat. Where is Sergeant Rogers today? And the likes. So, for me, it's just like closing this chapter once and for all.
Rather than elongating
it and still open wounds. So, I think Al-Mustafa can now go and enjoy the rest of his life.
But then again, he's also trying to get into politics, something that a lot of persons have asked questions. How much credibility does he have? You would also say he's a Nigerian, so he has the freedom of being voted.
He's a Nigerian. He has not been convicted. He has not been declared bankrupt. He has not been tested to be of a sound mind.
So all of those preludes can allow him become a candidate. All right, then let's move to this conversation in Kaduna State, where the Southern Kaduna Christian Leaders Association have clearly condemned the abduction of over 177 persons in Kajuru local government.
The government said it's 163.
Now, here's the thing. We have... wait, let me even ask. How much of data problem do we have, and how much harm is this going to consistently keep giving the country? Because when a group of Christians say it is 177, government that have said nothing of such happened by the local government chairman is coming again to say we have 163.
You see, it's not all about data. It's concealment of information.
To what end, Mr. Fanimo?
You see, somebody was saying, I think the spokesperson of the police also was saying that they had to conceal that information so that they don't raise panic among the populace. But these are the people that they know, those who have been abducted. How can somebody take 163? Let's concede without agreeing that it's 163.
Right.
Even if you carry 163 chickens from one village to the other, at least somebody will notice that movement. Not to talk of human beings.
I mean, just one United States citizen was picked up in Nigeria and
head was let loose until that man was rescued. So what are we talking about? You see, we tend to encourage, we tend to embolden these maladjusted individuals who call themselves terrorists by making them look invincible, making them look almighty, all powerful. When we begin to go back and forth on all of this, the question I keep asking myself is, to move 163 people from one point to the other, even if you have 163 cows that listens to just one person, sometimes they stray.
And to think that they were not just from one particular church.
3 churches. So, does it mean, and within the same community?
Yes.
Does it mean that when they were carrying out the first attack, there was no information to the other churches to flee? You see, it shows that it is either they went to these churches simultaneously, captured them, and then marched them into the forest. But how far can these people accommodate? What is the level of intelligence around this place? Forever, we know that most of the time, the places where they capture people and kidnap people are far flung from the city center. And it's like a sitting duck. Why don't we place some level of surveillance around some of these far-flung communities to forestall this kind of incidents?
Mr. Fanimo, let's just oppose this while we let you go in the end. Katsina State is about letting out 70 alleged bandits that were captured and, of course, reintegrating them into the society again. And just yesterday, the Emir of Kano, I'm talking about Sanusi II, also told the government of Kano State that, look, sign this death warrant so that this will deter all of these criminal elements that go about killing people and maiming people all across the society. Just opposing these two situations now with what we're experiencing here. I mean, the Southern Kaduna Christian Association of Nigeria did say that it's not just in Kajuru. There's one that has happened across Kauru and Kachia. With all of this, the commander-in-chief has changed his service chiefs, and he did say Nigerians would not tolerate excuses. But as we speak, Nigerians are still being picked and named and killed by these bandits. How do we justify?
You see, as to the refusal of state chief executives to sign death warrants, I don't know why it has been so. As of today, those awaiting execution that are all over the prisons, there are over 4,000.
This is final correction, it's over 6,000.
Maybe I don't have the latest statistics. Now 6,000. And these are terminal cases. They have gone up to Supreme Court and the Supreme Court have upheld the judgment. So are you going to wait until the prisons now burst from its seams and these people are back in the society to unleash terror? You recall that one particular guy who was convicted of murder, condemned to death, but released. You know his first port of call? He went straight to the family of those who give you the evidence against him and kill them. Do we want all this to happen?
Big question there. Because of our time, Mr. Fanmo, really, we have to draw anchor on analysis segment of the midday news. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you once again, Mr. Fanimo, for being here.
Always my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the midday news. We are up next. Please just stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. APC chieftain Joe Igbokwe has expressed concerns over the ongoing demolition of properties belonging to Ndibo in Lagos State. In a post on in his official Facebook page, Igbokwe said he had received multiple complaints from Igbo residents about their homes being torn down by state officials. He described the Igbo community as a vital part of Lagos growth, noting that after more than 40 years in the state, he is aware of their significant investment. Igbokwe has urged Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to intervene and find an amicable solution to the issue. Moving on, across many Nigerian homes and schools, the use of mother tongue is gradually declining among children as English and Nigerian Pidgin increasingly dominate daily communication, raising broader conversation about language. Identity and cultural continuity is in the country with hundreds of indigenous languages. From there on, let's move straight to some business stories. The Nigerian interbank settlement system says digital payment fraud losses, fell sharply to 25.85 billion naira in 2025, a 51% drop from the previous year. The figures were disclosed by NIBSS Managing Director and CEO Premier Okwil at the 2026 Nigeria Electronic Fraud Forum Technical Kickoff in Lagos. OIWOS noted that while fraud cases have steadily declined over the past 5 years, the value of losses remains a major concern. Data shows reported incidents dropped from nearly 124,000 in 2021 to about 67,500 in 2025, with only 4% decline in the past year. Lagos counted for more than 63% of fraud activities, followed by Abuja, while Ogun, Rivers, and Delta states each recorded just over 1%. E-commerce and internet banking remains the most affected channels, with social engineering, especially insider abuse, identified as a leading fraud method. From that business story, we'll move straight to talking sports. The Confederation of African Football, CAF, has imposed heavy sanctions on Algeria following chaotic scenes after their quarter-final loss to Nigeria at the African Cup of Nations in Morocco. Nigeria won the match 2-0 to book a semi-final place, but incidents after the final whistle led to punishment for players, officials, and supporters. Goalkeeper Lucas Zidane, son of French legend Zinedine Zidane, has been suspended for 2 matches. Defender Rafik Beghagli received a format ban with 2 games suspended. The bans will be served during the 2027 AFCON qualifiers, meaning both players remain eligible for the summer's World Cup. The Algeria Football Federation has also fined $100,000 for team misconduct and misappropriated behavior by players, officials, and fans. In response, the Federation has confirmed it will appeal the sanction, saying it will defend the interests of Algerian football through official channels. Still talking sports, Nottingham Forest have added Olaina in their UEFA Europa League squad ahead of their final 2 league phase matches. The Nigerian international could make his first appearance in the competition today where Forest faces Portuguese side SC Braga. The fullback has been sidelined since September with a hamstring injury picked up on international duty, but returned to action earlier this month. And in entertainment, the mother of Anu, the 12-year-old girl at the center of the paternity disputes involving Afrobeat star Davido, has accused her Adeleke family of intimidation, manipulation, and abuse of power. In a statement, she denied claims that additional DNA tests were carried out in 2020, contradicting recent comments by the family. She also alleged that her sister, Titilayo Lambijo, had been in contact with Adedeji Adeleke since the COVID-19 pandemic, a development she described as shocking, and accused the family of using their influence and wealth to monitor her. The statement comes less than 24 hours after Adedeji Adeleke, Davido's father, spoke publicly on the controversy, saying the family coordinated multiple DNA tests to determine whether Anu Oluwapo is biologically related to the singer. He also detailed how documents, photographs, and correspondence allegedly linking Davido to the child's mother led the family to pursue what he described as extensive testing to resolve the issue. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Top of the hour, 1 p.m. Nigerian time, will be the program Spotlight with Precious Agumanu. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the talk, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk, lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
And voices matter. And this is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, I'm sure you won't forget, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Pressy. And today, I am not alone. So gracing our screen today, we have an Afro-pop dancehall artist with us today, and he is someone that has been into the music scene for couple of times, and he is no other person than El Nayan. Welcome to the show. So tell me, El Nayan, how do you feel today?
Yeah, I feel great. I like how you guys love yourselves.
Ooh, you get. See, we're going to pass the vibe of the love, you understand? So, Anaya, tell me, it has been, the weekend has been a lot. So, how have you been able to cope? A lot of parties, a lot of...
we've been partying, we've been just going with the flow. Not going with the flow, hitting the flow.
Hitting the flow.
Yes.
All right. This is actually beautiful. So it's a good one. So yes, get ready, everyone, because we are about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And we're going to talk about a lot of things, all the stories, whether they happen for Nigeria. And first off, we're going to talk about today is Makinde has actually called out Jaruma. So veteran Nollywood actor Makinde has publicly called out controversial relationship therapist and influencer Hawal Saidu Muhammad, that is popularly known as Jaruma, and over a viral video involving his son Michael Ike. So the actor expressed outrage after discovering that his son and image were linked to a video promoting Jaruma's adult-themed products. So a move he described as misleading, disgraceful, and damaging to his reputation. So taking to social media, Makinde firmly distanced himself from the content, stating that he has no affiliation with Jaruma or her brand and never gave consent for his identity to be used in such a manner. So he demanded the immediate removal of his name and pictures from all related materials, warning that he would take legal actions to protect his image if the issue persisted. So in the emotional post, the actor also addressed his son directly, lamenting that he described as poor life choices, including leaving university and engaging in controversial online content. So Makinde said this situation caused him deep pain as a father and public figure, so emphasizing that he had worked hard over the years to build a respectable brand, which he would not allow to be dragged into dispute. So the incident has since sparked widespread reactions online, with many Nigerians debating parental responsibility, personal choices, and the use of celebrity identities without consent. So I want to talk about a lot of things, parents are actually facing right now. Young ones, there's this youthful exuberance, really, this is what I'll call it, because a lot of young ones want to be in that circle, they want to be there, and I get the whole idea. But I feel that parents also want to see their child doing good things.
Every parent.
You get what I'm trying to say.
Parent.
So they want to see their child doing better than them. So I think this particular one wasn't just good because Makinde had actually seen his child, being on a content for Jaruma, and talking about what Jaruma actually sells online and stuff like that. I think the guy it's a lot. It's a lot. But seriously, every parent that says this would want to react the way Makinde has actually reacted, and this has to bring to where we parents, what are the parents doing are they really trying their best to groom their child well? Basically, what happened? I think the child is Emekike's son has actually reached the age where he can, decide for himself.
Yeah, and not
decide for
all
himself.
the time. Not all the time parents are able to like detach.
Yeah,
they're still seeing that their boy.
And come to think of it, the kind of people young ones we have now, they are Gen Z people. Hey God, they can do things.
Too much para.
Too much. They can do things. So I actually get the fact that Emekike is trying to, protect his son and those kind of things. And that's what every parent would do. But Gen Zs will always be the Gen Z. They will act the way they.
I remember where it was mostly our parents not wanting us to do entertainment. But now they are kind of encouraging.
Actually, and come to think of it, the son wants to do, he wants to go into, entertainment and he just wants to be like his father. Definitely, a lot of parents are, are into the entertainment scene. Most of their children are like, I wouldn't call out like Wizkid's son, doing his song. You get
millions.
Every parent wants to see their child doing better than them, but it's not an issue for. I think it's not an issue for Emekike, but the fact that he is not liking the fact that the son is actually doing it, promoting the content for Jaruma. So he has issues with it actually.
He's like, why are you doing it that way?
He's having issues with it, but he wants his son to actually go to school. If you want to do the same thing your father has actually done, we don't have issues with that. But I think doing it the right way. Go to school, learn. Then maybe when you come out, you could, if you want to go acting, if you want to do another thing, it's left up to you. But I think young ones should really learn right now because it's very important. Now they say school na scam. Like school no be scam. Man, I tell you truth, it's not be scam. No, let's not let anybody just pressure you or tell you about it. Say school na scam. Not believe though, because people will still go school. They're very important. Because if you want to talk to people, if you want to relate with people, you want to interact, communication actually. So how do you now do it if you're not, you understand? So it's a lot. So yeah, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this and the way Emekike reacted to the content and also Jaruma. And let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. And a lot of people still brought out their own experiences as a parent. So let's see what my comment section now, because comment section is always the oh my God. So yes, somebody said shameless woman. Hey God, you see what I talk now? I say they don't start. This is where problem. If you see, sometimes I'll just say God. When I just drop some stories, I'll be like, God, Father Heaven, help me. My comment section, they don't agree.
If they go wild.
All right. So Wisdom Wealth said, shameless woman, picking where them born for your face. Oh, it's well. And Nourish Table said, the same Jaruma where I see one blogger asking for fundraising to her child. All right. And somebody else said that generation really likes school. They always feel say failure don't set in one school no day. So look how many go school where they get them clear. Abi see as they be billionaires.
Somebody is giving a point. Okay.
All right. And somebody said, sad indeed. I feel his pain. Every parent wants the best for their kids, actually. And influencing on advert can come later, definitely. So go get a career first. The mindset of finding shortcuts to make money has damaged a lot of youth. And yes, that's the truth. You see a lot of people that content want to start creating content. They forget that I'm supposed to be in school. I've seen a lot of young ones, creating. I don't have issues with you creating content. You understand? You want to make money. You want to be everywhere. You want to be in the entertainment scene. I don't have issues with that. But
one thing I like to add to that is that if you want to do something that is not necessarily school, you have to be able to prove your parents. And when I say prove your parents, that learning is not only going to whatever university in Nigeria, whatever. Find schools around where you want to go to if you don't want to get distracted. If that's okay, right? Like find things that you would do that is like a build-up. Some people didn't really go to the school, but they had handwork.
Actually, the skill.
If you go to the UK, for example, their schools are more of foreigners than them. Them, they are outside working.
Of course.
Right? Because you, at the end of the day, you're living a life.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So find something that would be enough for your parents to say, okay, we trust you.
Right.
They should be able to trust you. That's just what I need to add to that.
It's just about, I feel that, you know, young ones we have today, our youth nowadays, they don't value the being in class, you know, teachings and the rest of them. They just want to be there. Maybe now waiting I see, now they want the, you know, we have so...
Yeah, when internet is too much.
Yes.
Like you're on your phone all the time.
All the time. All the time. Yeah. It's crazy. But yes, we still have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are still talking about.
Session.
And somebody said, your comments must be far from sarcasm as a woman. Okay. And somebody said, I don't blame Emeka. Another person said, another family matter. All right. And somebody said, this one go break him Emeka heart too. And Lovely said, that's one side effect of a broken home. And yes, come to think about a broken home. You know, a lot of people believe that, basically men, you understand, they believe that single mothers are not doing a great job, you know, training, especially when it comes to training their male children.
I would like to say, like, whose fault was it for her to be a single mother?
Oh my God!
Not the father. Let's blame the guy too. Why is he not there?
Wow, it's a lot. That's I said. See the amount of divorce we had 2025. They shouldn't just carry everything today. Everybody should just.
I don't want to prolong our topic, but what is causing this whole divorce?
Because people are not seeing it as a normal thing. Oh, wow, if the marriage doesn't work, all right, everybody.
I heard that people go for divorce classes.
It's actually funny. And everybody, see, I don't want to say this, but it's funny where love doesn't look like love anymore.
Love is trying to be monetized.
What? Everybody, like, when you tell somebody that I love you, you're talking about, if you're not loving me, you're not giving me, you understand?
If you're not giving me, you're not loving me.
Even Davido talk and say,
love is sweet.
When money enter, love is sweeter, but then we should balance this thing.
Right.
It's a lot of, I feel that people that are falling in love, you should fall in love with your sense, with your head. Yeah. It's not be like because you're being pressured, everybody wants to get married and you yourself, you want to get married. Guy, if you're doing it that way, you're going to come out. Seriously.
If you rush,
it's crazy.
You rush out.
A lot of divorces, and I'm like saying, please, this year, will be 2026, let's be guided.
I mean, like, see, our parents before, they tried for us. They did not separate. But all of you want to be
even they self get two wives then, no. With the two
wives go turn friends.
With two wives, when they peace they day. But no, this time around.
Let's not even say peace they day. Fight go still day the house.
But they go still
all right. Why is everybody just divorcing? You're not comfortable, you are leaving. Why?
But then, when we talk about divorce, it's between the man and the woman right now, because a lot of people some mothers are not training. I know you're a man, but I want to basically talk about this. Some mothers are not training their male children well, and some mothers are not training their female children well. Do you understand? When you get a well-trained man, there are things the man should know that he is to do, and things he is not supposed to do. And as a lady that is well-trained, should know the things you're to do and things you're not meant to do. You understand? You already have that mindset that you're going into a relationship. This is somebody that you are meeting. Like you've never known him from, Adam. You've never had to stay with this kind of person. So he has a different perspective and you have a different lifestyle too. So the both of you trying to be together has to decide.
The level of alignment.
Thank you. So you coming to say, he did not treat me like this. You did not see it when you are doing the talking stage thing.
Also, right? A lot of people create like an idea of relationship, of marriage in their head.
Yes.
And once they are in it and it's not going the way it has been in their head for years, movies. So make crazy things that is not even your culture. From the beginning, right?
Actually,
you're having it in your head, and all of a sudden you want to make everybody do it in their head. It cannot work like that now.
It cannot.
It cannot work like that.
It cannot. See, this year, everybody should be guided, though. I don't want to be hearing divorce left, right, center. I'm tired. I'm actually tired. I talked about it a lot of time last year, 2025, and this is just January.
Why do people just get together?
Please, if you know that you're not ready to be in a relationship and give birth to reasonable children, actually, because a lot of people will, they will.
Because it's the divorce that is bringing more of this divorce.
Yes. Because they won't have time to take care of that child or, train them the proper way. Because this is
once a child is coming up and he sees how his parents have been together, it has something to do in his head. It has a lot to impact in his head. But if he comes up and all he's seeing is, my mom did this, my dad did that, my mom did, and all of a sudden, my mom is not with my dad.
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to my dad. He's scattering the boy's head or the girl's head.
I'm telling
too
you.
much. So the more divorce, the more chaos in the society. I beg more take now.
I beg. All right. And that takes us, I just pray that, Emekike gets the way to fix this with his son. I just think, I should just pardon the boy. I think he's going through, the adult age.
I mean, every, if not for the fact that they're like big, Emekike is a big name. This is something that happened in a normal home.
Actually.
Right? Like a boy and his father will always have that time where they are having issues.
Yes.
But now, because it's coming from a star home, everybody wants to have an opinion on it. So
actually, that's the truth. All right, and that takes us to our next gist, and it happens to be that Nigerian music superstar David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has reportedly been involved in a heated exchange with a young girl, Anu, also known as Michelle, and who claims to be his daughter. So the controversy resurfaced after Anu made an emotional appeal on social media, urging the singer to submit to a fresh DNA test to confirm her paternity. According to reports, Davido responded, you get what I'm trying to say, strongly online, denying the claims and insisting that multiple DNA tests had already been conducted in the past, all of which allegedly returned negative results. So his reaction, described by observers as intense, quickly sparked widespread discussion across social media platforms. So the singer further warned Anu and her mother to stop associating his name with the claim, stating that the issue has caused him and his family prolonged distress. So while the exchange has been described as heated, there is no confirmation of it, like any physical confrontation, as the matter appears to be limited to online statements and alleged messages. So the renewed dispute has once again divided public opinion, with some calling for a definitive and transparent resolution. So while others emphasize the emotional and legal sensitivity surrounding paternity claims involving public figures, see, this is the height of it. I don't know how somebody will just come up one day, you're my father. Like,
do you know what is surprising to me?
Yeah.
Right? Like, because I'm not Davido. If I was in the shoes of Davido, I would not even try to do so many tests. Because I saw a tweet where he said, what was he saying? He said he has never met this person before.
I just want to let Davido know that we trust you, bro.
Yeah,
why would you even go for the test?
5 times.
Bro,
you've never met this person
5
before.
times, it's crazy.
Why
you don't even need to know about
now?
Leave this girl to be claiming what she's claiming, because I don't get it. All of a sudden, you're grown and you want to come and start fighting that Davido is your father.
Just make her your online daughter and just leave her alone. Because it's crazy. You've not met this person before and you have the energy to go 5 times. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, OG.
And for this lady, you have strength of the Lord. Really? I don't know how. Oh God, Lord help some Nigerians. The way you people just get your vibe, you get the vibe to pull this out. It's crazy.
Maybe it's the heat in the country sometimes. It's like it boils, and for the people that are in Lagos again, there's a lot of pepper.
See, come to think about it, you see, a lot of Nigerians don't like it when you are actually progressing. You're saying,
I'm scared to see that part of it.
But it's the truth. Anytime you come up with something, you see plenty haters lined up. Yeah. Oh, because you got a perfume. Oh, because you got this. Oh, because you got a house. Oh, because you... they don't have peace of mind. It's like peace of mind is far away from them. So why do they feel... I've been asking myself, why is it that you people feel so pained? So pained, actually. You cannot be happy for somebody.
The thing is,
this lady now wants to drag herself into this.
You won't blame these guys because like they are going through a lot. They are looking for somebody they can blame.
Voila for superstar.
They're always looking for who they can blame. Like, do you know what is going on outside? Are we not in this country together?
I don't
have the suffer that is going on.
I think nobody will even listen to that lady because why is she coming out to fight now? At what age?
She's fighting for fame now. I'm sorry, but maybe that's what it is.
Oh my God. But
don't you know her now? I know.
God will give Davido the strength.
Amen.
But because of the 5 GNA you've already gone for, like
bye my day, God give you strength.
All right, a lot of people have talked about this, and people are bringing out their own opinions on what Davido did and talking about the lady herself. And people are saying that, Auntie, you need to be calming down because I don't understand.
I'd like to see what the comments look like. Comment section.
Comment section is the right section.
More interesting than the normal post. Let's see what
comment section has for us because we have a lot of people talking about this. So let's see some comments and take some. And yes, somebody said, see as they force fatherhood on person. God, I beg go. Now by force will be father. God. Oh my God. And Jumi Babe said, only one test is enough. And if it's, do you get it? You do the first one, do the second one, bruh.
I have been saying that. You have not met this person before.
Come on.
And you're still going for test.
Test. Wait till you want proof.
Why?
We believe you. No need.
Why you dey test when you never test? Why?
God, I beg though. See, my ladies, I'm so disappointed at this lady because
thank God there's a woman saying it.
Jesus Christ.
Thank God. Well done. You're trying.
My gender sometimes, when they do things where they baff, like you will make me scared.
From the mouth of a woman.
See, we don't carry how many father, we don't be father to how many children. You say you want to join your kilo day. More that they calm down. All right, we have more comments. Let's see what somebody has to say. So somebody said, if David was Osisi Kanku, oh my God, this girl no go, they find him to do DNA. Do you get it?
Right. If he wasn't Davido, that's just a simple thing.
Yes.
Nobody who wants good is suffer.
Oh God.
Who wants suffer?
Poverty.
Nobody wants suffer.
Seriously. And Charles Amaru said, David just block all of them and stop replying the messages. What, like, if David be conductor, etc., would the mom claim him? You ain't the one typing those messages. Somehow, your prodigal mother is in charge. Oh, wow. It's not prodigal mother. I don't want prodigal son.
Prodigal mother.
Oh, my God.
Nigerians.
It is weird. See.
Nigerians are coming up with things.
See, this
what
year.
What the hell is prodigal mother?
See, please. This lady, I don't know why you're doing this, though, but if you're doing this to, chase the fame and I don't think, going this way is the right way. You could actually do this, in a better way. Not with this thing you're doing right now. Because
I wish it's easy to take.
Everybody feels like you're lying. Like, why is it now? Why didn't you come then to claim that? Why now?
How old is this person said that?
It's crazy.
How old is this person?
Look at her. She's grown. She's grown. It's well. All right.
The Lord help her.
Amen. And help Davido too.
Amen.
Maybe this is 6.
The Lord help them.
All right. And yes, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we still have El Naya with us. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. and don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, I'm it's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
And yes, welcome back, beautiful people, to the show Spotlight on VOP TV. And yes, we still have El Nayan with us. And yes, El Nayan is known as an Afropop and a dancehall artist known as the Dolphin.
You know what it is.
So tell me, El Nayan, have you been doing music for a long time? Because I need to know this, your song. How did you, like your name, sorry. How did you come about your name?
My name?
Nayan.
Okay, so my dad named me after his favorite musician,
Ooh.
Elvis Presley.
Wow,
So,
okay.
But then because I'm a very cultural boy, I like my own tribal name to be part of my stage name.
Okay.
So my full name is Elvis Nayan Michael.
Wow.
So instead of Elvis Nayan,
yeah,
I go El Nayan.
Come on, with the name, with the vibe. So tell me, a lot of people don't know you right now. So let's meet you. For those that don't know you,
Okay, for you that don't know me, my name is El Nayan. I'm a musician all the way from the northern part of Nigeria, and I'm not Hausa. They call us Chongai people. In case you don't know, you now know. I am a Chongai boy. I'm here to talk to you. Welcome to knowing me.
All right. So let's talk about music right now. So I've been doing music for a long time now. Like how many years?
I officially started recording and performing on stage 2014.
Oh, okay.
So, but like when we started, we were not doing dropping on Spotify and all. We were doing blogs for people to download and all that.
Oh, wow.
So from 14 to this time, maybe 10 or 11 years.
Yeah.
Consistently.
You know,
just pushing it. Yeah.
Oh my God. So tell me, how did your journey into Afropop, begin?
I mean, like every one of us at some point was inspired by Machala. Right? So like I'm not even going to like go through the corners from seeing Wiz like from the beginning. I'm like, I want to be like this man. Like, I like what he's doing. I feel like I can do it. That's a Nigerian like me. I want to do what he's doing. Like I want to come as a Nigerian and show Nigerians who I am, what I am, what God has put inside me.
Oh wow! So before I go into this question, I want to ask. I love this on your hand. So what does it mean? Because it's a lot. I see you, put it on.
Okay, so last year, I had an accident.
Oh, okay.
And I broke my arm,
wow.
or rather my wrist.
Ooh.
So I wanted to like keep it low key and not put it online until I finish healing. But I'm like, that would be a long time. Like imagine me staying home until this whole thing heals. I'll not be posting on Instagram, nothing. I'm like, nah. So me and my guys are like, let your people know. And I posted it. Everybody will be sorry and all of that. But then I couldn't just stay in one place. I'm an artist. I'm always supposed to be outside.
Yeah.
So I decided that I'm going to like make videos, and I still had the cast. I can't remove it at that time. So this one has gone really far with healing already.
Ooh.
So at that time it was like a heavy cast after the surgery.
Yes.
So I was just going out to make my videos like that.
Wow.
So some people now thought it was branding.
It's a branding, yes.
And I was there with my hand heavy. I just wanted to do my thing and pass. So the first time I removed it, somebody now said, why is your cast off? I saw another person say, where is the cast?
Where is it?
Like, so we're casting now. Let's cast on.
Oh my God. So tell me, what moments made you realize that music could be a real career for you?
I mean, how I feel when I make it. Like, I go through all the problems in the world.
Yeah.
One part I always like to talk about is I am a Nigerian that is aware that I've never had moments to be happy about my government. Do you get?
Yes.
So with all the trouble that is happening in the country and everything, I still come to make music and I'm at ease. I'm at peace.
Yeah.
And the peace can extend.
Of course.
Do you get? So that makes this place, I'm going to stay here.
Okay.
I'm going to be here.
So tell me, growing up, I know you would have listened to a couple of people growing up, and like you said, your dad named you after popular. All right. So tell me, who are your biggest musical influences as in growing up? Yeah.
Growing up, so I listened to. I'm not even gonna lie. I listened to a lot of Wiz.
Okay. Mention some of them.
I was just on Wiz for a long time. Then I go about listening to some of Elvis Presley's songs, a lot of Michael Jackson too. But then
Michael is the best.
Hip hop wise, I really got to catch the vibe from Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg because my brothers were banging them in the house all the time. So that hip hop influence. If you're from the north, you know what it is. You cannot escape from hip hop influence.
Wow.
Like it's funny that I've never rapped. Because my brothers were always putting me on, like, oh, Dr. Dre this, oh, Snoop Dogg this. I'm like, yo, you guys, I'm trying to hear whiskey. Leave me now.
Oh my God. So tell me, I've listened to a couple of your songs like YOLO. And yes.
Shout out to you.
So trust me, your lyrics, they're top notch. And I just wanted to say, which particular song would you say that you put your all into it? Because maybe a couple of your songs have just been there, but which one would you say you
So for me, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to say I put my all. I feel like it's on your journey as a human being.
Yeah.
It gets to a point where what you said yesterday, if you say it today, to carry more weight because of the process that God carries you through to be the person you are at this point.
Yeah.
So every word I said was not from, it was from ease. Just saying my reality at the point.
Wow.
Where I live, for where I think I know I is such.
Ah.
I am a very, very hyper person, and I've lived in Abuja for a long time.
Wow.
The Abuja people know who Elnayan is. They know that Elnayan is a noisemaker. A proper and a good noisemaker. So like, some people don't like it, some people like it.
Yeah.
So it came from that place where I'm like, yeah, this is who I am. I can't be who you want me to be.
Yeah.
I can always be who I want to be in a better version of it, as long as God is showing me what. I look at where the wrongs are and try to correct myself.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what YOLO is saying. I decide. It's like my life, I decide what goes on here.
So what song would you like to do for us? Because trust me, I talked about YOLO, but I know you have a couple of songs.
I'm supposed to sing. Wow.
All right.
Okay.
We have. Yeah, definitely.
So you want me to sing too?
Yeah, you could, because they're watching right now and they want to hear. Because I listened to YOLO and I loved the vibe in YOLO. So I would like to hear.
Do you want to hear YOLO from me directly?
Okay, let's hear YOLO then.
So I said, Love me if you want to. You can leave if I no give you comfort. Come on, yeah. Cause na trouble when I start to think me, yeah. Lay aside advice cause me no degree, yeah. Where you leave me for fair I think I know what is such. Make me avoid the trouble, the trouble. Thank you.
Oh my! Oh, I didn't want him to stop. So tell me, a couple of your songs, you've been the one, putting down the lyrics and everything.
Yeah.
How's writing been for you?
Yeah, it's interesting, especially coming into the Abuja space from Kaduna. I moved to Abuja.
Yeah.
Seeing how a lot of people were allowed to be authentic, to be your authentic self. Shout out to my Abuja family. You guys are the best. Like, they made me think of being a better writer.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not just thinking vibes all the time. Yes, there will be vibes,
of course.
definitely. But then it has to come with some depth, like some realness, right? So it encouraged me. And again, I'm not going to forget my goat again. Like, I call her my goat. Kofi.
Ooh, okay.
Kofi inspired my life.
Wow.
Inspired because I listen to her music and I'm feeling healed. Like, even when I'm sad, when I'm feeling pain, when I listen to her, it's like her music gives me all the therapy I need.
Yeah.
And she inspired me so much, and I wanted to write more about my own life.
So talking about your own life, are there any projects you're working on right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
So would you like to talk about it?
I mean, if you play now, I'll play like 100 songs ready.
Oh my God. So maybe you could talk about one of the songs that you're working on.
So right now, there's a freestyle. Should I say this? Okay. Okay. There's a song coming out February, and I gave a snippet of it on my Instagram recently. Yeah. It's called Raw. Like, I'm just roaring and I'm letting people know.
Like R-O-A-R?
R-O-A-R. Yes.
Oh wow.
Raw, like
it.
Yes, raw.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, I'm just, if you're in Nigeria and you don't have a choice, you relate.
All right.
You don't have a choice. You relate to that song.
Oh my God. So tell me about Raw. Would you want to say something to us about Raw? What should we expect in Raw?
So because I have something out already.
Yeah.
So it's a perspective of being the coolest, the flyest boy.
Yeah.
But your account balance and your account history is not rhyming.
Oh God, lines they cry.
Imagine going to your account
and you're crying, Lord Jesus.
I'm seeing that you spent like 1 million or 500K, and your account is looking like FM.
Oh my God.
Your current balance is looking like FM. Like, why? What is happening? How am I even doing this soft life? Like, somebody will ask you, Alpha, I need your help. Yeah. Can you send me so?
And you cannot even save the person.
I say, bro, this is my life. No be fake life. For me, I don't even know how I live. Like, I'm just living and I'm happy about it.
So talking about the music journey, how's it been for you? Has there been any challenges you faced so far?
I'm in Nigeria. It will be challenging, but it's interesting.
Yeah.
Knowing that it's hard and you're ready to like dive in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was born in a hard place. Like, if you talk about the North, you know how easy it is to say, hey, you're going to the North, they'll bomb you. Imagine living in that kind of place and you still have every confidence. Where on earth can't you have confidence?
At all. That's where.
So that's why like all the challenges come, and it's like playing a game and you have stages. So every challenge is like a stage. There's nobody that doesn't have trouble. Even the richest man.
Of course.
So me, I'm just dealing with my own trouble like this.
Somebody said, I just like as God takes share problem for everybody.
I swear, everybody get it. If you want the comment section, they talk about another man.
I'm telling you.
You have
that whole matter they won't carry like this.
Right on. But me, as for me,
yes,
I'm focused on my problem.
All right, how would you define your Afropop sound in your own words?
So I'm going to say this, right?
Yeah.
I'm that artist that you've not heard about. You've never seen my kind. You've never seen my type. Even you that is a Nigerian, you don't know that I am a Nigerian. Right?
So, you know, a lot of people are watching right now, and you know, young ones, they really want to go into music. So,
Yeah.
what would you say to them? What's your advice to them?
To the youngin.
Yeah, to the young
Like me.
young G's, yes. Like
Just see, one thing is, don't wait for anybody to gist you about God. Don't wait. Like, hold God.
Well,
hold God. No hold the end of the garment. Hold the leg. You are not going nowhere. We are doing this thing together. And you fall, you fail, you feel sad.
Yeah.
You feel all the pain in the world, but stand up. Oh. There's no time to... I don't know how to be sad again, guys. I don't know how to be sad again, because when there is problem, I'm like, oh my, it's like you're excited.
Yeah.
When there is a new challenge to unlock. So hold God. That's the only thing. Now only God you need to know. Oh God.
All right. So I would like to ask this question maybe before we, you know, call it a day. And my question is, if El Nayan is not doing music, what else would El Nayan be doing?
I think I would have been I'll really focus on being a cinematographer, because my imaginations cannot allow me. I can stay in my room for a whole week, right? And I'm not always on my phone.
Oh, okay.
It's either I'm reading a book, and I'm writing a book, or writing a script for something.
Yeah.
And I do a lot of shootings. So maybe I would have been a cinematographer, shooting movies, slapping people in the film.
The part of the slapping people.
Yes, now. I want to always be the villain. Like, I don't want to be the best. Let me be the villain.
Okay.
Let me be the Joker.
All right, a lot of people sing. I still want to hear El Nayan sing. So, what other song would you be doing for us? For God?
You still want to hear me sing? That's what I'm about to do right now. I did with Precious right now. The music is inside me, and I'll give it to you right now. It's okay, let's go.
Okay, thank you so much, El Nayan, for sharing your life with us on Spotlight Show. And to my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on the show Spotlight. Yes, remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey and stories. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Akman, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. So, see you next time.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adewale Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing tennis off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria, the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoa, the framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail this development, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people. As we've heard from citizens, many Nigerians welcome the new refund policy and sees it as a step towards better consumer protection. They, however, stress the need for strict enforcement to ensure the policy delivers real benefits. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics,
economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future for planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effect. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the EcoCity Vision, Okpeyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where EcoCity Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3Rs, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or more 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily. So yeah, to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We'll begin the African news from the story where U.S. President Donald Trump on Wednesday said he would like to bring together the leaders of Egypt and Ethiopia to work out a deal to solve a dispute over Ethiopia's Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which both Egypt and Sudan consider a serious threat to vital water supplies. Trump made the comment while meeting with Egypt's President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. On his part, President el-Sisi expressed gratitude to President Donald Trump for supporting Egypt on the Nile water issue, saying he appreciated the U.S. president's backing of Egypt's position on water security. El-Sisi also urged Washington to maintain its role in efforts to end the war in Gaza. Moving on, Israeli President Isaac Herzog met Thursday with the leader of Somalia's breakaway Somaliland region on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. In a post on X, Herzog said he was pleased to meet Somaliland's President Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdullahi during the annual gathering, adding that he welcomed the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two sides and expressed hope for expanding bilateral cooperations for the benefit of both people. Somaliland has operated as a de facto self-governing entity since declaring independence from Somalia in 1991, but it has not received international recognition as a sovereign state. On December 26, Israel announced that it had officially recognized Somaliland as an independent and sovereign state, becoming the only country to do so. The move drew sharp criticism across the region, with Somalia rejecting the Israeli move and reaffirming what it called its non-negotiable commitment to its sovereignty, national unity, and territorial integrity. And in Guinea-Bissau's transitional authorities have announced that presidential and legislative elections will be held on December 6, 2026, marking the first official electoral timetable since the November 2025 coup. The date was set by a presidential decree signed by transitional President General Hota Inta, stating the vote will be organized under conditions to ensure elections are free, fair, and transparent. The announcement comes as the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, intensifies diplomatic efforts to push the junta towards a rapid restoration of constitutional order.
A high-level ECOWAS mission led by Sierra Leonean President Julius Maida Bio visited Guinea-Bissau on January the 10th to press transitional leaders on the transition timeline. ECOWAS has been pressing for a shorter, inclusive transition, and the bloc's reaction to the December 6 timeline is pending. The regional body had previously rejected an initial transition calendar proposed by the coup leaders and demand the release of all political detainees. Moving on, Ugandan police said on Thursday they had detained a legislator and senior official of the country's biggest opposition party for his alleged role in election-related violence in which at least 7 persons were killed. The lawmaker, Mwanga Kivumbi, is vice president to the opposition National Party Platform Party, headed by pop star turned politician Bobby Wine, who has been in hiding since last week. Wine, whose legal name is Robert Yangulani, said he fled a military raid on his house hours before veteran President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni was declared the landslide winner of the January 15 presidential elections. Police confirmed Kivumbi's arrest in a post on the X platform and said he would be rearraigned before court in due course. And from Uganda, we'll go straight to Zimbabwe, where President Emerson Mnangagwa is set to pave the way for a constitutional amendment that would extend his tenure beyond the 2028 two-term limit to 2030, according to a cabinet minister. The constitutional amendment bill number 3 is ready and awaits Mnangagwa's return from annual leave for final cabinet clearance. The proposed amendment would require publication in the Government Gazette, followed by a 90-day period for public scrutiny, written submission, and public hearings. The bill needs a 2/3 majority in both the National Assembly and the Senate before being sent to the President for assent. The minister insists no referendum is required. Mnangagwa's ruling ZANU-PF party has already endorsed the extension, sparking criticism from opposition parties and concerns over the erosion of democratic norms. But still in Zimbabwe, the crisis in Zimbabwe's coalition CIZC has dissolved its current organizational structure with immediate effect, citing intensifying political repression, shrinking civic space, and the systemic use of the law to silence pro-democracy forces. The decision was taken at the coalition's 16th annual general meeting, that's the AGM, attended by 3/4 of its membership. The CIZC stated that Zimbabwe is at a critical moment with post-independent gains of freedom, democracy, and prosperity under sustained attack. The coalition blames the situation on repressive legislation, including the Private Voluntary Organization Act, which has curtailed civic space and criminalized legitimate civil society work. The coalition's outgoing spokesperson, Marvelous Kumalu, described the decision as a strategic reposition to safeguard the continuity of pro-democracy struggle. The CIZC has been a key advocate for democracy, human rights, and constitutional governance in Zimbabwe since 2001. From Zimbabwe, we'll go straight to Kenya, where Ababu Namwamba, Kenya's permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Programme, that's UNEP, in Nairobi, has been appointed as Kenya's High Commissioner to Uganda, replacing Joash Mangi. Namwamba has immediately taken up his new role in Kampala, the capital of Uganda. Mangi has been reassigned to Brussels, Belgium, as Kenya's ambassador to the European Union, taking over from Professor Bintagi Ndemo. The reshuffle was announced by State House in Nairobi, citing President William Ruto's directives. Moving on, Ukraine has accused Russia of supplying arms to Libya despite international sanctions. Ukrainian website Military reveals that the Russian cargo vessel MYS Hilania transported and delivered a military shipment to Libya under the direct protection of the Russian naval warship. The Ukrainian website, which specializes in military and intelligence affairs, said the satellite images of Tobruk port published by analysts on the X platform confirmed the ship's arrival at the port and the unloading of its cargo there. According to the website, the voyage had been closely monitored since its departure from the Russian port of Baltisk, with the ship escorted by the large Project 1155 Udaloy class anti-submarine destroyer. Military noted that the use of a warship of this class for escorts reflects the high importance of the cargo being transported, suggesting it was likely intended to support the Russian African Corps, that's Wagner, as Moscow seeks to expand its activities across several African countries. The website also reported that the MYS Himalaya attempted to conceal its final destination in navigation systems, but analysis of the vessel's route, along with prior intelligence information, confirmed that the unloading operation took place at Tobruk port in eastern Libya. But Russia has yet to comment on the matter as at the time of filing this report. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, virtually all the way from Uganda, is Dr. Joseph Opu. Dr. Joseph is a doctoral fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam, Gulu University. He's also the director of Opu Skilling Foundation Africa. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the African News.
Yeah, thank you so much, David, and all our viewers. And I think I can say Happy New Year, because we have never met this year.
Oh yes, Happy New Year to you as well.
I'm happy to join the analysis of this segment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Well, also joining us virtually all the way from Zimbabwe is Dr. Masimba Mavasa. He's a legal practitioner, a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, as well as a media communication consultant. But I understand that Dr. Masimba is yet to join the conversation, and he would definitely be joining as we progress. Also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Nicholas Oyoa. Mr. Nicholas is the Secretary General of the Free Kenya Movement. He's also a human rights activist, a businessman, and a political leader. Mr. Nicholas, thank you so very much for joining the analysis segment of the African News this afternoon. Well, I would like you to unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly, Mr. Nicholas Oyo.
You know, Nicholas Oyo is my friend.
Ah.
He's my friend.
Well, it's glad to hear that part, and I'm hoping that he joins the conversation as we progress. Well, let me start off with you now, Dr. Joseph. Interestingly, we hear this report coming from Russia that, I beg your pardon, Ukraine, that Russia is part of the people supplying arms to Libya, despite international sanctions against supplying of arms to that particular country. What do you make of this story, and how can this really be curtailed? Because we know Libya has two governments running it, the one in Tripoli and the one in Benghazi as well, as we speak.
Yeah, thank you very much, David, and all our viewers. First of all, when you talk about Russia supplying arms to Libya, maybe we need to broaden the picture that it's not only Russia is not only supplying arms to Libya, to many other African countries, Sudan, and many other countries, and not only Russia, but all other countries in the rest of the world, especially in the global north. We're talking about Europe, we're talking about America, we're talking about China and other countries. Many of them, they find market for their arms in Africa. Unfortunately, or what is even more interesting is that as they give us the arms, they take the minerals, they take the gold, they take the oil, and many more others. And the reason why all the wars in the world, if you want to know, is caused by three factors. Three. One is religious, political, and economic. And I think from the African point of view, the major reason for the wars is more economic. That is one. So I strongly condemn all the African countries that import guns, arms to kill our brothers, our own brothers, we kill our own sisters, we kill our own parents, we kill our own uncles. Not foreigners, we are killing our own people. So I condemn that in strongest terms. And then number two, if you look at the Libyan affair or the Libyan story during the days of Muammar Gaddafi, Libya was one of the countries in Africa that was living better life than the life in the US, than the life in America, in Europe. You understand? At one of the points, I think one of the presidents for France is accused of having gotten funding for campaigns from the late President Muammar Gaddafi.
Right.
So we accepted the influence of the US, and this was during the regime of our own brother, Barack Obama. We accepted the killing of Gaddafi. Of course, many other reasons were presented. Many people were killed. Those who were against Gaddafi were massacred, were imprisoned, and many more others. Of course, those were not very good stories as well. But if you went and asked Libyans right now that compare the life you are living after the death of Gaddafi, I think over 99% will say that no. I wish somebody could bring Gaddafi back to life.
All right then.
I think it will be good.
All right then.
So I condemn the supply of the arms to African people to kill our own Africans. Very wrong, 1 million.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Dr. Joseph Upu, for chiming in on that particular story. I understand now that we have Mr. Nicholas Oyor join the conversation. Let me establish communication with you. Once again, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the African News, Mr. Nicholas.
Thank you for having me here. And I want to say, how are you, Joseph? It's a long time since we met. I think we can also continue meeting at some point.
Namna gani hali ya Nairobi?
Nairobi iko sawa.
Nairobi iko sawa. Asante mkuu.
Yeah, I came to your country and you people decided you want to fridge me, but anyway, those are other matters.
Pole sana mkuu.
Well, I like the fact that we're having this level of reunion because it's needed across Africa. I mean, let's also face it, we are one family. Africa is the mother. And of course, we need to consistently have conversations that will only do nothing more than develop our continent, even as we're starting with this conversation right now. All right, then let me start off again with you, Mr. Nicholas. And I want to start off with the situation that I just mentioned earlier with Dr. Joseph. Ukraine have clearly accused Russia of being in cahoots with some Libyan government to sell arms to them. Looking aside international sanctions that have been given to whoever will be selling arms to Libya. And you would recall as well that we have two governments in Libya, the one in Tripoli and the other one in Benghazi. But then again, how can we find a holistic measure to stopping these level of disagreement between the two warring factions and have one Libya, just like the late Muammar Gaddafi would desire it even for Africa?
I think the biggest miss has been, and I want to join my colleague Joseph, that it has been like we have allowed the rest of the world to take over leadership in Africa, and it is them who seem to be determining everything that goes on in Africa, including those issues. I don't know which country in Africa actually manufactures these weapons, but you realize that there are so many weapons in Africa moving around. But the other issue that we must not be alive to is the fact that we need weapons to protect ourselves. Look at cases like, for instance, North Korea. Nobody would touch North Korea, even if they want to go there, because they know the kind of weapons that they have there, they would use them. So I think Africa suffers a problem of not being able to unify itself and putting up a very strong defense for itself. And you see now what happens with the Tripoli and Benghazi issue is not just in Libya. It happens across the rest of Africa. We get to a situation where it's like we divide the country into groups and regions and sections, and you find that we don't seem to agree, and each faction begins to fight the other instead of finding what you call a common ground for them. Because Libya is a country, it's a common ground. You should start by ensuring that you take care of your country first, and then you move towards now bringing other people. But we find ourselves in a lot of mess in Africa, across the entire continent. You find that there's always going to be factions, and these are the factions that were used even during colonialism. People came to these regions, to Africa, and they would actually befriend certain communities against other communities. And those are the things that have continued to fester in Africa. I think one of the issues that we must not forget is the weakness of the regional bodies in Africa. AU has not really been working the way we expect it should be working for Africa. I think for me, that is one other matter that we must resolve. We cannot have an AU that needs to be that we cannot finance the AU ourselves, that we are getting support from outside the country, outside the continent. And you will see what will happen. Every time somebody gives you something, they always have a sweetener around it, and there's going to be conditionalities behind that.
All right, then. But let me still stay with you, Mr. Nicholas. Interestingly, I like the fact that you also did bring up the situation with AU, and that is going to still bring me to the conversation surrounding how very important should AU clearly be on the part of the political landscape of countries and states all across Africa. I bring this situation now to your fold, and I'm talking about the situation where we see the parliament in Zimbabwe wanting to rejig the constitution to allowing President Emerson Mnangagwa stay longer than 2030. As it stands, how much of these should not just the people allow? Because we're seeing this change of constitution, rejigging of constitution all across Africa, from Cameroon to Uganda to Equatorial Guinea. Several of these states are doing this. How much of the confidence should these legislators give to their people? Because these are elected individuals into legislative duty to carry out the heart and the mind of the people when it comes to governance. Mr. Nicholas.
I think, before you come, there is something that you mentioned, very, very important, that I wanted to comment on. Mr. Oyo, my brother from Nairobi, is saying that we need arms to protect ourselves, which is true. But also, we may not actually need arms as far as Africa is concerned. Because countries like Sweden, they started the neutrality policy in 1812. Imagine 1812. With the neutrality policy, if Oyo is fighting with Joseph, David's role is to come and say, my brother, what is the problem? Can we talk? Can we sit down? Now, in Africa, what happens? If Oyo is fighting with Joseph, David will pick arms and side with either Oyo or side with Joseph. And that is our problem as Africa. Why is Kenya quarreling with Uganda? Why is Uganda supporting Somalia? Why is Uganda supporting who? You understand? So if we adopted a neutrality policy like the countries in Sweden, Switzerland developed, they have never gone to any war since 1812. They have never gone to any war, and no one is fighting them because they know, if you have a problem, he wants to talk with you and discuss. That is all. So actually, we don't need arms in Africa because the arms are killing our own people. If we are killing whites or whoever, it would be okay. But we are killing blacks.
Yeah, I hear Joseph what he's saying, and I think what I meant is that Africa needs a united military force, an African united military force, and that is an important aspect of unification. I think Africa needs a political leadership that is unified, a military force that is unified, international diplomacy that is unified. And that is what I'm saying, basically. It's not supposed to be that it is Joseph versus Oyo and who versus who. It's supposed to be that Africa as a unified force unifies itself and uses this to protect itself, to defend itself from aggression from the international community. I don't think you'll go to Sweden and or even Switzerland and find that they don't have some of these weapons. I don't think so.
Right.
But at the same time, they are respected in their neutrality. I agree with you, we can take neutrality, but you cannot just go and sleep and say, I don't need weapons and I keep them aside, because you know what happens. You see how countries take over other countries. Look at the case of Venezuela. You see, if you didn't have that anything, you know what can happen. So really, I wanted to go back to the question that you brought about, the fact that these parliaments, and for instance, if I take the case of the Kenyan parliament, for instance, I think there's a problem the way we do elections in Africa. And that has been an issue even with us in Africa, in Kenya. In 2024, you found that we pushed the issue about the finance bill not going through parliament. It was a very unpopular finance bill, but Parliament went ahead and pushed and voted for the finance bill. It is not the first time this has happened. Even when we started Free Kenya in 2018, the VAT bill and all this stuff, and it happens across Africa. I think we need to reach a point to ask ourselves, what is happening with the electoral processes in Africa? People who take power in Africa through elections seem to be using money and this other stuff and so many other ways to find themselves in office, and they really do not actually represent the positions of the people. It is very unfortunate that you find those people who now go into office, and even in Zimbabwe, I can probably predict that he may probably get his way, and if he gets his way, then we know this is not the first time it has happened. It has happened in other countries. Uganda had it, as you mentioned, several of them. And it's very unfortunate that we find that the population is missing in this discourse. So I feel the populations need to come and unify themselves and basically take the role. For me, I consider it like a company where the population should be the board of the country. And then those people who are given offices are people who are serving as the management of the company.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Uganda. And I'm doing this right now to switch up the story where we hear that Ugandan police have detained the opposition lawmaker after 7 persons died, of course, post-election as we speak. Interestingly, the Ugandan police on Thursday, that's today, has detained a legislator and senior official of the country's biggest opposition party for the alleged role he played in election-related violence in which at least 7 persons were killed. Now, this is coming from the backdrop of the fact that the head of the military, and I'm talking about the son of the president, I'm talking about Mahuzi, did say on his X handle that personally, he is embarrassed by their record of 22 killed in 1 week is too low. I promise to do better. In fact, if my producers are ready, we can have that tweet on the screen. Now, he has since deleted that tweet. But looking at the elections that has just come and gone, Dr. Joseph, I saw a letter that you posted to the president, congratulating him, and of course telling him the situation that is on ground. There you have it. This is the post from the president's son, who is also the head of the military, with several demeaning statements that I dare say it's seriously a very concerning statement. In fact, before election, the UN did say the possession of Ugandans is a repressive position. But, Doctor, one question I want to find out from you. Post-election, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has made his way into office, but there is still the high level unemployment in a country that is dominated. The median age of Ugandans is 18, if I'm not wrong. How can this be clearly worked on the part of the president returning back to office again?
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, David, and thank you, my brother Oyo, and all our viewers across the globe. One is that before I answer the question of what the president will do with the unemployment, poverty, and many more other problems that are affecting the people of Uganda, one is that I condemn in strongest terms any kind of electoral violence to any Ugandan, no matter which political affiliation the Ugandan is. I also condemn in strongest terms the death of any Ugandan. Many Ugandans are said to have died. I'm told about 20, 22. I am not sure of the number. No one is supposed to die because of elections. These are our people. So I strongly, including arrests, unless a person who has misbehaved. I don't know the reason why Mr. Kivumbi was arrested, the details. I guess that there must have been a foundation. There can be no fire without smoke. And there are many people of NUP or opposition who have not been arrested. Why particularly this one? But all in all, about all the electoral violences that may have happened during this election, I condemn them 100%. We should not be having them, because if we are playing football, allow me, don't tie my hands, don't tie my legs, and then you expect us to play at the same level. It does not go well. Of course, some of the alleged electoral malpractices, some of them may have been exaggerated, because, for example, this time President Museveni has won more and Bobby Wine support has reduced compared to the previous election, where he had about, I think, 34%. This time it has come down to about 24 or something percent, much lower. And the reason is that in the past, the NRM government used to use high-handed approach of campaign. You bring Oyo from Kampala to go and campaign in the village. And this people are interested in money, because Oyo cannot know what takes place in the village. He doesn't know the context. Okay, you may be given a briefing that in this district we have these challenges, but you may not really associate yourself with those challenges. But this time, NRM changed the campaign strategy. They select you from the person from that village, you campaign that village. From that parish, you campaign that parish. From that sub-county, from that county, from that district, you campaign around there. You don't go anywhere. And the people felt that at least this time, they have a feeling of some resources coming to them. In the past, you only gather there.
Oh dear.
Maybe if you are given some soda or biscuits, that President Yoweri Museveni has come back to power. And what about the issue of the poverty? What about the issues of unemployment that are affecting us? Majority of them are young people, and the reason why they are crowding to Bobby Wine is issues of poverty, issues of unemployment. And in one of the articles which you saw, I wrote to the president and the issue of unemployment, must also tackle the issue of poverty. If you look at the SDGs, SDG number 1 is on poverty. And this is the biggest problem that we have in Uganda, and unemployment. And therefore, the NRM government must use different strategies. Because for the last 40 years, yes, something has been done, but there is still a big hurdle.
All right, then. Well, let me take this conversation because of our time, really. Let me take this conversation to Kenya, where Mr. Oyor is standing by with us. Well, let's establish some very interesting communication and conversation here. In 2021, Bobby Wine was placed under house arrest. Of course, opposition rally violently dispersed, just like we find before election. In 2016, Kizza Besigye, opposition leader as well, was repeatedly arrested and security forces deployed around heavily in his apartment. Now, 2026, I beg your pardon, the same thing happened to Bobby Wine again. And like I said earlier, the UN statement did say there is a high level of repression when it comes to opposition figures and lawmakers plus opposition politicians in the state. With this kind of revelation, what clearly can we make of the election in Uganda? Plus, some have said African Union is presently not having that very bite that they're expecting them to have, particularly in giving sanctions to leaders who experience these kind of situation before and after election. We saw what happened in Tanzania with Madam Hulu Hassan. Should these continue? And then why is African Union consistently not looking at sanctioning government that provides people to this level?
Thank you again for giving me this opportunity. I think we actually traveled to Uganda and got ourselves into a problem there, which shocked us because it was unfortunate that you find that kind of situation. And we saw it for ourselves, what was there. It is really doesn't make sense when you have to cut the internet, you have to put the military on the ground, you have to create situations where you are arresting the opposition. There is no way you can call that an election, really. That means that this is not fully what we can say an election whereby you feel that you are going to win. You are a person who has the numbers, you have support. Why would you then create all those problems for the opposition leadership? You should allow them to express themselves. I think the issue here is that the Ugandan leadership came through the military route. And I think they see the opposition like another military unit attacking their unit. It's very unfortunate the way this looks like, because it feels like you are fighting against another soldier, and you have to basically use those means that are like war. But this is an opposition. An opposition is important because sometimes, I'll tell you one thing, you may find that the people in the opposition can tell you things that your own people may not even tell you. And it helps you to even get better leadership. I find it very amazing that this is now going to 40 years now. And the same Museveni, if you look at him when he came in, he spoke about one of the major problems of Africa being leaders who overstay in power. Now he has overstayed in power. It is very unfortunate that we have to get to a situation where it's like inspiring bad habits in Africa. And then now the AU, which I would say that doesn't seem to exist in Africa.
He stayed in power with the help of the legislators, because they've tinkered with the constitution twice.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that you get these legislators that are there. I'm telling you one thing that we have a problem with elections in Africa is the way we end up with people who don't seem to be going there to work for the people, but go there to work for the leadership that is there. And some of this leadership wants to take advantage of situations. So I feel that one of the things that we must find a way in Africa, especially most of Africa, has to be How do we elect leaders who represent the people, who actually represent the people themselves, and not the leaders? Because we seem to have that problem. And all those situations where the government has managed to push through changes in the constitution. The first one was, first of all, he removed term limits. Second, he removed the age limits. And you see, this is basically targeted at an individual as opposed to doing it for the posterity of the nation, which is very unfortunate. I don't know if Museveni has ever had an opportunity to work with people who have left office before, and how it is a good thing to be in a situation where you are considered a statesperson. I don't know if he sees that. I don't know why that would not inspire him. Mandela went for one term and left. Other people have been done their terms and left. So I think that it's very unfortunate if we continue to have this perpetuated across Africa.
All right, then let me stay with you before I go back to Uganda, where we have Dr. Joseph joining. Well, again, the part of having strong institutions as against strong leaders. A lot of persons have said in Africa presently, we rarely have strong institutions and strong leaders. You did mention the late South African leader. I'm talking about Nelson Mandela. We have Paul Nyerere and the likes. But the part of strong institution having to not have a strong bite, particularly on the part of sanctioning some of these leaders who do these level of atrocities. I mean, just a couple of days ago, normalcy began to return to the Darfur region of Sudan. Looking at these kind of conversation, is African Union a strong institution that is worthy enough right now because of what we see across Africa, that is worthy enough to be able to hold her own and making sure that Africa becomes what we desire it to be? Or are we looking at not having strong leaders in this institution as the major problem?
I think the African Union is a weakling because it is not, it does not involve the people in the election of leaders in the African Union, right. Which is unfortunate for me. I think that one of the changes that some of us who are now the new breed in Africa must ask for African Union to actually have direct electoral processes across Africa. To ensure that the people are involved, at least a section of them. It may not be that everybody, universal suffrage, but we can have some set of the people participating in it so that they understand that they work for the people, not work for the leaders who come into power. Because the kind of elections we are having in Africa, we have made, I think, we have created elections to become just like formalities in Africa. You don't mind going to an election knowing very well that you're going to win it. Take the case of Suluhu. I don't understand how Tanzania ended up descending. We didn't even expect that. We had thought that it was going to be an election there. We thought that CCM is a very popular party in Tanzania, and there was no need for any other thing to happen. It would have just been a peaceful election as usually happens. And then somehow now you get into a problem where you can't even say there was an election there. You come to Uganda, you find that they claim to be very popular, yet you have to put in situations where you are removing the internet, stopping everything from happening, putting military on the ground, appointing the electoral commissioner by yourself, and then you call it an election. So for me, I feel that it is time that Africa and the new breed of young people in Africa to come and say, no, this is enough. We must now get to a point that Africa is going to get leadership that is going to go into those institutions and ensure those institutions are working for Africans.
All right, then. Thank you so very much for your submission. Then let's go to Uganda while we wrap this up. Dr. Joseph, how much of an impact should African Union have when it comes to not just becoming a strong institution that has the bite? Because as we speak, I dare say African Union has lost its bite because the situation that has to take the DRC and Rwanda to Washington to settle that level of discourse should be a slap on the African Union, because if we have African problem, we should be able to solve our problem, not take it to the West. But then, from your perspective, how much of strong institution does Africa, that has the largest number of young people, desire and should have going into a time of election all across of Africa? Dr. Joseph. Oh dear, I understand that Dr. Joseph is out. Well, before I let you go, Mr. Nicholas, maybe in just a couple of seconds, what's your position with the fact that right now Equatorial Guinea, I beg your pardon, Guinea-Bissau has agreed that, of course, the transitional government has agreed that December 6th, 2026 will be the next election time, transitional time election in the country. Of course, you know, Guinea-Bissau is also trying to transition into another democratic rule as we speak. What's the position with that story?
I think the most important part is where the people are in these arrangements, because if we talk and we hear leaders are the ones who are speaking, I would be very interested to know how the democratic processes are going to allow people-driven and people-led processes in Guinea-Bissau. I think General Horta, it's good to go back to democracy, yes, but then again, there are reasons why that coup happened. Right. We've seen some of the ways that we have gotten great leaders in Africa have actually come through coups. We all remember Thomas Sankara. Everybody remembers that. We all know the questions of Muammar Gaddafi. Everybody feels that he came through that and became a good leader. So the issue has to be that if the general is going to allow the return to democracy in December, then let it be that the people are going to benefit best, and the leadership and the outcome of Guinea-Bissau has to be a democratic process that works for the people.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Nicholas Oyor, for joining the conversation this afternoon. We've been talking with Mr. Nicholas Oyor. He is the Secretary General of the Free Kenya Movement. He's also a human rights activist, as well as a businessman and political leader. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation this beautiful afternoon.
For having us.
All right, then. I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Joseph Opul. He's a doctoral fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam, Gulu University. He's also the director of Opul Skilling Foundation Africa. Big thank you to you as well. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on sports and business after this break. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. In another development, ArcelorMittal South Africa said on Thursday it was in advanced talks with the state-owned Industrial Development Corporation, IDC, that could lead to a potential transaction, driving its shares up nearly 10%. The loss-making South Africa unit of global steel-making giant ArcelorMittal has been battling weak local demand, high electricity costs, as well as competition from local scrap metal recycling mini mills and imports from China. Well, from that particular story, we'll move straight to some business stories where Angola's Opai Group opened a car assembling plant in Luanda on Tuesday, marking the resumption of vehicle production in the country to try cut reliance on imports and expand local manufacturing. Opai is a privately owned diversified group headquartered in Luanda that has focused on infrastructural projects. In its new subsidiary, Opai Motors will operate the newly commissioned assembly facility that has installed capacity to produce 22,000 light vehicles and 1,000 buses per year, according to the statement. While still talking business, the Ugandan shilling has shown surprising reliance, appreciating from 3,619.73 to 3,448.18 per US dollar between January the 2nd and January the 21st, 2026, despite a contentious election period marked by nearly 5-day nationwide internet shutdown. Official data from the Bank of Uganda attributes this strength to complex financial dynamics, possibly influenced by controlled capital flows or reduced import demand. In contrast, the Kenyan shilling weakened against the Ugandan shilling, with one Kenyan shilling buying fewer Ugandan shilling, sliding from over 28.00 Ugandan shilling in early January to 26.80 by January the 21st, 2026. And to wrap up the African news, go straight talking sports. Algerian footballers Luka Zidane and Rafik Beghagli have received 2 and 4 match bans, respectively, for their role in the brawl following Algeria's African Cup of Nations quarterfinals loss to Nigeria. The Algerian Football Federation, FAF, was also fined $100,000 for security lapses and misconduct by players, officials, and supporters. Goalkeeper Zidane and Beghagli's suspension will be served during qualifying for the 2027 tournament. The incident occurred after Algeria's 2-0 defeat, with Nigeria's Victor Osimhen and Ako Adams scoring in the second half. A scuffle broke out between players and staffs, leading to the sanctions. Still talking sports elsewhere, Senegal's President Bassirou Diomaye Faye has offered bonuses of more than $130,000 as well as plots of coastal lands to each member of the country's soccer team following their victory in Sunday's African Cup of Nations final against Morocco. Senegal beat host country Morocco 1-0 after extra time, having staged a walk-off after they had a penalty awarded against them deep in stoppage time at the end of 90 minutes. After the Senegal players returned to the pitch, Morocco missed the spot kick and Pape Gueye then won the trophy with a superb strike 4 minutes into extra time. Earlier on Tuesday, the Senegal players rode atop a bus emblazoned with the world's African champions along the car's connect towards the presidential palace. And with that sports news story, we've come to the end of African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
King Jaja of Okpobo, whose full name was Jubo Jubora, was a prominent Nigerian ruler in the late 19th century. He was born in the early 1820s in the Okpobo region, which is located in present-day Rivers State, Nigeria. King Jaja started as a trader and quickly rose to prominence due to his entrepreneurial skills. He established a successful trade network that extended across the Niger Delta region, dealing in palm oil, palm kernels, and other valuable goods. His business acumen and leadership qualities earned him the respect and admiration of his people. In 1870, King Jaja founded the Okpobo city-state as a trading hub and became its ruler. He established Okpobo as a powerful economic and political entity, attracting traders from various parts of Africa and Europe. However, his growing influence and control over trade routes soon became a concern for the British colonial authorities. Tensions escalated between King Jaja and the British, leading to his arrest and subsequent exile to the West Indies in 1888. Despite being removed from his homeland, King Jaja's legacy as a visionary leader and influential figure in Nigerian history remains. His resistance against colonial domination and his contributions to trade and commerce continue to be celebrated.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to Aviation School. My name is Chukwuemeka Obioma, and today's edition of Aviation School focuses on a critical concern in Nigeria's aviation sector, the alleged failure of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria to insure airports across the country. Now, this issue, you will agree with me, has raised questions about safety, financial risks for airlines, and the overall growth of the sector. Now, to help us understand this subject matter clearly and to examine it, we have with us an aviation analyst in the person of Olumide Onwayo. Olumide Onwayo is the General Secretary of Aviation Roundtable Initiative. Mr. Olumide Onwayo, you're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
All right, quickly, we just want you to talk to us about the subject matter. And of course, you know, what we're talking about here is airport insurance and aviation safety in Nigeria. Now, how relevant do you think this is, you know, to managing the sector in this modern day and time?
Well, for the airlines, insurance is compulsory because if your aircraft and the passengers are not insured, you will never be certified to fly. For the airlines. So that's why the airlines must ensure as part of the regulatory requirement to carry commercial passengers, that flight must be insured so that compensations can be paid when it matters. When I'm talking about maybe when there's a crash, it's very serious incident or accident, okay, where compensations are needed, then the insurance is activated. So for the airlines, it's mandatory. Again, the airlines also have another insurance that covers the aircraft itself when parked of flying into some countries. And that is why, for Nigeria, that is described as a high-risk country, some of those foreign airlines are made to pay higher premium for their flights operating into Nigeria. And once an airline pays higher premium operating to your country or operating a flight, the only person that suffers is the passengers, because it reflects on the fare that's being advertised for passengers to buy. So airlines insurance compulsory for carrying passengers, for the passengers and goods that they carry. Then extra insurance are made for why the aircraft are parked, for insecurity where they are parked. For some countries, or for some cities where you know the high risk is, you probably have to do an extra insurance for that. And that's why, again, there are some aviation weather minima that the insurance will tell you if you did not follow it, you will not get compensated, and airlines are forced to. If you remember the last time, NIMET, the National Meteorological Technology in Abuja, went on strike. Some airlines obeyed, majority of the airlines did not obey. And you know why they did not obey? Because the law says for you to fly, you must get your weather report from NIMET. But with the modern trend, with weather apps everywhere, reports on different TV stations, you can easily get your weather from every other source. But since the law says it's from NIMET, if you fly and something happens, and it was found that at the time you took off, it was not NIMET that gave you the weather, then the insurance will have issues with insurance paying. Now, moving from the airlines to the airport itself. Airports are also supposed to insure the airports, because when you insure your airports, you reduce the premium that the airlines pay for their own insurance. Because airlines that operate to airports that do not have insurance have the tendency of having their premium higher than to airports that are insured. On that basis, that we also encourage that the Federal Airport Authority and airports in Nigeria should get the airport insured. In the past, it was in the Government Act of Fund that the airports should be insured. Surreptitiously, it was removed from the new act.
So, who would you attribute that to?
The new act was made by the immediate past minister, Heidi Seneca.
Okay.
Yeah, that was when the new act was propagated by the assembly. But that particular section was not in that act. Thereafter, under the present government, fund have gone now to insure some of the airports, some aspect of the airports, not in totality. So as of today, we are not sure which part, but I am sure that they've done the terminal. They've done part of the air side, but you have the runway itself. So what happens when we have an incursion, the runway incursion, that destroys an aircraft about taking off, by somebody crossing the perimeter fence? What happens if when we have issues of robbers jumping over the fence and trying to attack aircraft that are taking off? It's happened before in Nigeria, and that flight was delayed. And every delay and cancellation is an extra cost to the airline. So who pays for that extra cost? These are the things that if there's an insurance, the airline can sue to fund, can talk to an insurance company. These are the things. Then again, you have the issue of the best strike, which is something that has to do with not only fund but the community around fund. So it's a work but it's the responsibility of fund to ensure that the airport is safe enough, and the issue of best are reduced to the PRS minimum. We agree that the best strike is all over the world. The last Korean crash, it was birds that brought that aircraft down. So, what we need to continue to work that will reduce the incidence of bird strike within and around the airport, and that's also to be part of the insurance payment that should be considered, because most airlines now, airports in particular, are on a had about 2 or 3 bird strikes, and that has affected their services, their income, and who pays?
All right, that brings me to the remarks of the CEO of Overland Airways. What's your take on that? Do you truly believe that the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria failed in its responsibility to actually insure airports across the country? A situation which has had a detrimental, impact on domestic airline operations.
The CEO of Overland is an experienced pilot and an experienced investor. an experienced manager, and an owner of an airline, an Nigerian-owned airline, who has managed to keep himself afloat over a long period of time. Even before the Epis came on board, he has always been there. He was there before Eric, and he's still there today. So I commend him for his tenacity, for his professionalism, for his ability to manage himself through this landmines of the Nigerian aviation industry. But you see, after his statement, FAN reacted and said that his statement was not totally true. That they have issued the airports, and today FAN is among countries who can say his airports are insured. I know for a fact that about early this year, what part of the budget that was sent to the government for approval was for money to insure the Nigerian airports. Now, what aspect of the airport was insured?
A question. That's $1 million question.
Because if it was the terminal that was insured, then Captain Boyo, the owner of Orland, have a right to cry out because his aircraft are not in the terminal, but parked outside the terminal or the airside, and he still has to deal with a runway that might not be in a good shape, like the one in the airport that was causing destruction to the underway, the wheels of the aircraft before they had to close it down. Like the bird sack was also talking about, the other on the airside. So if you say you have insured and the terminal building that you have insured, then that insurance will not cover he who owns aircraft that are on the airside. So his cries might be genuine, okay, and maybe right, but the foreign has been that is not true. So
isn't it we believe?
So there's a need for the two parties to you said, like I said, it's one that as we're sitting here now, you can ask me, have I insured we are insured? I can tell you yes. Then next question have been to me, what insurance did I do? I mean, I've just insured this to my seats, myself and this table. And this is the distance I want insurance to cover. But I will tell you, I have insured. But you are still there. That insurance does not cover you. And I think that is what is happening right now. There's a need for the both parties to come up clearly. Okay. What is your insurance covering? What you have for fun? What is your insurance covering? Fully. Let's just know what covers and what the LS are supposed to get. Because if it's only terminal, then it only covers those who are using the terminal, which include the passengers, the airline counter staff. But the critical equipment, the one that causes the big money, is the aircraft itself that's on the outside of the airport. And that is one, I think that's what that has made the captain to cry out.
Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, Aviation Scope continues. Don't go anywhere.
Nigeria's aviation sector remains one of the most critical pillars of national infrastructure. At the heart of its smooth operation is the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, tasked not only with managing airports but also with safeguarding them through comprehensive insurance policies. From massive terminal buildings to runways, control towers, and cargo facilities, FAN ensures key infrastructure against fire, vandalism, terrorism, and national disasters. This ensures that in the event of damage, airports can quickly recover without disrupting the flow of passengers and goods. Beyond infrastructure, FAN also provides liability insurance, covering passengers, airlines, and airport users against accidents that may occur within airport premises. This includes baggage handling, cargo services, and even ground operations, giving both travelers and operators a sense of safety and trust. Staff working at Nigerian airports, firefighters, engineers, ground handlers, and security operatives are also insured through group life and accident policies. This guarantees compensation in case of occupational hazards, reinforcing the agency's commitments to worker protection. In line with international standards, FAN collaborates closely with the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority to ensure compliance with global aviation safety regulations, particularly those of the International Civil Aviation Organization (ICAO). Experts say these insurance frameworks are not just about financial protection, They are part of FAN's wider risk management strategy, one that builds resilience, protects investment, and reassures both local and international travelers that Nigerian airports remain safe, secure, and reliable.
The 2564 is coming up on running 9 right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome back, viewers. It's still your darling station, VOP TV, and your darling program, Aviation Scope. And I'm Chukwuemeka Obioma. And today we are looking at aviation safety vis-a-vis the need to ensure airports across the Federation. And I have here with me the Secretary General of Roundtable Initiative in the person of Olumide Onwayo. And we've, been doing justice to this matter. And we're going to continue from, where we stopped at. And I'm asking now, sir, could you explain the purpose of compulsory insurance in aviation and how it protects both the public and key industry players?
I think that's some of it in the first part. Now, compulsory insurance.
Just break it down for us.
Compulsory insurance for the airline. See, that the airline must be an airline going on a scheduled service.
Okay.
Must insure its passenger aircraft. Once you're conducting a commercial service that involves the public, you must insure your passengers and cargo. Everything, all the freight, everything that comes on board must be insured. And this is necessitated by the for the airlines to be able to pay compensation in the event of accidents, serious incidents, or serious accidents. Also, airlines are to ensure the crew and other members. More oftentimes, these are left for the airline to address. But the one that the regulator want to see is the insurance of the aircraft that is carrying both passengers and luggages, both for schedule and unscheduled flight. Unscheduled flight means flight that obeys charter at a reward. Yeah, but for the private owned aircraft, it's left for you whether you want to insure yourself or not, even like a military. But for any scheduled one, anyone that is carrying higher for reward must insure the aircraft and ensure that at any time of those pieces, those scenarios I alerted earlier on comes up, insurance must be paid. In some other countries, they insist on having the insurance at the airports. They insist on insurance of navigational and other safety equipment. They insist on insurance of safety critical officers. It depends on the country. But the one that is general to every country, that is not negotiable, is that of that aircraft that's operating the flight, or that to ensure that the passengers and luggages and any other freight on board are compensated in an incident of accidents, serious accidents, or any other reason that affects the comfort or the service being provided for those carried on board, which include the passengers and goods.
All right, let's move away from that a bit. Could you just talk to us about poor airport infrastructure and the challenges that poses for airline operations in Nigeria?
I think the first thing I saw, one of the things you sent to me was what was the first thing that struck me when I get to the airport And I feel it's part of the structure that's not available. I think the first thing I should look at is walking to an airport and I do not know the next flight in leaving. Or when my flight is leaving, that I have to run to the counter of the airline to ask when is your available flight. Because for those coming to the air flight on that day of travel, they are the one that buy the most expensive tickets. Because traveling is a necessity. It's not like those of us or others who would have booked ahead before coming to the airport, so you get good fare. But for you coming to the airport that day, you're going to pay for that emergency travel. But you see, what you expect as you're entering the terminal, you're going straight to the board, to that flight information display board, to see flights that are leaving in the next 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes. And begin to look at which one is going to your destination, which one is not going to your destination. And if you don't see the one that's going to your destination, you now walk straight to the airline counter. It's okay, can I get on this flight? And they say, oh, the flight is filled up. What you then do is go back to the board and say, okay, what is the next flight available and which airline? But this facility is not available at the airport because we don't have any flight display system. Yes, MM2 has something like that. But for others, it's other airports don't have it. So you cannot really come to the airport and know the next flight going, or even your flight, until when you have to walk all the way to the airport. Again, I also feel there's a need to put more technology in the services provided at the airports and terminals, rather than have too many people lodging around the airports, they're pretending to be working for one airline or working for one organization. I think there are too many officials at the airport that does not meet the modern trend of an airport. So I think that's another area we need to address. Again, critical infrastructure. People have complained about the baggage carousel. It's the timing it takes to get to passengers, and at times some of the carousel are dirty. Some even have holes that damage the luggages. These are the things I need them to look at. I also want us to look at especially during the rush hour. That's long queue to pass through the X-ray machines. I think there's a need to have more than one. It's an organization and people and Johnny can have almost all the machines should work at the same time so that it can ease the movement of passengers. Because once all this help in delaying flight, and the only thing the passenger sees in his mind is, I'm supposed to leave by 7. I'm not leaving by 7. Nobody is looking at all the other things that delayed them to get to the aircraft before 7. It is the flight that did not bad at 7 that gets the beating, that gets the bashing. And also see the airlines also complain that, yes, if you don't want flight to delay, they also improve on infrastructure, improve on access to the terminal and services provided within the airport terminals. Because you see, the thing about this, once a flight is delayed, if you delay a flight in 7 hours or an 8-hour flight, that delay cascades throughout the day. Because that aircraft is not operating only one flight for the day. It's going to about 4 or 5 places. So as you delay from the very first one, it cascades throughout the day. And in cascading, that time of delay, if yours was delayed by 15 minutes, you can be sure the next flight is supposed to operate will have about 30 minutes delay. But you have to add that 15 minutes from that one, which has fallen into the time of the second flight. So that's how it builds on until the end of the day. And that is why, for those operating international routes, operating to airports that are very busy, the workers, the service providers there, they give you a window. If you're supposed to come in 9 to 10, you must come in 9 to 10, because once you're not there 9 to 10, as from 10 o'clock, they are moving to the next airline or next customer. The organization there will not have it's not a place like here where you pay peanuts. So we will not have extra extra workers on ground waiting for you, because once you miss your slot, it goes to the next. And that's why you see people always want to move on time for the international flight, for airports that are constrained, because the workers are not going to just there for you. They're there for you for a specific time, and if you're not there, you will miss it. So infrastructure is very important in building the efficiency of flight operations and also making the passengers want to come back and fly us. And you see, once the airport is efficient, once the airport has the facilities, then you have more flights, you have more airlines. Today, we do not have an airport, international airport, that has a hub status. Hub here means that that one of the major airlines is using as the point to take its passengers out of the country or to connect to the country. Neither do we have any transit facility in the international airport.
What do you think is responsible for?
The transit facility here is that if AirPeace, let's take AirPeace that is operating international, if AirPeace is bringing a passenger from London who is going to Gabon or going to Ghana, the passenger, if once they land in London, the passenger just need to transit into an AirPeace flight that's going to Ghana. It was a transit facility. But because of this lack of transit facility, the passenger had to take his bag and come out from that flight before go back again to check in. Going through the immigration and other facility to board the Ghana flight. That has made it difficult for AirPeace or any other Nigerian to carry passengers going beyond Lagos, and that facility is necessary. You ask that what has made it. I am surprised myself that after so many years, after so much money we have spent, up to this period, we do not have a transit facility at the end of international airports. Togo here has it. Ghana here has it. Our neighbors here have it. Why not Nigeria?
Why not in Nigeria? Well, I would also want to draw your attention to, we talked about bed strike your time, and that brings me to the thought of inadequate wildlife control and runway deterioration, because there have been so much complaints about that. Now, I want to ask, what do you think FAN and other stakeholders, including the other regulators within the industry, can do to actually address these challenges?
Look, like I said before, bed strike is a scenario that is still occurring world over. A South Korean airline last year had an accident, was brought down by swamp of beds right there in South Korea. South Korea is much more developed than Nigeria, has better facilities than Nigeria. What we can only do is to continue to encourage, to continue to push that the incidence of bed strike should be reduced to the barest minimum. Once you have communities, environments around the airport, it becomes a challenge. When you have airports that are close to the cities, it becomes a challenge because you cannot control what they put in the houses, the trashes they put around there that can bring birds to their area. What you can control is what is within the environment, and all you can do is continue to enlighten your neighbors and the community on the need to take away trash and things that attract birds. And I think the process should continue. The process of whatever equipment is needed to reduce the birds and all the training needed, which I know the FAN is doing presently and should continue to do and increase on, should continue. It should not be restricted to only Lagos, Abuja, and international airport, because passengers fly from every other airport in Nigeria, and every life matters. So I think the bed strike training, avoidance, reduction should go around all the airports in Nigeria and should be a continuous process till we can reduce to the barest minimum. Again, the airlines should not relent. I think they should continue to push, continue to shout, and make everything possible that the government should face it. But it's the responsibility of the airport or operator, which includes FAN and any other airport, state-owned airports. Now that both of airports are now owned by states, there is also their responsibility to ensure that the beds are not found around with these airports.
All right. Okay. That's where we'll leave it on today's edition of Aviation Scope. Join us next time on same station when we'll bring you engaging conversation on the same program of yours. And a very big thank you to our guest for his insightful contribution, Mr. Olumide Onwayo, Secretary General of a roundtable, Aviation Roundtable Initiative. You know, it's all about aviation and aviation. So you would pardon me if I put aviation before the institution which he represents. Mr. Olumide Onwayo, it's been a pleasure having you here. Thank you for your insightful contribution once again.
It wasn't a mistake on your part. Aviation is part of the name. Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative.
Okay.
ART.
All right. And you have heard it. And my name is Chukwuemeka Obioma. Join us, like I said, same time next week for the same program that you love and you wouldn't want to miss. Till then, it's goodbye.
Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We are live at the Echo Hotels and Suites for the 9th Afrima Awards, the All African Music Awards night, and it's lovely. Everyone is bustling, everyone is excited. We have a lot of nominees, people hoping, they could win for this year's Afrima Awards night. And trust me, it's a lovely evening, and we are all excited. So yes, we have a lot of people, and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. So please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm good.
How do you feel?
I feel so good. Yeah, it's amazing.
But you know the song, I feel good.
Okay, I think I forgot it, but I remember it.
Oh, okay, that's cool. So please, we'd like to meet you. Who are you?
Yeah. My name is Imo. I'm a piano all the way from South Africa. Yeah.
We have the South African, the vibes from South Africa. You know that dance? How do they do it?
Which one? There are a lot of them. Dance moves.
So we have a lot of them, right?
Yeah.
So yes, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are you performers? Sorry.
Yeah. I'm performing.
Ooh, nice. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's the first time, obviously, so I'm kind of nervous, but we're gonna get through that.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm just so excited to be here. Yeah. It's a dream come true.
Oh, wow. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Just good vibes. Hopefully we win something because we nominated also. So yeah, let's hope for the best.
Oh my God! So you just are you also want to also have fun about for the African?
Yeah.
All right, so tell me, how do you see music in Africa now? You're a South African, and how do you see music generally, African music?
Yeah. I think right now it's taking over globally. It used to be a thing of a country has its own sound.
Yes.
Yeah. So now I think Amapiano and Afrobeat has united the Africans, the musicians. So yeah, I think it's doing very well right now, and it's globally now taking over. So hey, Hey.
We come in there.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a beautiful evening. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How do you feel?
I feel good, but everywhere's humid.
Oh
Jesus.
my God.
Still air.
All right. So please, can we meet you?
Shagwaran is the name. Simple. Actor. Nothing more.
Ooh. So we are here at the Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations this evening?
I'm just going to have a lovely evening, enjoy myself, have fun. I was in the music scene before, then I left and started acting, but I still monitor the music industry. And so,
Wow. So being in the music, how do you see African music in general?
great. We've done so well. Taking it to the next level. The whole world is all about Africa. It's good. When we started, nobody even gave us that thought. Nobody even thought we were going together. But I'm so proud of the boys right now. So proud of them.
So the nominees, what are your, what do you wish them this evening? Because a lot of
All the best of luck. Everybody's a winner. I mean, getting to the level of being nominated means it's important.
So tell me, what kind of genre of songs you like to listen to?
I like Afro-pop, I like hip-hop, and I love ballads.
Ooh, nice. All right.
I like it cool.
The blues. All right. Thank you so much. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How do you feel?
Great. Great. Super great.
So I'm so excited already to see you. So, but then you look amazing.
Thank you very much.
Please tell us, is Mama the style? Do you
My wife is my stylist.
Ooh, you see? All right, so please, would like to meet you.
Yeah, okay. This is Pastor Bless, president of GNT Nation. GNT means grace and truth. Yeah, GNT Nation is a ministry that has the music, part of it. Yeah.
So tell us, we are here at the Afrima Awards this evening, and it's the 9th of its kind. So tell me, what are your expectations for this evening?
Well, honestly, this is actually my first time for attending an award ceremony, really. And I'm looking forward to a great time. I read about it and I see that Afrima Award is a very prestigious award. So I'm honored and privileged to be here. So I'm looking forward to a great night. And I came with my friend Frank. He pulled me into this. He's my media advisor because he's advising me what to do because this is not my space. So I'm getting comfortable now. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to a great time and God is good. I see the goodness of God everywhere.
Okay, so I'd love to ask this question because I know your wife has been into the music industry and getting the songs and everyone giggling, dancing about that. So tell me, how do you see African music?
African music has been divinely positioned by God to take over.
Yeah. And
anyone who is not connected to African music, I don't know. If you even look at from the secular space into the gospel, African music is it's taking over. God is doing something with Africa. God is doing something, and Nigeria is at the forefront of it. So I see African music. I see awards like Afrima Awards and expanding, not just an African in the global thing, everyone getting involved in what God is doing. I see growth, I see expansion, I see increase. That's what I see.
So tell me, as a pastor, because we all know, how has this, basically combined with your faith? How do you see music, with your faith?
Music is amazing. Music is, I'll tell you. Sometimes people ask me, why do you support your wife a lot? I'll tell you, minus fact, she's my wife that I want the best for her. The Lord told me something. You know what he said to me? He said, if you support your wife, wherever her music gets to, your ministry has gotten there. So there are some places that your message may not get to, but through the music. So you pastor one to pastor many. And you reach so many souls, yeah.
Right, thank you so much and have a beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
How are you doing? You look beautiful.
So how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling excited. Looking forward to the awards.
Yes. So please tell us your name. We'd like to know you.
Yeah, my name is Mad Jamie. I'm an artist. I sing. I make music. Yeah, yada yada yada.
All right. So tell us, what are your expectations for this evening?
Honestly, let the best man or woman win. And let good music be appreciated. Yeah, that's what I look forward to.
So how do you see music in general, African music in general?
I think African music is evolving. I watched old clips from old awards that we used to have back in the day in Nigeria and how blurry it was. Imagine this is happening now and we are celebrating music and I'm speaking to this beautiful host, and we're evolving and everybody's taking it seriously. The industry is rising, more jobs, more opportunities. I love it. You can't hate it.
All right. So you want to have a blast this evening?
Yes, of course. I want to have fun. I also want to get inspired. It's good to see good work rewarded. So yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a lovely evening. Hi. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening.
How do you feel? Tell me.
I feel great.
You feel great, or you feel excited? Which one? This is in 2 weeks. How do you feel?
I feel excited. I feel all together.
So please tell us, can we meet you?
My name is Obawale.
Oba what?
Obawale.
Ooh, and who is Obawale? Tell us.
I make music, songwriter, musician, all around.
So yeah, we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
I want to see the next Afrobeat superstars, and of course I'm part of them, but I just want to be inspired by the kind of people that will be awarding tonight. It's always a great thing to experience.
All right. So by the way, who styled you? Because I actually wanted to ask.
Actually, I'm a fashion stylist myself.
Hey, so there are some hidden skills
But
out there.
this particular brand, I got it from my friend Ip Style. So yeah, I just told him what I need, and then he gets it fixed up.
All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel good.
I feel good. So good. All right, so please, can we meet you? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Coach Bar, CEO, Coach Bar Management, Talent Management, Event Producer, and a Creative Technologist.
Ooh, somebody clock it. So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So tell me, what are your expectations this evening?
Well, first of all, kudos to Mr. Mike for this, like doing this consecutively for 9 years. First of all, kudos to the team. And my expectation for tonight is just basically to connect and network. I mean, I came all the way from Abuja for this, so.
It came all the way from Abuja to
the ABCA, the Buj, up in the capital, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so you just want to vibe, you like the environment, you love the vibe and everything.
Yeah, I love the host.
Ooh, all right, thank you so much. You have a beautiful evening.
You too, and enjoy your evening.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Please, can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm Charlene Frey. I'm a manager in Ivory Coast.
Ooh, nice. So we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So tell me, I know you're looking happy, excited already. So what are your expectations this evening as the guest?
We expect to see a nice show with all the artists on stage. And of course, I hope my artists will win all the prizes for which they are nominees.
Oh my God. So how do you see African music on the whole?
I see African music as a music that is getting more and more important on an international level. And this is something that I really appreciate.
Okay. All right. Do have a beautiful evening and enjoy yourself.
Hello.
You know when someone is so fine, like you get the vibe? So you know the song, I feel good. So good. So please tell me your name. I would love to know your name.
I'm DJ Zani.
Ooh, DJ Zani. Somebody. You get what I'm saying? So we are here live at the Afrima Awards evening, awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
I'm expecting good things, like artists are trying, like everyone is trying, so I'm expecting good things from there.
So how do you see music? How do you see music in Africa on the whole? Like
making music or what?
Yeah, like music, African music on the whole.
African music is so great, like, because I sing.
So how do you see it in the future? With this event going on today, how do you see African music in the future?
I see African music like going, like I don't know,
but it's going to be great.
All right.
Okay. To have a beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
How do you feel?
Excited.
I feel good. So good. You don't really dance Michael Jackson joint, God, I beg.
I know about the dancer, so yeah.
So you get it. All right,
and
so
the touch of MJ in every entertainer, you know. So that's the
so please, I'd like to know your name. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Dilo. Yeah, but originally I'm Hilary Zokalman, but Dilo is like my industry name.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So we are here at the Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Nothing short of the best. Afrima has proven itself over 13 years of existence. It's no beans. You know, they've shown that they know their stuff, and they're bringing the best to not just Africa, but bringing it home to the giant of Africa, Nigeria. And I want to say they're doing a great job, and I'm expecting nothing less than the Afrima standards.
So tell me, how do you see African music in the future?
Why are you talking about future?
Because with this event, it has to be things that we are looking forward to see maybe after Afrima this night. So definitely maybe the next Afrima has to be great. You understand what I'm trying to say? So how do you see it in the future? What can you say?
Definitely. I want to say, why I asked you why you're talking about the future, because the future for me is now. So whomever is taking the center stage now is in charge of the future. So whatever you're going to become in the future determines on what you're doing now. That's why I say don't talk about tomorrow. Let's focus on who is dominating now. So Afrima was yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Same as Afrobeats. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a blast this evening. Hi. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to Afrima.
Welcome. How do you feel?
I feel good tonight.
Okay, I actually want to say something about your dress because you look amazing. The style with the beads and the dress. Oh, so much. But please, I love this. Actually, I don't know if I could get...
You can get a lot. I have a farm, I have a big farm, okay?
So please, can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm Boy Smart. I'm an Afrobeat world music artist. I just dropped a new song called Fly. You guys should go and listen to it.
Yes. All right, so we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
So many expectations tonight.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is congratulations to every winners, to every nominees. We're just here to have some fun,
Ooh, I'm here to have some fun too.
We have to have some fun with VOP TV. Okay.
Of course. So how do you see music, African music on the whole?
I see African music as a very global stuff, Yeah, and this is just the beginning. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
This is just the beginning. Yeah.
So as a musical artist, how do you see music, African music in the future?
I see African music in the future in a way that even the Grammys, even the Oscar, we put Africa on. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much, and do have a blast this evening. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening.
Good afternoon.
For this time, God, I better go.
Okay, good morning.
As far as a good day inside, we will accept it.
Okay.
All right, please. You look amazing, by the way. Before I even start,
Thank you very much.
Who styled you? Tell me.
Well, I'm being styled by my very good friend Ayo Balogun Couture.
Ooh, he did a really good job.
Yes.
So tell me, can we meet you, please?
Well, my name is Ambassador Cornelius Udofia, the CEO of Cornell Entertainment, convener of the CMC Africa Award for Excellence, PRO, Actors Guild of Nigeria, Lagos State Chapter, and of course the CPS to the immediate past president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Dr. Emeka Rolas Ejezie, and of course the publisher of the Gladiators magazine. I'm a proud Nigerian, a proud African.
People that are proud of Nigeria, we are all proud of Nigeria. So tell me, we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations this evening? It has been happening since Wednesday. So this is the grand finale for the awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Okay, if I have to take it back, I was one of the coordinators of Afrima, right from the time we started at Ikeja with Mr. Mike, and I was one of the coordinators that was actually sharing the invites, and it gives me a very big pleasure to see that Afrima has come to stay, because in our continent, for you to sustain a business for 9 good years is not an easy task. And I want to say a very big thank you to the Lagos State government in conjunction with African Union for actually supporting this event. Afrima is Africa. Africa is Afrima. So I'm very happy to be part and parcel of history.
So I heard when you said you're one of the coordinators. So as one of the coordinators, like, what would you say about this year's Afrima, the 9th? For we're speaking because we have had previous, Afrima's events. So what are you going to say about today, the 9th of the 9th Afrima Afrima Awards night. What are you going to say about it?
Okay, being one of the coordinators, my job specifically is to make sure that those superstars, because I control superstars, those top celebrities are given chance to attend. So my job is just to invite those stars, both in Africa and of course in diaspora, for them to attend the event. I've been doing it, like I said, when we started, and that was the reason that this year Mike said, Cornell, you are part and parcel of the history. I want you to come on board. And we were giving about 50 VVIP to share to the stars. And some of the stars are all around. As a matter of fact, one of them is there, Tina Newman, one of the celebrities we invited. We have my cousin too that came in from UK, Auntie Eno. We have Queenette Agbo. We have Jim Ike. Jim Ike is around. Let's see how it's going to go.
All right. Thank you so much. And do have a beautiful evening.
Good evening.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so good.
Ooh, you know that song? I feel good. So good. Oh my God. So tell me, you look amazing. Can you tell us who styled you?
Okay, actually, I was styled by look. It's just a cloth I picked.
Okay. You actually look amazing. Trust me. And please, can we meet you then?
Okay, my name is Tina Newman.
Ooh, Tina Newman. And who is Tina Newman? Let's know.
Okay, Tina Newman is an artist. I'm an artist from Cornell Entertainment.
So we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards, and it's a beautiful evening already. So what are your expectations this evening?
Oh my God, honestly, this evening is already fun being out here, and I trust all the artists that has been nominated. They are all good, and I will be so glad anyone that come up as a winner. I'm so glad because I love them all. So I don't have a specific artist. They are all good.
So you're all out to have fun this evening?
Because.
Ooh, all right. Thank you so much. Do have a beautiful evening. Good evening, ma.
Good evening, dear. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How do you feel?
I feel good. Ooh. I feel elated. I feel the beauty of Nigeria.
Oh my God.
All over me. I see beautiful laces, beautiful faces, beautiful ladies and gentlemen.
Of course. So we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations? I would like to know your name before we go into the questions. Please, can we meet you, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm Mrs. Omotayo Motusho. I'm a television broadcaster. Of course, gradually retiring. I've been trained a lot of younger ones over the years. By God's grace, in a few months, I'll be celebrating 40 years of television broadcasting, and I'm a media entrepreneur.
So please, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening? What do you expect to see?
Well, Afrima, as you know, is simply African Musical Awards. And so I expect the best of the best to be awarded. I expect a salute to hard work, a salute to tenacity of purpose, a salute to resilience, a salute to creativity, a salute to culture and tourism, and a salute to the promotion of our economy. I expect a lot.
Talking about salute, how do you see the African music generally?
Oh, African music has evolved, and I will tell you what I mean by that. It's evolved to the extent that even the most exotic and beautiful islands of the Caribbean that are so far away from Africa. Because for you to get to the Caribbean, you must fly from here to Europe, from Europe to America, America to the Caribbean. Or sometimes, if you're lucky, from Europe to the islands. I visited the islands a few weeks ago, and from the airport, as soon as they saw me as a Nigerian, they said, "Oh, we watch videos of Burna Boy, Davido," and they went on Ashake. And these are people that wouldn't call Yoruba names very well, but they were so tuned, they were so elated, they were so excited with the fact that I'm coming from a country where our musical icons have done so well and their works have been exported all over the world. I feel proud. I felt proud. So we've gone a long way. You should be proud.
So, by the way, ma'am, you look amazing.
Thank you, darling.
I didn't tell you, but you look beautiful. Actually, can you tell us who styled you? Because this is beautiful.
You'll be stunned. I style myself.
Oh, so there's a hidden skill that
you can call it hidden skill, but the bit I didn't tell you was the fact that I regulated tourism and culture for Nigeria as Director General some years ago. So anything that will promote African culture, anything that will celebrate African culture, anything that will glorify the beauty of our culture, that's what I am for, and that's what I wear.
All right, thank you so much, ma. Do have a beautiful evening.
Thank you, darling.
Thank you, ma'am.
Keep on looking beautiful yourself.
Thank you, ma'am. And guys, trust me, this is where we draw the curtain. I don't want to go, but then we have to. But trust me, the 9th Afrima Awards was just excellent. It was phenomenal, and I actually enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too, because everything was just good. And I know that you won't miss our next time on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live, and don't forget to, follow us, please. And don't forget, my name is Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This is Spotlight. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
in a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is
Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless.
Hello there, welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on Voice of People Television, where citizens stories shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Some would actually say finally, and some would say at last. But of course, Abure out. Court affirms Nnedi Usman as Labour Party's valid leader. Join the conversation with expert insights and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udon. Let's look into other news stories with details. APC slams Atiku Obi over democratic credentials. Lagos State chapter of the All Progressive Congress has questioned the democratic credentials of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, ex-Anambra State Governor Peter Obi. The party said neither Atiku nor Obi played a significant role in Nigerians' pro-democracy struggle. The APC criticized their movement across multiple political platforms, describing it as opportunistic rather than ideological driven. And of course, away from that particular one, Lagos APC Guber aspirant Jado launches official website. Dr. Olajide Adediran, a leading governorship aspirant in the All Progressive Congress APC for the 2027 Lagos State election, has launched its official website. The website provides information on its vision, policy, priorities, public engagement. The campaign updates states that Dr. Adeniran aims to promote transparency leadership and people-centered governance through the platform. I love the fact that some people are actually speculating that Jandor is the leading, candidate. But I'll show you, I'll show we, because we have 1,001 candidates presently, vying for that particular position. But the best man win finally. I'm talking about their primaries as regards to the APC, because APC always have, this particular final, joker card that they play at 9 minutes. All you just have to hear is, it was a consensus candidate, and that was it, and nobody can actually say anything or what have you. So we've seen it play out, where we actually thought, oh, it will be given to this particular person, and it went this way. So we shouldn't be surprised. But for Jando, if you have opened your website for now, congratulations in advance. And if the button doesn't, get to you, all you just have to do is keep projecting good governance, through that same platform. Away from that particular on Kaduna abduction, Governor Obasani assures victims safe return plans military base. Kaduna State Governor, of course, has actually assured all persons adopted in Kumi Wali village, and of course, he said that they will be rescued and reunite with their families once again. Sani led the delegation to the community, promising to work with security agency to secure their release. He also announced plans to establish a military base in the area and construct an access route to improve security and mobility. The governor condemned attempts to politicize the incident, emphasizing the sanctity of human life. I just hope finally that this time around, a governor in Kaduna State, and I am using that particular word, okay? I just hope that this time a governor in Kaduna State will take this particular thing up, seriously, and not neglect the southern Kaduna people. They are also part of Kaduna, regardless of where they come from, regardless of their religion, whatsoever it is, but they should also be treated fairly, and equally in Kaduna State. Of course, because I am not talking from the outside, I'm talking from the inside. When we talk about the southern Kaduna, I know what has actually happened over the years. And that's more reason why I need to actually make that particular call by saying, I just hope that a governor this time around will take, that particular region, serious this time around. When it comes to votes, you go to them, for votes. But when it comes to security and protection, they cry out and nothing is being done. And we even under report sometimes. Okay? I had the conversation here on Tuesday. I was talking about the underreporting, and I also mentioned that for the government and the Nigerian police force in Kaduna to actually say that nothing of such actually happened. It was not the first time we were hearing something like that, and that's not the first time we get to hear such a situation, But of course, we just hope that this time around, now that they've actually admitted that this abduction took place, let's see how they would help in releasing or getting these people safe out of that particular death, and of course, look for how to, make that region very safe for the people. And away from that particular one, CGN urges court registrars to embrace technology. Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, has called on court registrars to adopt technology and judicial automation to improve efficiency, transparency, and access to justice. The emphasis, of course, as regards to the modern court administration must adapt to the realities of rising case loads, evolving public expectation, and rapid technology advancement. The CGN made the call as the 2026 strategic retreat of the Committee of Chief Registrars of Nigeria. I just hope that this particular one would work, because I spoke to a particular registrar separately, and of course I spoke to a particular lawyer, and I asked, I said, why is it that difficult for us to actually use a good technology as regards to our legal system in Nigeria? And the reply I got was, do you know that some people actually making money from that papers that they move here and there? And I couldn't say anything again, having the case file moved, because I said all of this can be open as as a model, where we have every office is on the system, and you can just move the file from here to there. All you just need is just a code. If you get your code, it'll be easy for your case file to be brought out, and very simple. And he said, what about the papers that some people are making money from? So at some point I couldn't say anything, but of course we just want them to actually, work hand in hand with the, with technology, so that we can actually have, faster litigation cases instead of always, adjourning case, and we have, one case lingering for how many years and things like that. But we just want our, judicial system to really, really work, our legal system to really, really work. That's all we are just looking for here in Nigeria. Nigerians just want everything to work out for us. That's all. All right, let's move to the APC's quarters now. APC denies forcing Enugu workers to register. The All Progressive Congress in Enugu State has denied allegation that local government chairmen are coercing government workers to register or revalidate their membership with the party. APC chairman Dr. Ben Moye described the claims as false and politically motivated, saying the registration exercise is voluntary. He also attributed the massive participation to internal unity within the party and growing public support for Governor Peter Mbah's administration. Okay, since they said that such didn't happen, let's just leave it at that until we get more, more claims, of course, and more evidence as regards to, about that particular situation before we can actually weigh into it. Let's go to Kano State now, where so much is actually happening. One part is about politics, and the other part is about CADCO. Kano plunged into darkness as electricity workers embark on indefinite strike. Of course, Kaduna State Electric Distribution Company, CADCO, workers have actually begun an indefinite strike, causing widespread power outage in the state. The Senior Staff Association of Electricity and Allied Companies and National Union of Electricity Employees allege poor working condition and unpaid arrears as reasons for the strike. CADCO management, however, claims to have prioritized staff welfare and entitlement with over 80% of pension remittance paid. The dispute has severely disrupted socio-economic activities in Kano. I just want the government to actually weigh into that particular one, because without a proper electricity distribution, I don't think the state can, function properly. All right, let's move to another situation from the APC's quarters. APC won't rule Nigeria forever, says Gambari, former chief of staff to President Muhammadu Buhari. Prof. Ibrahim Gambari has expressed doubt over the All Progressive Congress' ability to maintain long-term dominance in Nigeria, citing historical example. Gambari noted that past attempts at dominant party rule in Nigeria have consistently failed. He emphasized the importance of building strong, ideological, distinct political party to prevent a non-party state. Gambari's comment amid opposition concerns over recent defection to the APC, and of course he gave example of the NPC. Of course, you all remember, the dominance of the NPC as at the time, the Nigerian People's Congress, which was in the First Republic. And that party was just for, the northern heads, Samadu Bello and the likes of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. The NPC was quite strong as at the time, but later, what happened? And this is what he is talking about. We also mentioned the NPN. Of course, I gave example of the NPN. They came in Second Republic as well. And if you remember vividly, that was the head of different controversies as regards to corruption. And the party eventually, was overthrown by a military coup in 1983. And finally, he talked about the PDP. You remember how PDP actually, was everywhere. PDP holding Nigerian, Nigerian political structure. But today, that is the same PDP that Wike, Seyi Makinde, and the likes of them have actually, brought down. The same PDP that was quite strong in 1999, 2003, 2007, and of course 2011. Now, the same PDP are actually looking for how to even get their feet stamped. All he is just trying to say is that no political party, would reign or last forever, especially when you want to have a final dominant role where, you want to have every governor into your party, you want to have a one-party state in Nigeria. It won't last. No matter what, you would always drop off. That's all Gambari is saying there. But let's move to Adams Oshomole's quarter. Tinubu's tax policy progressive, says Oshomole. Senator Adams Oshomole has praised President Tinubu's new tax policy, describing it as consistent with principles of a progressive government. Oshomole noted that the policy shifts the tax burden from the poor to the rich, and that working families would benefit from the new tax regime. He also explained that value-added tax primarily really affected luxury purchases, and that Nigerians pay VAT in other countries, so it is not unique, to Nigeria. I know you can say less because that's your party, and of course that's your principle. But if you're saying that the poor are not complaining or the poor would not suffer, it is the rich, have you actually, decided to come down to where the poor are to really see what is going through, to see what they're going through? Have you really, taken your time to go to the real local, to the real ordinary Nigerians to really know what's going on? I'm not talking about senators who live, in Abuja, Meitama, who live in all of the, the eyebrow of Abuja, and you are representing a particular, constituency in your state. But all you do is you stay there, and from there it's outside country, and you come back there. You only come to that particular place once in a while, and when you do, you're only coming for election reasons. Have you really taken your time to actually go see what is going on? And of course, I also heard him making some assertion as regards to saying that the ordinary Nigerians are now thanking the government for the cheap food prices in the market. And I said, really? It's all well and good. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV. And of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation. Abure out, court affirms Nnamdi Usman as Labour Party's valid leader. Don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. The Federal High Court in Abuja has ruled in favor of Senator Nnamdi Usman, affirming our leadership of the Labour Party. The court ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to recognize Usman's caretaker committee as the valid leadership of the party, citing a Supreme Court verdict that Julius Abure's tenure as national chairman had elapsed. Justice Peter Alifu declared that Abure's tenure had expired, and the party's National Executive Committee, of course, had validly constituted a 29-member caretaker committee with Usman as chairman. The court rejected Abure's argument that the matter was an internal party affair and not subject to judicial review. The Labour Party faction loyal to Abia State Governor Alex Otti has called for reconciliation and unity within the party following the judgment. In contrast, Abure's camp has rejected the ruling and vowed to appeal, claiming that the court misinterpreted the Supreme Court decision. We're now being joined by Dr. Emmanuel Eze, Labour Party 2023 House of Representative candidate for Abakaliki Izzi Federal Constituency of Ebonyi State, and of course the President, Ebonyi Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Sergio. Good afternoon, viewers.
And Happy New Year to you, Doctor. It's been a while, you know.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
It's a good, yes.
Thank you for joining the program. All right, quickly, we're also being joined by Comrade Eragbe Anslem, member of Labour Party, Interim National Working Committee. Good afternoon, Comrade.
Yeah, my pleasure as always, Savior. Comrade Eragbe Anslem, the National Youth Leader of Labour Party, Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. And of course, we're also being joined by Comrade Eze Oko Splendor, 2023 Labour Party governorship candidate of Ebonyi State. Good afternoon, Comrade.
Good evening, Savior. Viewers, I'm happy to be with you again. Happy New Year, Savior.
Happy New Year to you, Comrade, and congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, let me start with you, Comrade Anslem. Comrade Anslem, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so I want to start with you, and the reason why I'm starting with you is because you have a very, long issue with Abure, and for everyone that actually knows the history of the Labour Party, you would agree with me that you and Abure have actually, been coming from a very, a long thread. And it was quite unfortunate that both of you fell out at some point. We knew at some point that both of you were close to an extent, or maybe something actually happened. But let's start with you. What are the immediate implications of the court's decision on the Labour Party's leadership? Even when the other time, of course, the previous judgment actually showed that Abure was no longer the chairman. Abure continued parading himself as the chairman of the party. And, you all kept, appearing in court. And he went ahead to bring up someone from Anambra State's election as the gubernatorial candidate. And you people were not in support of that particular candidate, I think, is it Mualu or what's his name in Anambra? And to an extent, Abure kept on, doing things like the chairman of the party. But of course, the situation has changed now in as much as they are saying that they want to appeal the conversation. I called the three of you yesterday, and including Barrister Ken, who is the special advisor to Senator Nadi. I spoke with the three of you yesterday. Immediately the court, gave that judgment. So what are the immediate implications now? And what happens next as regards to the Labour Party leadership?
The judgment of yesterday was a consequential order for the implementation of the Supreme Court judgment of 4th April 2025. In the Supreme Court judgment of 4th April 2025, the three issues in dispute were resolved in favor of Senator Nenadi Esther Usman as the chairman of the party, who was appointed by the National Executive Council. That's the statutory National Executive Council of the party. Statutory because myself and Julius Abure, all of us came from the same National Convention, 10 June 2019. Our substantive tenure expired on the 9th of June 2023. Remember, I've maintained that Abure got an illegal wire extension on the 17th of April 2023 while he was on FCT High Court substituting restraining order that was subsisting for perjury, forgery, and criminal conspiracy that prevented him from parading himself as party official. So now the matter has come to its head now to the point where the Federal High Court did not give a separate judgment. It merely issued a consequential order, because if you look at the Supreme Court judgment, there was no order, even though those three issues were resolved in favor of Senator Nenadi. Now let me draw our attention to some of the issues. Now, in that judgment on page 45 of the Supreme Court, it said in the instant case, the court below, having found the first respondent may relief was relief number 5, which was predicated on leadership of the first respondent and thus not justiciable, strayed beyond. That's the Supreme Court talking now. It said that court strayed beyond its jurisdiction to the realm where even angels tread to pronounce Barrister Julius Abure as national chairman of the first respondent. The lot of the lower court were wrong to so do. Now, the court said the principle of law applicable here is as expressed in the Latin dictum, nihil non expectant edificare, whatever, meaning that one cannot put something on nothing and expect it to stand. So the first respondent suit in the trial court had no leg to stand in the circumstance and deserved to be struck out. Now, a reference was made to that. So permit me at this point to reiterate that it is strike position in law that if a court is bereft of jurisdiction to entertain the main relief in an action, it will not have the jurisdiction to entertain the auxiliary claim, and therefore, more so, if the auxiliary claim will inevitably involve a discussion in the main claim. In this case, a reference was made. So the three issues submitted for determination were hereby jointly resolved in favor of the appellant, Senator Nenadi Esther Usman and Dali Tuukocha. Now, just hold on, in summary, because we saw Arabambi today on TVC misinforming the world. He said in summary, both the trial court and the court below had no jurisdiction to entertain the suit in the first respondent, which main relief, as they both rightly observed, was inserted as relief number 5 as though it was an appendix. Consequent upon the foregoing, the decision of both trial court and the court below recognizing Barrister Julius Abure as national chairman of the respondent are hereby set aside, and the suit in reference hereby struck out for want of jurisdiction. In the same vein, the first responder cross appeal in the reference SCCV 56A, being an offshoot of the same judgment of God, is hereby dismissed. Now, he said, before I am done, may I admonish political parties and their members to endeavor to always allow their constitution, rules, regulations, and guidelines to guide them in choosing their officers as well as candidates. That way, incessant rift, which always find their way to the court, will be reduced. If the constitution of a political party has prescribed duration for tenure of office of an officer, such officer should be humble enough to live at the expiration of the tenure. In the final analysis, I find this appeal to be meritorious and is hereby allowed parties bear their cost. Now, so quickly, the summary of what the FCT High Court did yesterday under its able leadership, Justice Peter Lifu JP, said three things. One, that the National Executive Council of the party, in exercise of constitutional powers, Article 13 and 14, which says that the NEC have powers to fill vacancies in between national conventions where there are. Two, the tenure of Julius Abure expired 8 June 2024. And three, the earlier judgments were dismissed for want of jurisdiction. So the court thereby ordered INEC to immediately apply the judgment of the Supreme Court to recognize the Nigerian as the national chairman and members of our National Executive Council, period. So this is the position in law. So it was not a new judgment per se, but an application, a consequential order directing INEC to implement the judgment of the Supreme Court in the reference SCCV 56/2025 under reference in favor of Senator Esther Nenadi Usman, National Chairman, Dali Tuukocha, National Secretary, and all of us appointed by the National Executive Council statutory body. Statutory because our tenure expired. There are only 10 subsisting National Executive Council members. You may need to know they are Alex Otti and his deputy, NSC President and the GS of NSC, NSC Chairperson Women Commission, TSU President, TSU GS, TSU Chairperson Women Commission, then the BOT Chairman and Secretary. So these are the statutory. So presently we have a fully constituted National Executive Council, all of us, 34 of us in the NWC, the 36 states and FCC Chairman and Secretary, and the 10 persons I've just listed now as the full weight of the leadership of the party in Nigeria.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Eragbe Anslem, for that particular wonderful, submission and clarity as regards to the situation on ground. Let's take it to Dr. Eze. Hello, Dr. Eze, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I love the fact that it's a congratulation, a conversation here, because I know how long, the Labour Party leadership have actually, been at this situation for, just to see how to broker peace and to get the grip of that particular party again, working. So how does the Supreme Court's verdict on Abure's tenure affect this recent judgment? And of course, you would agree with me that we have a particular pending issue as regards to the INEC quarters. INEC have actually, deemed it fit to not recognize Senator Nenadi Usman. And I remembered some of you came last year to talk about this particular situation. And now the court is still asking INEC to officially recognize the leadership of Senator Nenadi Usman. So what role is INEC expected to play in recognizing, the leadership of Senator Nenadi Usman? And of course, don't forget that Abure said they would appeal, and so how might their appeal affect the party's stability and unity? Because presently, Labour Party needs to stand, Labour Party needs to work. Otherwise, Labour Party might not actually survive it in 2027. So I'd like you to take all of this, please.
Thank you so much. And let me thank Comrade Rabwe. He really did a wonderful work explaining even the technical aspect of it. I am, yes, we are happy, but for me, it's not all happiness. We should be worried that we'll become a country where laws are no longer obeyed. We cherry pick judgments. We tend to sidestep the ones we think are not favorable. Abure has no locus driving from the April 4th Supreme Court judgment. But again, the biggest worry is that there has been a persistent attempt, especially within this APC realm, to look at judgment and then interpret it to suit whims and caprices. I am happy that the learned Justice Lifu actually made it emphatically clear that we must become a nation ruled by law. Abure is not above the Nigerian Constitution, and for him, talking about appealing is rather unfortunate, very, very unfortunate, because I think this judgment actually gave him a soft landing. And not just a soft landing, it's already an embrace for us to move forward, because our international chairman, who also said, look, we are one family, I am open for reconciliation. I had expected Abure to take that as a part and then help him, give him the landing that will save his face. But the way he's going, I think what he wants to do is to continue to remain relevant for those in opposition who may be using him. If that is his own, it also shows that he has never really been, he's not worth being called even a former national chairman. So a former national chairman should not destroy the house that gave him cover all these years. And like Comrade Derabe said, Abure had a 1-year extension that was debatable. And even that 1-year extension, he still felt he needed to continue to be. He wants to be a life party chairman, which is not possible. And that also should give us a bigger worry. What is wrong with the African? Not just not just Abure again. Look at our neighboring countries. Some people 80 years, 90 years are still holding on to power. For me, leadership is a calling. And this judgment has actually re-emphasized that. The Supreme Court also re-emphasized it. So Abure has no choice other than to go home or help us rebuild the party. For me, what we need to do now is for us to come together and really put our house in order. There's a lot of work to be done. Some of our leaders, members are disenchanted. We need to also go down to the wards, to the local government, to the states, and begin to encourage them. Those who are misinforming the public, we will get to that. The law has there's a recourse in law for those who want to disobey the judgment. They have pushed their lever too far. And this judgment has made it abundantly clear that there's no way to sidestep the ruling of the Supreme Court judgment. And like Comrade Rabe said, this is a consequential order. It's unfortunate that we needed a consequential order to enforce a judgment that was clear. Honorable men ordinarily would have stepped aside for the sake of the party, for the interest of Nigerians. Abure, frankly, has written his name in very dark colors as one who has been standing between the hopes of ordinary Nigeria and 2027. I hope he realizes that. I hope he gets to do it. We've not heard from him. We only hear it from people around him. And I want to believe they're not speaking for him.
Okay. All right. If you say you've not heard from him, I think Arabambi is a close pal, and we'll be hearing more from them shortly. But I'm actually looking forward to seeing how I can bring them also to come and, say whatever it is as regards to, we have to hear the two sides of this whole conversation, in as much as we know what is really here now and we know what the government is saying as regards to the party. But, Doctor, before I move to Comrade Splendor, so I would like to ask, what are the potential consequences for Labour Party members who have supported Abure, during this crisis? And How does this judgment impact the Labour Party's chances in future elections? Because don't forget that a particular court as well, has actually, removed the Labour Party members in the Abuja Council elections as we speak. And the election will be in February. And we have upcoming gubernatorial elections in Ekiti and Osun in this same year. So I'd like you to take this particular one. Do you think Labour Party stand chances?
Yeah, thank you again. For me, as a strategist, what doesn't kill you will always make you stronger.
Make you strong.
Yeah, we are going to get stronger. There are consequences to certain actions taken by Abure, and we must also have those are consequences we have to bear. Take them one after the other. For most of us, our focus now is how to reposition the party. All that we have lost, we are going to regain. The FCT council election, once we get the CTC judgment, INEC, we'll find a way around it. It is not all hope are not lost. I think there may be a window. And for me, what INEC needs to do is INEC should stop allowing those who go around forum shopping, weaponizing the law to get away with it. This is our country. And we must also remember that whatever we do, there are consequences to it. So one of the consequences for us is the losses we've already had. And we are going to bear with that and then find a way forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Eze, for that wonderful submission. Let's move to Comrade Splendor. Hello, Comrade. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here with you.
Thank you for waiting patiently for your turn. Comrade, I also remember that you've had several issues with Abure because Abure, forged a different, is it results or certificates and all of that for the other person, who actually went head-to-head with you. And you have, long issues as regards to Abure's, fraudulent act with you, which you presented some of the documentation as at the time. And of course, the Anambra State Labour Party chairman also, presented some of the facts which I played on this show last year. So I'd like to ask you, what steps can, the Osman-led committee take to unify the party? Because presently, Labour Party is going through a lot. And just like Dr. Eze said that you people are looking for a way to unify, and to bring the party together. But what step will you people, take? Because Abure has taken his time to divide the party. And we have the Abure faction, we have the Senator Osman Nadi's faction. And some other obedient and some other Labour Party, faithfuls who just love the party. Everybody now is just, scattered and in shambles. So what will you people do differently this time around to see how to get the party working again? And I would like to also ask you, which is a very serious one here as regards to the coalition, how might this, court decision affect the party's relationship with its allies and the coalition partners? And I would like to ask, are you people thinking of, forming a coalition with other parties, or Labour Party would still stand on its own to thrive?
So much, Savior. To start with, my name is Comrade Splendor Oko Eze, 2023 governorship candidate of Labour Party in Ebonyi State. Savior, I can only tell you that you can take a horse to a stream, but you can't force that horse to drink water. Abure, I am saying this on a national television, that Abure is a distraction to Labour Party. Abure, from the word go, Abure never believes in anything election, contest election and win election and occupy elective position. Abure is highly transactional. All Abure does is just business. Nothing concerns him, whether you contest election or win, or you contest election and lose. It doesn't concern him. Abure is a serial signature forger. In 2023, 2022 build up to 2023, I contested for the primary election of Labour Party in Ebonyi State, and I was unanimously voted in as the governorship candidate of Labour Party. Abure was initially happy with that development. He called me, congratulated me, and all that. So as I was busy getting prepared for the election proper, Abure went and struck a deal with an APC mole, a man known as architect Edward Nkwego Kreke, who had contested the same primary election in APC and got only 6 votes, to show you how unpopular the man is in Ebonyi State politics. The man, after he had failed woefully in APC, the man was pushed to Labour Party. The man went to the national level of the party, met with one Clement Ojukwu, who was the national organizing secretary of the party as at that time. Ojukwu struck his own personal deal with him, collected his own money from him, and then led him to Julius Abure, who is more transactional than even Ojukwu. When Julius Abure saw the deal, Julius Abure said to her with Comrade Splendor Oko Eze, who was validly nominated. What Julius Abure did and Farouk Ibrahim was to forge my signature. You can imagine, the governorship candidate, they didn't want to approach me. They only use initial EO. E is for Eze, O for Oko, as my signature. And then wrote a fake withdrawal letter and sent to INEC with the initial EO. My greatest surprise is that INEC, as highly respected as that commission, that INEC can accept a fake withdrawal letter with an initial as a signature to remove my name from INEC portal. When that was done, I was informed about the development, so I ran down to Abuja and applied for the CTC of all the fake documents they submitted to INEC, which they used to replace me from INEC portal. Behold, those documents were given to me, and I saw the forgery. I did 2 things simultaneously then. I petitioned Abure to the police, the DIG of police then, that's Chief Justin Kukumo, who was the DIG, FCID Area 10 Abuja. I petitioned Abure for forgery, perjury, and criminal conspiracy. The investigation started in the police while I went to the court for the civil case. I ran down to Federal High Court, Abakaliki, and instituted a case against Julius Abure. The matter started, to the glory of God. The judge, may his soul rest in peace, Justice Rayman, when he saw the INEC lawyer in the court, he asked the INEC lawyer to produce the CTC of the primary election conducted in Ebonyi State by Labour Party. That was presented before the court. The judge cited the CTC from INEC and saw that Eze Oko, comrade, is the authentic candidate for the race.
And okay, so comrade, because of time, so what have they done as regards to this case now, as we speak? Because of our time, we're pressed for time, so we need to just take it quite a bit speedy. So please go ahead.
To lay a foundation to tell you that Abure did not start disobeying court order today. All the court order I got, I defeated Abure from Federal High Court. Abure took me to Appeal Court. I went to Appeal Court, I defeated him. Abure took me to Supreme Court Abuja. I went there, I defeated him. I have a consequential order as well. All these judgments were communicated to INEC. Behold, Abure and his agents in INEC disobeyed the court order. So the question is, are court judgments and order in this country meant to be obeyed or disobeyed? So what I'm saying is that Nigerians should take note of this, that Abure is just an agent that is being used to distract the legitimate leadership of Labour Party in Nigeria, which is under the leadership of distinguished Senator Nadi Usman and the distinguished Senator Daleti Wokocha as national chairman and national secretary of the party.
Okay.
The Supreme Court of in Nigeria is the highest court in the land. If a Supreme Court gives judgment and you disobey it, then Nigerians will know that you are up for something, for another game.
Okay,
so
thank you so much, comrade. Yes. All right. So
yes, for me,
all right.
Yes.
So
for me, I want to tell us to and the Labour Party faithful across Nigeria and the globe that we must disregard Abure's noise making and go into rebuilding our party, starting from the world congresses, local government congresses, state congresses that will now culminate into national convention and rebuild our party.
Thank you so much, Comrade Splendor.
Does not make any meaning for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Splendor. I'm sincerely sorry, we're pressed for time, and that's why we can't take more again. But of course, let me move to Comrade Deragbe Anslem. Hello, Comrade, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Comrade.
All right, so Comrade, please, in just 1 minute, please, I would like you to just adhere to the time frame. Please, in just 1 minute, I'd like to ask you, we had some issues, and of course, I wouldn't want to say rumor, but of course, some people made some assertions that Senator Nadi Usman is actually working with the ADC in Kaduna, and she's a member of the ADC. I don't know how true this is, but I would like to give clarity, in just 1 minute, please.
Straight to the point, Senator Esther Nadi Usman is the national chairman of the Labour Party, and that's what it is. So that you discuss with somebody somewhere, somehow, doesn't make you a member of that party. Until Peter Obi joined the Labour Party most recently, December 31st, he remained a member of the Labour Party. So Nenadi is the national chairman of the party, and she remains the Labour Party, has nothing whatsoever to do with the ADC.
But so are you saying that there was nothing that actually happened transpired between the ADC in Kaduna State and Senator Nadi Usman?
There's no room for appeal. It's a closed matter. It's a Supreme Court judgment with a consequential order, which is imminent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Comrade Deragbe Anslem, for your time. All right. Let me go to Dr. Eze. Hello, Doctor. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So, Doctor, in closing, in just 1 minute as well, I know you are a very strong obedient movement, member, and you've been following Peter Obi for years. But with the situation at hand now, I know your party is trying to, get its grip back again and, try to forge ahead. But the man that you have been following has left the Labour Party to the ADC. Will that actually affect, the stability and the structure of Labour Party? And with Obi not being in Labour Party, can Labour Party still pose threats and to still come out strong in the next election? And I would also like to ask you, are you also planning to defect from the Labour Party to the ADC because you are a strong member of Obedient, and the word is wherever Obi goes to, Obedient moves with him? So I'd like you to give clarity as regards to that.
Three loaded questions. First of all, the first question was actually answered by our interim national chairman, Senator Nadi Esther Usman. During her opening comments, she made mention of the fact that Labour Party is we happy that Obi is making some political moves, and that we will support him anywhere he is, and that is the way it is. We're in Labour Party. I'm not going anywhere. As for the obedient movement, I want to make this very, very clear. You see, the obedient movement is the umbrella body holding every Nigerian who wants a new Nigeria that is possible together. It's a common platform. Anybody who tells, Labour Party, obedient movement is not ADC, those are paid agents who want to destabilize the structure of the obedient movement. The obedient movement is intact. It's a common platform. In fact, in the Southeast, we have what we call a collegiate leadership model. Within that collegiate leadership model, you see people from ADC, Labour Party, and even APGA in the collegiate leadership.
Okay, so
what does that
Doctor, this is quite dicey now. If you are saying that you have different people from every political party in obedience movement, now what you're trying to say is that if Peter Obi gets a presidential ticket from any party or from the ADC, for example, and you still remain in Labour Party, it means that whosoever your presidential candidate of Labour Party would be, you won't vote for the person. You would vote for Obi, and maybe gubernatorial you would do Labour Party. And don't you think that's anti-party?
No. I made it very, very clear.
Okay.
We are more like what is very, very common is that we have our desire to be the next Nigerian president, 2027. Whatever happens in between, when we get to the bridge, we'll cross it. But I can assure you there won't be any conflict, because it does happen. Well, the Labour Party at the end of it is also part of the coalition for the next big thing that will happen in Nigeria. And that next thing that will happen is a P2B presidency. It's a joint ticket, it's a joint aspiration, and anybody, it is giving APC sleepless night. And that is why you are hearing this kind of innuendos and all kinds of permutations. We are not bothered. We are clear what we want. We want to remove APC as a common enemy of Nigerians. Then we can begin to rebuild. It's not about personal.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. Comrade Eze, Comrade Splendor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here with you.
All right, so please, in just 30 seconds, I would like you to give me your final take as regards to all of this conversation, so we can just wrap up now.
Thank you so much. My final take is that Labour Party faithfuls across the country, starting from the ward level, local government level, state level, and national level, should raise up to the challenge and begin to rebuild, begin to mobilize, begin to strategize, to make sure that the party which Nigeria desires is alive again and take over as rock come 2027.
All right, thank you so much, Comrade Ezeoko Splendor, for that final take. This is how far we can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. Time is not always enough, but it was really nice having, the strong trial to be precise, here on the show. Thank you so much, Dr. Eze Emmanuel Eze, for joining the conversation. And of course, Comrade Eragbe Anslem, thank you for being part of the show. And Comrade Ezeoko Splendor, thank you so much for being part of the show. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Please don't forget that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. If you love the world of sports, stay put, because coming up next is Locker Room. And of course, I know you would actually want to enjoy more juicy sports information from them. Of course, I don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Odo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
King Jaja of Okpobo, whose full name was Jubo Jubora, was a prominent Nigerian ruler in the late 19th century. He was born in the early 1820s in the Okpobo region, which is located in present-day Rivers State, Nigeria. King Jaja started as a trader and quickly rose to prominence due to his entrepreneurial skills. He established a successful trade network that extended across the Niger Delta region, dealing in palm oil, palm kernels, and other valuable goods. His business acumen and leadership qualities earned him the respect and admiration of his people. In 1870, King Jaja founded the Okpobo city-state as a trading hub and became its ruler. He established Okpobo as a powerful economic and political entity, attracting traders from various parts of Africa and Europe. However, his growing influence and control over trade routes soon became a concern for the British colonial authorities. Tensions escalated between King Jaja and the British, leading to his arrest and subsequent exile to the West Indies in 1888. Despite being removed from his homeland, King Jaja's legacy as a visionary leader and influential figure in Nigerian history remains. His resistance against colonial domination and his contributions to trade and commerce continue to be celebrated.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, it's day 2 of match week 7 in the UEFA Champions League, and of course, just like match day 1 on Tuesday, goals, drama all the way, and we saw Liverpool getting a big win right there in France against the Olympique Marseille. 3-0 it ended, and Liverpool, you could say, they're having a spring up their steps. Dominic Szoboszlai, easily the man for the season for the Liverpool side. And of course, Algeria, they thought they could get away with that one, at the AFCON. But of course, the hammer of the CAF has fallen upon that side, and they've gotten their due bans. Good evening and welcome to another beautiful edition of the Locker Room right here on Voice of the People TV. I am Afiz Ogubanja, and of course, I won't be doing this alone. We are going to be breaking all of this down together with the main man in the studio with me, and that's talking about Jerry Apelohai. Of course, before we get onto the show, make sure you please follow us on all our social media handles, and of course on YouTube, Voice of the People TV, and of course VOP TV Plus. Yes, right there, like, comment, subscribe to the channels, and of course turn on your notification bells so you won't miss any of the exciting episodes on Locker Room and also on other programs we have there on all the platforms. Jerry, Champions League was beautiful, right? So we saw goals left, right, and center, and of course, CAF is doing. It's like CAF is beginning to get on the good side of the Nigerians. What do you see about that? Welcome and good evening.
Yeah, until when I see a full report on the Morocco game, that's when I will
it's step by step. You said something yesterday. You said when some people are sleeping for too long, when they are awoken, they will make baby steps. This one is baby steps by CAF, right?
Yeah, step by step.
And it's a good one for Nigeria.
Step by step, fantastic. But that is why I will want to wait till when they get to the Morocco turn. That is when I will now say CAF is doing the right thing. Yeah, the Algerian game was quite earlier, which was the quarterfinal. And 90 minutes of that game, everything went well until after the game.
Yeah.
Before the melee started. At least nobody walked out. I think the Algerian, if Zidane had walked out when he got dribbled by Akko Adams, I would have said, wow.
How do you want it to work out? How do you work it? And on that note, that is where we are going to be kicking off on the show this evening, because the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has handed a 2-match ban to Algeria goalkeeper Lucas Zidane. Yes, that's the son of the legendary Zinedine Zidane himself. And yes, for his unsportsmanlike conduct after Algeria's 0-2 defeat to the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the AFCON 2025 quarter-final. Zidane was involved in a scuffle with Nigerian players Rafael Onyedika and Fisayo Dele Bashir after the match, pushing and shoving them repeatedly. And of course, he was eventually pulled away by Algerian team staff. And in addition to Zidane's ban, the Algerian Football Federation, FAF, has been fined $100,000 for security lapses and improper conduct by players, officials, and supporters. The FAF has already begun the appeal process to challenge the sanctions, and the incidents occurred after Nigeria's 2-0 over Algeria, with goals from Victor Osimhen and Akko Adams securing their place in the semi-finals. Jerry, on a lighter note, they said goals from Victor Osimhen and Akko Adams. I think it's the goal from Akko Adams that caused all of this rancor. What do you think about that? Do you think it's the Akko Adams goal, or is the way Nigeria just outplayed them on the day?
Yeah, they were sore losers, and they didn't see it coming. It was like a tsunami. They expected to give the Super Eagles a run for their money, but unexpectedly, it was a one-sided affair. No shot on target. Come on. How bad can it get? The Algerians felt that they would just come onto the pitch and run over the Super Eagles, yes, and like they did against Congo, and somehow they will get a good result. But it seems like the Nigerians had other plans. So
of course.
The Algerians from this defeat should know that you win some, you lose some.
Of course.
You should also learn to be losers. Imagine the way Nigeria lost the game against Morocco, with all the referee did. Imagine the players decided to walk off the pitch. Anyway, thank God there was no penalty.
Yeah.
Imagine there was a penalty given to Morocco in spite of all the unfair officiating that went on that day.
It's like
I think would that be a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
I think the Ghanaian referee knew where to match the breaks, and they succeeded in taking it to penalties and eventually won, which did not happen, which was what they were expecting
against Senegal.
But coming to Algeria, this shows that no matter who you feel you are, you should be able to comport yourself. Football is about fair play. Football, you win some, you lose some. Yeah. Algeria should be able to understand that for a fact before going into any competition. Because if every team behaves the way Algeria behaves, that means the likes of Tanzania and Uganda will not be happy when they lose games. Yeah, and I think Akko Adams, the way he destroys Zidane in that competition, I think he put a sour taste in the mouth of Zidane. He didn't see that coming. At least, if you want to score me, just score. Of course, but Zidane was coming too much. He came too hard, and he got it hard.
And that's how it is. Exactly.
So that's life. So they should take it as one of those things. But I didn't like the character of his Zidane son behaving that way, and the Algerian players behaving that way.
I mean, you ask yourself, you will say, you guys did not really play anything on this day, and it's not as if they were even the ones winning fouls off the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Yeah,
I think just like you said, is what they expected was not what they got.
Yeah, just like what you ordered versus what you got.
Of course,
because if you take a look at the Algerians, they had a fantastic performance prior to that quarterfinal game.
Yeah,
a lot of Algerians were expecting them to give the Super Eagles a run for their money. Let's not forget, they didn't lose any game prior to that game.
They only considered one goal.
They only considered one goal prior to that game.
Yeah.
And they suddenly just considered 3 just like that. And the fact that they didn't have a shot of target, no chance. There was no chance of Algeria even winning that game or even claiming a draw.
Yeah.
That was how bad it was.
I mean,
the Algerians were molested on the football pitch. Legally. This was not illegal beating. This was legal
beating, of course.
Everything was legit. They didn't see it coming. So they decided to just become a bad loser. And it was really bad. And I'm happy that CAF is fining them heavily. $100,000.
Yeah, let me break that down. So Lucas Zidane, the son of Zinedine Zidane, he got a 2-match ban. Their right back or right winger Rafik Belgali got a 4-game ban. 2 will be starting from the 2027 AFCON qualifiers, and we also have a 5K fine for improper conduct. That one is also there. 5,000 euro. 5,000 euro. I said 5,000 euro. Sorry, 5,000 euros for improper conduct. 25,000 euros for bad behavior. 5,000 euros again for the use of flares. I think that use of flares is very, very common with North African sites. I don't know.
Yeah.
Even the Moroccans as well.
Even the laser lights pointing at
that one
space.
has been from 2021. I don't know why CAF is still making sure that they are using that. I don't know. Does it escape their logistics?
It's difficult to really search about over 20,000 fans and to see what they are taking to the stadium. At least they can go as far as dictating metals. Yeah, but searching their pockets for those laser lights, they are more like, I think they are ring ball light like this. So it's difficult to really,
just,
you can even pocket it just like money.
Yeah.
And they will not see it.
They won't see that.
I think they should go extra mile to try as much as possible to reduce fans bringing dots.
Do you
to
want
stadium.
to blind the player?
Yeah. Yeah.
And, okay, so another 5,000 euro fine for objects thrown at fans, and 10,000 euros for breach safety measures, and 50,000 euros for offensive gestures.
No, there was even a time they almost attacked the Nigerian fans.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. For a game that you were dominating.
The Nigerian fans were hostile towards the Nigerian fans at some point in time.
Yeah.
All of that should be frowned out. And maybe in future tournaments, I don't know, even Morocco security too, they didn't really do much. And they left the Algerians to go wild.
Yeah.
And though their own officials have been fined as well.
Yeah.
So it's to send a warning to Algeria in future competitions. Imagine an Algeria gets to play Nigeria any day and they're coming to Uyo. Anyway, Uyo is a friendly ground.
They should I think they should come to Lagos.
Oh, the Super Eagles is going to Algeria to play a game. Wow.
Yeah.
That game is going to be a hostile one.
Very, very hostile. Of course.
I just don't want that to happen in the nearest future.
Also, I don't
want
want
that to saw against Libya.
Exactly.
These guys are not friendly.
I think in the hands of the North Africans, we don't get the best of treatment.
Yeah, treatment. They're very hostile.
I mean, it's not supposed to be. So, Jerry, a good one there by CAF, 100,000 fine on the FA, and the two players also getting their ban. Now, let's just, I don't want to say digress a little bit, but still on the topic of the AFCON. Let's look at the Moroccan side as well. That Morocco-Senegal final, right? We are seeing news coming out saying that Papichiao, the coach of Senegal, has been fined, has been banned, or whatever. And now, the Senegalese team also might get their ban for CAF-related events. You know, people are saying it's World Cup. No, I don't think it's going to affect their World Cup participation. But of course, maybe in CAF qualifiers, the AFCON qualifiers, or even the World Cup qualifiers, as long as it's a CAF competition, maybe they might get their ban from there. But it's so amazing that no one is coming out to talk about the Moroccan involvement, from the towel gates to the way they went to meet the referee's involvement, and not even the final alone. Let's bring it from the first match day, right, Jerry? From the first game against the Comoros, the game against Tanzania, the game against Cameroon. Why is nobody talking about the host? Is this due to the fact that Morocco, hosted the tournament and they've been rolling in some incentives for CAF recently? Is that why they are not getting any measures the way other teams are getting?
Yeah, we know we've talked about the fact that it looks like CAF has sold their birthright to Morocco. Morocco is now an annex of CAF in terms of the headquarters of CAF now operates officially somehow from Rabat, and they have annex in Casablanca, and away from its original headquarters, which is pretty sad because it looks like Lekja, who is the vice to Motsepe, is fully in charge. And Motsepe is in the pockets of Lekja, though he's a billionaire. But it looks like the Moroccan government has decided to listen to Lekja. Bring humongous amounts of money to support CAF. That means it looks like in the nearest future, when Motsepe is leaving the CAF presidency, Lekja might be the next CAF president. So they're already looking at a way they are going to hijack African football. I know there's this mentality the North Africans have. They have this dominating spirit. Let's not forget, Morocco pulled out of the African Union, and I don't think they've returned to the African Union. I think about close to more than 30 years now.
They're still claiming that they are not fully Africans, that they are Arabs.
They've always said that they are not Africans. Yes, officially. They always want to deny.
So why are they hosting African tournaments?
No, all of a sudden, it's because Europe have continued to reject them, including them as an European country. That is why they decided and said they can no longer wait for Europe anymore. Let's go back to where we are coming from.
To a continent you denied, Jerry.
Yes. So now, all of a sudden, they are now looking like they love Africa. Of course, we know the history, except those who don't understand history. Will not understand that Morocco has always don't want to identify with Africa. But all of a sudden, they want to identify with Africa. And at the same time, you want to identify with Africa, you want to also dominate them. Because now you have the resources. Yes, all good and well. They have the resources. They've been able to manage their country very well. And they're doing well economically. And if they had been part of CAF all this while, they wouldn't have waited 50 years to win the African Cup of Nations because they never showed interest.
Yeah.
They're not interested in anything African. They would have preferred to play in the European Nations Cup.
Yeah.
Of course, they were not accepted. But with that being said, now we are waiting for CAF to make the big decision because Morocco erred as a host nation. We expect, coming from my friends who went to Morocco, they said Morocco is a very hospitable country, that they are they are loving, that everything that happened, the pitch stayed on the pitch.
Okay.
So, and I said, yes, you may be hospitable and everything, you organize a very good competition.
Yeah.
But people will not see what happened outside the competition.
Exactly.
It's where the cameras are. That is where you're supposed to focus your hospitality.
Exactly.
That's where you have to create the impression that you're a good ambassador. And that is the major area they erred and failed.
Exactly.
Which is in the way the officiating favored them from the first game down to the final, the officiating of the final, how they treated the Senegalese,
the journalists.
So the journalist behavior. So those were where the cameras were pointing at. So whatever happened outside, people don't even want to know because that's what the world saw. They saw that Morocco erred in terms of where it matters the most. And it's really sad that they organized a very good competition, but they marred it with all the distractions and all of the character they put on the field.
Absolutely. I mean, someone else said that when you invest $1.6 billion in stadia to host AFCON and the World Cup, you can tell CAF how high it should jump. I mean that one is a really, really strong one there. And also, this one said last year, Jerry, Nigeria beat Morocco in the women's AFCON final. And a match that attracted controversy. You know that the Falcons, some of the players, they came out to be complaining about the treatments towards them. And the Moroccan Football Federation, they lodged a complaint, against the performance of, the referee, and the CAF director of referee, not the referee. And the man, Due, was fired. So that means CAF is listening more, to the Moroccan FA and to the Moroccans than other countries. Is this not a message for other teams in Africa to step up and also show that they can host tournaments?
Yeah, the thing is that one thing we should understand that before Morocco started hosting the AFCON, other countries were hosting it.
Okay.
And there was no force. Let's not forget, Cote d'Ivoire was the last one before this one.
Yeah.
And they won the competition. Did you see anybody cry foul? Was there any issue with officiating? Even Cote d'Ivoire almost crashed out of the competition.
Absolutely.
They rose from the ashes, brought in a massive. In the middle of the competition, they changed the coach.
Wow.
And the story changed. They came on to win, beating the Super Eagles. Have you ever seen any Nigerian say that Cote d'Ivoire unfairly cheated the Super Eagles in that final? Everybody knew that the Cote d'Ivoire team deserved to win that competition. So that shows that there's something about the Moroccans in terms of the way they feel as hosts, that they have every right to win. They have the first refusal as far as winning the competition is concerned. That is not the standard of hosting. That means USA that is hosting the next World Cup, they should win because they are the hosts. That means Saudi Arabia that hosted the last World Cup, you know how much Saudi Arabia spent on that competition? Qatar, I beg your pardon. Qatar spent a lot of money on that competition. That means if it was Morocco that hosted that World Cup, they want to win. But at all costs, they would have influenced everything. But that mentality should be taken off Morocco. Yes, they are going to host the next WAFCON. And I've said it, I told my wife, if they let them host 10 WAFCON, they will not win it. That's no as far as they are not good
the quality will eventually
and we saw all the things they did to try to make sure that Morocco won. Even the CAF Awards now, they've turned it to Morocco CAF Awards.
I mean, Ghislaine Chebak winning the Female Footballer of the Year.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
That was a big joke.
A joke. And I know they're already preparing for the next WAFCON to win it at all costs. Of course, if the Super Falcons is playing well, no matter what they do, Super Falcons is
they
going
might
to
not even get to the finals. That's talking about the Moroccan side.
We also, even the last WAFCON, we also how they rigged Ghana out. So they can still do that and find their way to the final. But of course, fine, everybody will watch it.
I mean, if you don't want to, my own is that CAF should just lead the arm. Okay, look, if you don't want to identify with Africa, go ahead and go
No,
and play
they
the
decided to
European.
identify with Africa.
You can't identify like this and still be using, some kind of favoritism.
Yeah,
it's not their
power.
fault though. I think it's CAF that is giving them that chance.
Mosepe needs to stand his ground. He needs to sit up.
If he's heavily funded, I don't think he can do that.
He's a billionaire, for instance. He can start using his money to fund it.
Well, still on the team of the AFCON, and yes, this one is rather more encouraging and impressive, on the part of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We mentioned that earlier. One of the goals scored against Algeria, maybe that led to the scuffle. That's talking about Akko Adams' stunning goal against Algeria at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations has been named among the CAF top 5 goals of the tournament, and Adams' precision, and technical brilliance helped Nigeria secure a 2-0 victory, contributing to their third place finish. And the goal, which showcased Adams' rising prominence in African football, was one of the standout moments of the tournament, and CAF selection highlights not only spectacular strikes but also decisive moments that shaped matches. And other goals in CAF's top 5 include Ayoub El Kabi's acrobatic bicycle kick for Morocco, Christian Kofane's thunderous 30-yard strike for Cameroon, Adil Boubina, yes, is an Algerian, is extra time winner for Algeria, that's against DR Congo, and Papi Gue's decisive goal for Senegal in the final. Wow. I mean, Jerry, there were lots of stunning goals at the tournament. I mean, but look at this one right here on the screen. Ice cold finish. For this one to be named part of the top 5. I know they didn't say number 5 to number 1. If you were to rank those goals, you saw the opening goal, that Ayoub El Kabi's, opening bicycle kick against Comoros. Boubina's goal in the 190th minute against DR Congo, and of course Kofane's goal and Papi Gue's goal as well. Where would you rank this goal by our own Akon Jero
Adams? is unarguably in top 2, if not number 1, just because that Algerian goal against DR Congo is a very crucial goal.
Beautiful.
Yes, is it Bobali?
Adil Boubina, yes,
Boubina,
119 minutes.
Yes, that goal, crucial, coming from nowhere. That goal definitely for me. And then Akko Adams' goal. Akko Adams' goal, making the goalkeeper, that's the dream of every striker.
Yeah.
That kind of a goal.
Beautiful.
Television goal, it is used for adverts. You can,
I think it's going to be used for adverts.
You can watch it over and over again, you never get tired. That's the kind of goal it is. And scoring against a goalkeeper who was running for one of the top goalkeepers of the tournament, making him look like
look ordinary.
Ordinary. Compared to a goalkeeper that just stage. So it's a fantastic goal for me. Akko Adams goal, fantastic, and of course the goal by the guy, Senegal goal, very crucial as well.
Yeah.
Also,
Kofane's goal, in extra time as well.
Yeah. Then the Kabi's goal, fantastic. Then that's four goals already.
Yeah, that's 4 goals, and Kofane's goal against Mozambique. I mean, I think they ranked this goal based on just like you mentioned how crucial they were. I mean, if you looked at it, El Kabi's goal, Morocco were already leading. It sealed the win, but it was beautiful, and he did it again against Zambia. Now, Kofane's goal, they were behind against Mozambique, but they came back to win, and he scored that decisive winner. Also, it was something like the goal from the Algerian player Boubina. I mean, look at that. You don't stop those. That's how to win a game. And they were game winners too. Game winners, they were all either the decisive goal or the second goal. Either they seal the win, or in fact they seal the win, or they just the crucial winner. And a beautiful one for Akko Adams. Other strikers will take that first time, don't you think?
Yeah, some strikers will hardly take that without thinking. Strikers like Darwin Nunes and just to name other strikers who will be in that position will hardly want to. Yeah, they will miss. But definitely he took his chance calmly. Yeah. That's a hallmark of a striker at the top level with terms of form and proving that he's one player to look forward to as terms of class. Yeah. And Akko Adams, I think this is his revelation tournament. Yeah. It's a revelation of the tournament as far as I'm concerned. And the future looks very bright if he continues with this form. Yeah. And but he was a player that nobody really expected. He just blew into the scene and he just became a phenomenon. Yeah, fantastic player, fantastic goal for me. Yeah. From a fantastic talent.
Yeah, fantastic talent. And Adams' inclusion is a testament to his growing influence on the African stage and bodes well for Nigerian football. I mean, this man was playing in Montpellier in France, and that was where he started making his name. He was scoring goals, and of course, he got the move to Sevilla they are not really doing so well. But good one for him as well. After the third place game, he went back to Spain immediately, got on the score sheet, 2 goals, to dig Sevilla out against Elche right there in La Liga. Should big clubs be looking his way?
Definitely. Maybe because he just came out from the AFCON, the January transfer window still has about some few weeks before it closes.
About a few days
to
the end of the
go.
window.
So anything can still happen. I know he's not going to stay in Sevilla next season. I'm very sure with that performance, with that consistency, and his quality, he shouldn't be in Sevilla. He should be playing in a top club, either in France, going back to France, or
Syria.
Or Syria. I don't know about the Premier League because of his pace, but he has proved a lot of doubters wrong. So if a Mateta can succeed in the Premier League, Akadams should be.
You have an issue with Mateta.
Should be a lot in the Premier League. So
Mateta didn't have it easy. Mateta didn't have it easy. Trust me. He came in. It wasn't the best of starts for him. People were already even calling him a flop because he came from Mainz. But he took off.
Even Man United, they need a striker.
So Man United should go for Akwa Adams. Is it better than Shesko and Zexi?
What has Sesko been doing? He has not offered him. He has not offered him anything for the value, for the money that they paid to get him from RB Leipzig. I expected him to hit the ground running, but so far so good. He has fallen below par. Even the likes of Cook, with a fantastic straight for Wolves last season. I expected him to be that for. They failed the project already. So their attack is dry in terms of goals. And Akwa Adams definitely, imagine his goals for Sevilla this season. It brings it to that United side. Definitely, it will be a different story.
For someone that has gone through African football, I think it can survive. And going forward as well, you agree with me, Jerry, that you should be the one to partner Victor Osimhen and under Eric Chell. Under Eric Chell is very, very important. Under Eric Chell, he should be the one to partner Victor Osimhen going forward.
I think the search for who partners Victor Osimhen is over, except something happens to Akwa Adams because of injury, which will be a talking point. If anything. But Akwa Adams are probably not to be an injury-prone player, which is good for 2 top strikers playing in the heart of the attack of the Super Eagles. So for Akwa Adams, I'm really impressed that he has come at the right time when it's needed. So we don't have to worry about who partners Victor Osimhen anymore. Victor Boniface, thank you for coming.
For your service.
Paul Onachu, you're welcome. We'll see you next time. Maro Sadiq, Desas, all the story will be
but Jerry,
who comes, maybe a younger striker in the future.
Jerry, you can't go with just 2 strikers alone now.
They have a lot of other strikers. Even Terry Murphy is still there. He's not gotten his chance. Desas injury did not allow him shine at the AFCON, so he might still get his own time. Paul Onachu, that's if Akwa Adams is not needed and Victor Osimhen, he can come in and buy time. That's all. But crucial players in the team, Victor Osimhen, Akwa Adams, and the rest.
He said, and the rest, they will catch you. Of course, I'm still sticking with AFCON, and of course, we saw what the Super Eagles did, we saw what the Moroccans did, but we want to touchlight a bit on the Moroccans. That was impressive hosting, because the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations AFCON in Morocco was a tournament marked by world-class infrastructure, record attendance, and of course controversy. And the Prince Moulay Abdallah Stadium in Rabat stood out with its colorful LED exterior displays, and the pitches held up strongly despite persistent rain. And of course, Morocco's investment in infrastructure was part of its preparation for co-hosting the 2030 FIFA World Cup with Spain and Portugal. They want to host some games. They will host some games, with Spain and Portugal. And these 2 teams are the countries that Morocco wants to be identifying with. And look at these stadiums right there. The Stade Prince Moulay Abdallah in Rabat, Tangier, the stadium in Tangier, that's Tangier Grand Stadium. In Rabat, again, we have the Stade El Barid. In Casablanca, we have the complete Sportif and Mohamed V. And in Rabat, again, we have the Stade Moulay El Hassan. In Fes, yes, where the Super Eagles played, we have the complex Sportif de Fes. Rabat, again, Rabat's having 4 stadiums alone. Stade Olympique de Rabat is also there. In Agadir, they have the Grand Stade d'Agadir. And of course, in Marrakesh, where Super Eagles played again, Grand Stade de Marrakesh. I mean, Jerry, these are world-class stadiums already.
I think I envy Morocco right now. Because imagine Abuja having 4 world-class stadiums. Imagine how it will look like.
What's stopping Nigeria, Jerry?
what's stopping Nigeria from doing what Morocco is doing is corruption and priority. Morocco has taken this as a top priority, and they know that if you want to sell your country, sport is very crucial. And I know what Morocco is doing is that, you know, they've made a shot at being part of Europe before, and it did not work out. And if they co-host the World Cup with countries like Portugal and Spain, it will give them a legitimate shout to be identified as a top country who should be at shoulder and par with European countries. And having as much as 6 stadiums that can host any tournament in the world.
World Cup games.
That is a yardstick to prove that you are among the best as far as world sport is concerned. And I'm really impressed that Morocco has taken the bull by the horn and showing other African countries what needs to be done to be up there in terms of facility, in terms of development. If a country is doing well sport-wise, that means that country has succeeded infrastructurally. They succeeded economically. They are showing progress that they want to be among the big guys. Because if you want to host the World Cup, you have to look at the infrastructure, you have to look at the economy, you have to position yourself. That's what Morocco has just done. And unfortunately, Nigeria is not even looking at that. And imagine a lot of young people that made a lot of money economically. Imagine a lot of people that use their hotels, spent in money that has gone into the economy. Apart from what is spent, people that have taken flights to Morocco, the taxis, they would have made a lot of money. They've
contributed to
money
the economy.
Has injected into the economy so much that they won't even feel it that much. Because yes, they spent money, but this is a good investment. A good investment that is going to pay them for the nearest future. And the fact that CAF is willing, CAF is available. So they've hosted 3 WAFCON on the bounce. And they can decide that the next AFCON, they still want to host it after this one.
Exactly, even though they won't be hosting it, but of course, maybe after the next one. Yeah,
the one in 4 years' time, I'm very sure that Morocco will be first refuser. I said Morocco said, let's give another country. Let's give another country. But it will be enough time for them to come back. Of course. Because in the middle of it, there's going to be Tanzania, Uganda, and co-hosting. Imagine 3 countries will have to co-host the next AFCON. I don't know. What Morocco did just by the wind.
Wow.
But it is what it is.
I mean, Jerry, we stay there like that. Just like I read earlier, you can't be doing your bidding, don't you think? Because look at those stadiums. In 2030, they'll be hosting World Cup games. We have stadia in Nigeria. What is the solution now? Where can the government start? Because
we have slums that will cause stadiums in Nigeria. The only stadium that is surviving is Uyo.
Jerry, it's hurting me as you're saying, but that's the reality.
It's as much as hosting NPFL games, we struggle to have standard pitch. NPFL that is not even top rated, it's not even among the top 10 in Africa. We are struggling to even have good stadiums to host such a competition. Is it now we want to rub shoulders? You know, the thing is that we like to go out and enjoy other things. Our leaders go out, they see all these things. But unfortunately, the priority is let's loot, let's take care of ourselves, let's
deny player bonuses and let's deny the coach
salaries and so on and so forth. Only basic. They prefer to be only basic of Africa.
Of Africa than doing the right thing.
The right thing. It's really sad.
It's sad because Morocco, look at the investments. It's not even a year, it's not 2 years. I remember the prince now or the king saying they spent about 15 years planning towards this. So you can't really even blame CAF. You can't blame Morocco too because they put in the work.
Maybe we can attribute to also consistency in terms of governance. And the prince has been there for a while. And definitely, even though he decided not to invest in it and nothing will happen, but him taking interest in sport and consistently following the trail for the past 15 years, it shows that there's been consistency in terms of this is the plan and we must go for it. But over here, one person comes, he changes the plan, and the other person comes, destroys the old plan, and so on and so forth. Imagine a Nigerian was given that billions of dollars to build those stadiums.
I'm telling you, we could see those stadiums. We could see the stadiums in Kebbi and...
We'll be asking, what happened to floodlights? The grass, whether or not be top notch.
Jerry, they'll put gutter by the side of the pitch. I mean, how many people got up by the side of a pitch?
You will see the stadium, and you will ask how much was spent on the stadium. You'll be weeping. You'll be crying.
I mean, and somebody will say, sorry, Jerry, somebody will see that one and they will show it to him and he will say he's proud of what he's seeing. You are seeing a pitch that cannot even be used for Sunday sets. And you are saying you are happy.
Maybe most of our stadiums now are used for crusades and party events.
I pity that stadium, MKO Abiola Stadium in Abeokuta. Now that it's newly done, everybody's going there.
It's a drinking joint now. They have big drinking joints
at the back of the stadium.
At the back of the stadium, that place is used for all the.
No, but at least it's newly renovated now.
For the festival now. It's just because.
But everybody's taking. Even the Remo Stars took one of their games there.
Congratulations.
And they got battered.
Give it 2 years.
I mean, and these stadiums, trust me, just like the one in South Africa, the stadium used in 2010 in South Africa, they are just having little touches. They are still hosting big games today.
Yeah. Well, South Africa, each time they want to host Nigeria, they'll take us to the worst.
I mean, that one is different. It's tactics. It's tactics now. We can also take them to. Don't let us go into that. And the tournament saw a record 121 goals scored, and out of those goals, Jerry is telling me that Akko Adams' goal is number 1 out of all those 121 goals, and Senegal emerged victorious, of course, defeating host Morocco 1-0 in the final. Beautiful goal there by Pape Gueye, and also wonderful for Sadio Mane. And however, the match was marred with by chaotic scenes, including a walk-off by Senegal after a penalty was awarded to Morocco, and CAF has yet to announce sanctions, but the incident has sparked debate about officiating standards and security, and the Morocco stadiums and facilities have set a new standard for AFCON hosts, with Kenyan Football Federation President Hussein Mohammed admitting they had raised a bar. And if you see the stadiums that Kenya are trying to put down as well, Kenya, Uganda, they will be co-hosting the next AFCON, and the stadium they are putting down, Jerry, Nigeria should just go somewhere and bow its head in shame. And however, officiating standards were frequently questioned, with several VAR reviews taking too long and questionable decisions made. And the use of semi-automated offside technology would have helped, but it was not in use. I think maybe the next AFCON, I think there will be improvements. Surely, don't you think, Jerry? And of course, quickly before we move on, 1 to 10, where do you put Morocco 2025 AFCON? All time.
All time. How many AFCON have I seen in my lifetime?
A lot.
No, it's not a lot. I'm still very clear.
I'm old man.
I'm just under 16.
Of course. I like that. I can see that.
16 years of my life, I've seen some few AFCON. I must say Morocco really blew a lot of minds in terms of the quality. More or less, in terms of the quality of the pitches, the ambience, and the reports we got. Morocco has proven that Africa can still do it. Yes, can still rub shoulders with the European countries. And with that being said, I think it has proven to be a top host. I think it has set a standard that others will find it hard to catch up with, which makes it, I think, is the best tournament in terms of quality of pitches, quality of competition and host, and it shows that we are in 2025. Not that we'll be hosting a competition, we'll be seeing the ambience looking like 1991, 1995. No, we saw 2025 features. Even the media center. I think we spoke to Femi, who showed us the videos
how the media
of
center
the
looked
media
like.
center. Imagine how big it is. That's a world-class media center, and a lot of journalists were there saying that they were giving the best of hospitality, and the quality of the pitches, the quality of the stadiums, the quality of everything, the quality of life of the Moroccan people was a major testament. So Morocco has set a standard. I think for now they are number 1 as far as quality.
Of course, and for us to see 8 of the top 10 teams in Africa in the quarterfinals, the big boys really rubbing shoulders. I think the quality of pitches had a lot to do with that one. And the tournament success has boosted CAF's finances, with revenue growing by 90% and ticket income rising sharply. However, questions remain about the decision to switch AFCON from a biennial to a quadrennial tournament from 2028. I think it's not just about rubbing shoulders, with European football. I think it's about CAF also setting a standard. The biennial competition, I don't know, I think in a way it's not really helping African players being signed by European clubs. because you know, if it's 4 years at least, you will know that this player that you are signing this particular window is not going to AFCON until the next 4 years. So I think that's really good on my part. I don't know what you think about that quickly, Jerry.
Yeah, it's a good one, but the conversation about hosting competition every 4 years, it doesn't sit well with me. I'm used to the 2 years.
But then there should be a change. Let's look at the players. Let's put them in perspective.
There should be a change to maybe try and see if they can play it during the off season. That's the only change I might entertain. But stopping it from every 2 years, it takes away the shine of the glory of Africans seeing the best football every 2 years. It's a tradition. I don't want it to change. It's just maybe a little bit of something I'm used to, and I want it to stay that way. That's all.
All right. And let's move on now to the WAFCON, because the AFCON is done and just dusted for the male. WAFCON will be coming up soon, and of course, a Super Falcon striker, Uche Nakanu, she expressed disappointments after being left out of Nigeria's squad for the 2024 Women's African Cup of Nations in Morocco. And of course, Kanu was recovering from a 6-month injury, felt she had done enough to earn a spot in the team. She received a text message from her coach, Justin Madugu, informing her she was no longer part of the team. This reminds me of Antonio Conte and Diego Costa. You know, when you tell somebody through text that he or she is not part of the team, and just days before the travel date. And Kanu has played 27 times for Nigeria, scoring 7 goals. And she was part of the squad that participated in the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup and also in the 2024 Olympic Games. And she's currently out of contract with her club, Racing Louisville, and hopes to return to the national team ahead of the 2026 WAFCON. For me, this biennial WAFCON as well maybe should be cancelled at some point. We should see 4 years WAFCON, because it looks like you are not going to get to enjoy your title for a long time. And also the Super Falcons, led by Madugu, won their 10th continental title at WAFCON, beating host Morocco 3-2 in the final. And Madugu has since extended his contract with the Nigerian Football Federation until October 27. And well, they are going for number 11 right there. That's talking about the Nigerian female football team, the Super Falcons themselves, and of course Morocco. If they don't do what they did right here at AFCON, maybe it's going to be a free and fair WAFCON, Jerry.
Yeah, maybe. But expectations that Morocco will be Morocco again would make a lot of people skeptical ahead of this competition. And it's not a good way to identify a host, that they have this win at all cost mentality. But what we saw at the last WAFCON and this completed AFCON, it's going to be difficult to say that Morocco will not want to bring their antics once again. But it's really sad that as a host, with all they've put in terms of quality of the pitches, quality of the competition, they are now marrying it with the mentality of win at all costs, because you host, you must win. And I hope that's not the case this time. I hope they will learn and be a better host and take losses as one of those things.
Yeah, they have to be a better host, and they can start, from this WAFCON. All right, let's move into Europe now, and let's go into the UEFA Champions League, where Liverpool, they hit to a 3-0 win in Marseille in the Champions League on Wednesday, as Hurricanes double also earned Bayern Munich a 2-0 win over Union Saint-Gilloise that secured a place in the last 16 for the German Giants. And Ancelot's Liverpool extended their unbeaten run to 13 games in all competitions since a 4-1 win at home by PSV Eindhoven in the Champions League in November. And Mohamed Salah made his first appearance for his club since returning from the Africa Cup of Nations, but he was not among the scorers. And of course, meanwhile, before we go there, let's talk about Liverpool this time around. I mean, Liverpool up against Olympique Marseille at the Stade Velodrome right there in France. Good one. I read now that Liverpool 13 games unbeaten. It looks like the most quiet unbeaten run in a long time, because I know how much fanfare comes with Liverpool's unbeaten run. This one just looks so quiet. It's like they're just doing their jobs. I'm sure a lot of people do not even know that Liverpool are on they're on an unbeaten streak at this point. 3-0 win, good one for them.
Yeah, last season they had a good run, and I think eventually lost to PSG on penalties.
Yeah, they lost to Paris Saint-Germain.
In 90 minutes, they've not lost a game in the Champions League under Arne Slot, which is quite a good record for him. But if you take a look at it, for Liverpool, this season has been a topsy-turvy one. So no matter what they do, people will just see it as what's going to happen in the next game. They'll be judged at the end of the season. So this season has already been dubbed a flop season for a lot of Liverpool fans. And it's still pretty early for people to just run ahead and judge this Liverpool squad. And I'm even surprised they won 3-0 at the Velodrome, which is a very difficult ground to play, most especially for French sides. Even the likes of PSG go there and struggle. For Liverpool to go there and get 3-0, it wants to buttress the point which Ancelotti has been trying to drive this season, saying that when he plays against low block sides, he finds it difficult to play his pattern, and they make football very difficult for him. But Gerrard replied him and said, which I agree with Gerrard, stop letting the opposition know that this are the weakness and flaws of your team. You don't tell people that this is the kind of pattern that makes it difficult for you to win. You now advise other clubs to play that pattern. Had it been Marcel played the low block, I think it would have been difficult for Liverpool to get a 3-0 victory. Maybe it would have been a 1-0 or maybe 1-1 draw. But with that being said, now it shows that if you come out and attack against the Liverpool side, you will be found wanting. And Slot is a master attacker. Though some Liverpool fans still felt that the game was boring. You win 3-0 and you say the game was boring. I don't know what else you wanted to do. You want him to beat them by 6-1, where Real Madrid did. But you now say, yes, they played beautiful football. I saw good workings coming from Mo Salah is back. And I'm happy that Mo Salah is back at this time. Florian Wirtz has gained his ground in the team. The team is now playing the fluid football. Florian Wirtz is happy. Ekitike is happy. Even Dominic Soboslai is beginning to show that he's a leader in that team. McAllister, that guy is, I think maybe he's one of the most underrated players.
Alexis McAllister?
Yeah, he was fantastic.
But he's not really on the best of form this season.
Yeah, this season he showed that last season he was overused. He's tiring out, and it reflected on his performance this season. But it looks like gradually he's coming back again to his old self because he's getting more rest, unlike last season. But with that being said, I think for Liverpool, they're looking good on the top 4 already, the Champions League ratings. It's part of a top-of the season. I think and Slot should be giving kudos as well.
It should. But I want to ask you, why do Liverpool players seem to get so tired after a league-winning season, a title-winning season? Because I remember in 2020 as well, when they won that league under Jurgen Klopp as well during that COVID season. The next season they seem to struggle. What's this with Liverpool? Do they try to put all their energy, in winning the title and just get tired?
It happens to big clubs. It just depends on how the depth of the squad is. The depth makes it easy for players not to tire out. You've seen sometimes where I think it happened to Raheem Sterling at City. There was a season that he did very well. The following season, Guardiola gave him almost like a month off.
Sort of burned out.
He burnt out. Even the likes of Phil Foden and so on. If you see Phil Foden, he did very well the season before. Last season, he was just not there. And of course, you can even see Erling Haaland. He's struggling now. So it happens to the best of teams, most especially when you don't have option in those departments where those players are really crucial. So the following season, you have to buy players to make sure that they don't burn out, so that the squad that makes it easy for top teams like Real Madrid. Though Vinicius, I don't know the kind of energy he has. He can play 5 seasons back to back and he doesn't look tired. I think it's a Brazilian thing. But other players, how well they're able to combine. The squad depth helps the players not to burn out because they're involved in a lot of competitions. And Liverpool is not left out. Liverpool has not been able to have good squad depth since even the time of Klopp, which is always a difficult time for them. Each time they do very well this season, the following season, they tend to struggle.
Good one for Liverpool right there against the Olympic Marseille. Meanwhile, Bayern Munich, they joined the table toppers Arsenal in guaranteeing a top 8 finish with a game to spare. Harry Kane scored a double before Kim Min-jae got a red card, and also therefore a last 16 spot. They've gotten that one as they saw off Belgian champions Union Saint-Gilloise at the Allianz Arena. Good one also for Bayern Munich. We saw good games, and we are still going to read out the results and the table just before we go on the show. But still on Champions League, this time let's talk about a player who made history. I don't know, this player, some days I will see him is a French international. The next one I will say is Nigerian, and that's talking about Lagos-born AS Monaco forward George Ilenikena, because he has made history by becoming the youngest African player to reach 15 appearances in the UEFA Champions League. And he achieved this milestone at just 19 years and 157 days old, surpassing the previous record held by former Nigerian international Nwako Kanu, the legend himself, who set the mark at 19 years and 260 days in 1996. And Ilenikena's remarkable journey began in France, where he progressed through the youth football system before turning pro with Amiens SC right there in France, and his impressive performances earned him a move to Royal Antwerp in 2023, where he made his Champions League debut and scored a dramatic 92nd minute winner against Football Club Barcelona. I think this was the game that actually brought him out. That's talking about George Ilenikena. Yeah, he played in that game against Real Madrid, and it was a 6-1 thrashing, but at least a record was set. Should this be a young striker that should be considered by Super Eagles in the near future?
Yeah, it's already said that he will not be playing for Nigeria. With the reports I got.
Wow. So he's French?
He's waiting for France.
Okay.
And that means he will have to pray that something happens to Mbappe.
It's not just Mbappe.
To Ram.
Yeah, Dembele.
So it's going to be a difficult call. And,
but it's good to be ambitious, right?
Monaco is a club side a lot of players have played for and gone on to play for bigger sides. You can take the examples of Thierry Henry's of this world, Kylian Mbappe's of this world, and Emmanuel Adebayo of this world.
Wow.
So they've all grown from Monaco to play for great club sides. That means he needs to be consistent, maintain his club form, and hopefully he gets to play for those big clubs and eventually play for France. I would have loved a young player like him playing for the Super Eagles. I think he has a trail of his father, I don't know, one time playing for the national team, I'm not really sure of that. And of course, that name, Ilenikena, is actually an Edo name.
Sounds like an Edo name, yeah.
So when I first came across the name and looked at the player, I said, wow, fantastic young talent. He's still pretty young, a lot of age on his side. So it's a good one, but playing for the Super Eagles, it looks like it's not going to happen because he's more French than even a Nigerian in terms of his culture, his way of reasoning, and he's playing for Monaco. And let's see how it happens.
Let's see how it happens. But good one for him, beating the Legends record, and of course, let's see how many young players will come up to also try to beat that record soon. And yes, time is fast spent on the show, but let's close this one out with the results. Yes, all together from the UEFA Champions League. Let's look at the games played on Tuesday, on Wednesday, and let's look at the standings right there as we have it in the UEFA Champions League. I mean, I will start from this game played. Let's start from the table itself. Arsenal, and they are still at the top of the table, just as they are at the top of the table in the Premier League. They are also topping in the Champions League, and Bayern Munich are closely following them with 18 points. And of course, Real Madrid are third. Even with their topsy-turvy season, they are still third. And yes, you have it on your screen right there. Real Madrid are third. Liverpool fourth. Tottenham Hotspur in fifth place. Paris Saint-Germain, Newcastle, and Chelsea. If the standings close like this on March the 8th,
they already qualified.
It means that they are already qualified. Yes, I know they are qualified, but I mean, other teams can still meet them. For the top 8 finish. That first top 8 finish will move you straight to the round of 16. From 9th to 24th, they are going to play, playoffs. So there are still teams that are jostling for, for that spot right there. But Arsenal are already gone. They are through already. Bayern Munich as well, also true, because no team can meet them right there to knock them out, of the top 8. But what team has disappointed you, Jerry? Quickly before we wrap up on the show today, what team has disappointed?
Ajax has.
Were you expecting them to do something?
Yeah, I expect Ajax, the traditional Champions League side, but seeing them wallowing, I think they finally decided they needed a win, and of course they got 2 wins in as many games, which is rather poor. After 7 matches, only getting 2 wins and getting 5 losses is not the traditional Ajax. And Villarreal, it looks like the fact that from the Champions League can no longer move to the Europa League, and they've decided to just be underachievers, and it exposes them that they are not UEFA Champions League material. They should stick with the Europa League. And for Galatasaray, they're pulling above their weight, which is surprising. For Dortmund, they always struggle, but somehow they find a way out.
How about Napoli? They're not looking like they're
Napoli,
in a good place.
It looks like Conte's plan is not Champions League. He's been showing it. In the game against Copenhagen, I was surprised. They were struggling against Copenhagen, struggling against clubs like they should ordinarily beat at Napoli, at the Stadio Olimpico, but that's not been the case. It looks like his focus is on seeing whether he can win the Serie A at this time. So that's less ambition for Napoli side, so I'm not surprised. Even Benfica, the traditional Champions League side, wallowing in the bottom. No one saw that coming.
Absolutely, and even the likes of Villarreal, who are also not doing bad in La Liga. But of course, I think the top 8 is good. The big teams are there.
Yeah, then Barcelona should do better. Man City, Really surprising. I didn't see that coming. Listening to Bodo Glimt, that Bodo Glimt used them to do farewell, preparing their way out, and decided to use Man City to show that they still have the quality, in spite of the fact that they're not going to push through no matter what they do in the remaining game.
And do you think Arsenal can go on to win the Champions League? Because it seems like people are seeing them as the best team in the world.
The last time a team was invisible, PSG happened.
Oh,
I just saw that.
So who is happening this season?
I don't know. It might be PSG or Real Madrid.
It might be PSG.
I don't know who they beat in the knockout stage. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Jerry. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up on the show. Locker room. Yes, this beautiful Thursday evening. And of course, thank you to everyone that have tuned in to join us on the show. And I also want to say a big thank you to the man himself, Lion himself, Jerry Apelohai. Thanks for joining.
Lion, that's a big word. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Of course, and thank you to all the guys that are behind the scene as well that made this show a success. Up next is Political Names with Chukwuma Okoro. I am Afiz Ogubanjo. Stay tuned and bye for now.
ezigbo nwa afọ Nigeria ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche
nwanne m nwoke
Adanne
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya
gbam
ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m obodo anyị bụ Nigeria ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị
n'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ
asaa bụ
onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma
Igbo kwenu Igbo kwenu Igbo kwezuenu ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ndị ọchịchị gara ụzọ ọma na-abịa wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla anyị jikọtara ọnụ nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo. Anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, welcome to Political Lens, and this is Voice of the People Television. And in case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV, channel 264, on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. On the show today, one-on-one with a resident of Kajuru. Now, Kajuru is in Kaduna South Zone, that is Kaduna South Senatorial Zone in Kaduna State. The incident where the community where over 170 Christian worshippers were abducted on Sunday during church services. Well, Nigerian police have confirmed that worshippers were abducted from 3 churches in Kuruminwali village, Kaduna State, that's in Kajuru local government area, after initially denying the incident. That's in Kaduna State, by the way. Well, local residents say about 177 people were taken during Sunday services, with 11 later escaping, though police have not released official numbers. Authorities said the earlier denial was a cautious response while details were being verified, but the subsequent intelligence confirmed the kidnappings. Security forces have since been deployed, with search and rescue operations ongoing, amid criticism from Amnesty International over what it called a desperate denial by officials. The attack highlights Nigeria's wider security crisis, marked by frequent kidnappings, insurgency, and communal violence. Experts blame corruption, poor intelligence sharing, and weak policing as the government faces both domestic pressure and international scrutiny over its response. Well, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined by an eyewitness and residents of Kuminwale community in Kajuru local government area, where the recent kidnapping of over 170 Christian worshippers took place. He is Comrade Isaac Tanko, and he's also the National Secretary, Middle Belt Generation Next. Good evening to you, Comrade Tanko, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. Good evening, our viewers.
Okay, now let's get into it right away. For the benefit of our viewer who does not understand the geography of Kuminwale, that's Kajuru local government area in Kaduna State, give us a clearer picture of what happened in the community last Sunday and how that fits into the larger picture of insecurity in Kaduna State.
Well, before I start, let me correct a notion. I am not a resident of a Kuminwale community.
Okay.
And neither Kajuru. I live within Kaduna Metropolis.
Okay.
And then Kajuru local government is part of the Kaduna Central Senatorial Zone.
Kaduna Central. Okay.
Yes, just within the Kaduna Central Senatorial Zone. I had to drive down to the community to ascertain and verify the truth behind all that happened even after the denial. So that was where I got the first-hand information and interface with the people and the community leader.
Okay, beautiful. So you were not there when these things happened, but you drove down to Kajuru, and now with interactions and interface with community leaders, and they gave you more like first-hand account from their own side of what happened in Kajuru. So can you relate all of that with us?
Very well. Before the incident that happened on the 18th of January 2026, I was told by the community leader that on the 11th of January, these kidnappers stormed the community at about 9 p.m. and abducted 20 people out of the community and demanded a ransom of 2.5 million naira. Later, the community had to sell off their grains, gather the money, and pay that 2.6 million naira to the terrorists. And then exactly a week later, they returned on the 18th of January 2026 to the same community and then abducted 177 people. But on their way, somehow, they actually took the people down to a location unknown to them, where they met other abductees from a different community in the hands of these kidnappers. They left behind some of their people to guard those they left behind. So they joined them together. But somehow, 11 were able to escape to Kuminwale community that same day in the night.
Okay, so that's what happened on Sunday. So we are talking about now Kajuru. I understand that. I thought that Kajuru is in the Kaduna southern part of Kaduna State. Is that correct?
Yes, it is part of southern Kaduna. It is part of southern Kaduna.
Okay, it is part of southern Kaduna. Okay,
yes, it is part of southern Kaduna, but not within the southern Kaduna senatorial
district. Okay.
Yes, it is south of Kaduna Metropolis and under the Kaduna Central Senatorial District, but all have under the Southern Kaduna People's Union.
Yes, exactly. We need to accept the fact that is one of 12 local government areas that make up the old Kaduna South, that has been a zone that has been a flash spot of insecurity for decades now. Now, this incident, is it an isolated case or is it the numbers, that brought it to the spotlight? What I mean by numbers, is it that sporadically we see people or we hear people or you understand that people are kidnapped in Kajuru or in southern Kaduna? So is this an isolated incident? So is it the numbers, like over 170? Is it the numbers that brought it to the spotlight? Is it isolated or is it a frequent thing that happens?
No, it's a frequent number that happened. This 177 happened in a day. This is the number of people that were abducted within that community. It was a simultaneous attack because there are 3 churches in that community. We have 2 Cherubim and Seraphim churches and then 1 Equa church. So simultaneously, they attacked the 3 churches during Sunday service at the same time and then took away 177 people, including pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers. This incident happened on the 18th of January 2026.
Okay, so this happened. Now we are getting to hear about it because of the numbers, over 170. So sporadically, people like 5, 10, 15 are taken away and there's no fuss about it. Is that what they are trying to explain to us?
Exactly. Like the figure, like the one that happened on the 11th of January 2026, 20 people were taken, but nobody heard about it because the state government, alongside the security agencies, we don't know what is happening. But over time, they have been censoring the media, and then they have their way of concealing information regarding kidnappings. But as I'm talking to you now, just within Kajuru local government and then one local government called Kauru local government, put together, we have about 304 people in captivity as I'm talking to you today. Because from October 2025 to January 2026, in Kauru local government, many villages were attacked, many people were killed, many were kidnapped. Even the president of the Chawe Youth Development Association was killed alongside his members, in November. And from that chiefdom, that Chawe chiefdom alone, we have 138 people in the hands of these kidnappers. And then if you put together with the one that happened on Sunday in Kajiru local government, we have about 177, put together is 304. And these kidnappings are not happening only in Kajiru local government or Kauru local government. Scores of these kidnappings are happening daily in Kachia local government. Some are happening in Sanga local government, even part of Kaura and other local governments within Southern Kaduna Senatorial Zone.
So now this incident that happened, because the governor visited at some point, after the incident, and the governor made a statement like, look, I'm going to protect, or we are going to protect people of different ethnic and religious affiliations. When the governor makes such statement, now does it fit into that complex theory of, there's some kind of conspiracy against the people of Southern Kaduna? Do you think that the governor actually meant what he said? Or was he just giving out sound bites or posturing to the public? Something that we normally say, to douse tension, and after that we go back to normal. How do you situate the governor's promise that, look, I'm going to protect people of all religious divides?
Well, he passed a political statement as usual. It's a tradition with politicians, governors or whoever is involved in politics. It's a tradition with them to just come and pass any political statement to just draw attention of the public that they are actually performing. I want to tell you categorically, even as the former governor is being accused of biasness and then, sidelining Southern Kaduna people when it comes to capital projects, there is not much difference with what is happening today. The difference today is this governor engaged himself in pay a huge sum of money for PR, and then giving the public an impression that is actually different, but nothing has actually changed. All the praises that are being showered to the governor mostly are from his party members who are loyal to the party instead of their conscience. But I don't think if there is anything that has actually changed. And it is just a statement to make up the shame, they have caused themselves by actually denying that there was no attack, there was no kidnapping in that community. It happened on Sunday. On Monday, the local government chairman and the divisional police officer of Kajuru local government, alongside some military officers, went to that community. They interfaced with the community, they confirmed the kidnapping, and now told the people that they should not please open it to the public, because the governor has a lot of developmental projects that he is bringing into that community, that if they escalate it, then definitely it will affect the development of the community. But knowing fully that that thing happened a week before, they gathered money up to 2.6 million naira and paid. Nobody actually came to their aid to help them. So I think that was the reason why they could not keep this information to themselves. But surprisingly, immediately the local government chairman left the place, he met a representative of an NGO called Mr. Ruben Buhari with his team, going to ascertain and verify the information of the kidnap. But they prevented them from gaining access into the community with the military and the police. When inquired, the local government chairman along the DPO now told them that there is an order from above to restrain anybody from gaining access into that community. So they turned back, they escorted them back to the main route where there is a military checkpoint at the junction of going into that community, which is not even up to 3 or 4 kilometers away from that military checkpoint. But surprisingly, the village head confirmed to me that when the incidents happened, before he was taken away himself, he placed a distress call to the military checkpoint. Unfortunately, they could not come to their rescue. However, I want to believe maybe the military checkpoint, there are not that many, or probably not even having a car to just rush into that community or risk their lives.
All right, Comrade Isaac, I'm happy that you brought in the issue of the military checkpoint, you know, that does around that area. If you look at the screen now, there's a video playing there, and I guess you are the one that are, you know, playing that video, ushering in people, you know, into the church. I guess that's the church premises. Am I correct? And that's you.
Yes, he's my friend.
Okay. So explain to us what happened there. What are you trying to explain? What were you trying to explain with the video? Okay. Is it one of the churches where the incident took place, or what?
Yes, I was actually the one taking this video.
Okay.
We were taken around the 3 churches by some of the community members, explaining to us and showing us the churches and where these terrorists actually gain entrance and where they block all the doors and then stop them from coming out, and then ask them to line up. And then they took them to the other church, brought everybody out, and at the end of the day, they took them down to the bush. So that's exactly what we were being told and taken around and being shown exactly the spots.
Okay, so as at last count now, we've not heard that there was any casualty or that there are casualties as far as the Sunday incident is concerned. The only thing we hear is that some people were injured during the attack.
Yes,
is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay,
no death recorded.
No death recorded.
Some of them sustained various degrees of injury. Like one woman, I shared the video with you. She was hit with a gun, you know, by the terrorists and asked her to come out. If not, they will shoot her. So some of them, that was just what happened to them. But the one that happened on the 11th in the same community, 11th of January 2026, an aged man was severely beaten and he's still receiving treatment in the St. Gerard Hospital, Kaduna.
Okay, in the hospital in Kaduna. We'll talk about hospitals now. But let's go back to the equation of the military checkpoints. Now, because of this denial and acceptance, you know, the back and forth between the local government chairman, the police, and the military authorities, what is the perception? If you walk through the streets of that locality now, that community, what has changed in the perception of the people regarding the role of, or if any, you know, that the police might have played in the incident? The people, are they still trusting of the police? Are they still trusting of the military when they say, look, we are going to protect you? What is the pulse of the people? You know, is it some kind, do they have a sense of safety or a sense of surrender? Well, we are left at the mercy of God, whatever we see, since the police cannot protect us and the military cannot protect us. Or do they still have a firm belief in the fact that, look, we have a military that will stand by us in case there's any incident? Which is it for the people of Kajuru local government area?
Well, from my interaction with some of them, I don't think if that trust is there or it has ever existed, in as much as many times this thing will happen within neighboring communities and nobody will come to their rescue. And, you know, within Kajuru local government, a lot of communities have been displaced and taken over by these Fulani terrorists. You know, they have taken over their houses. In fact, they are domiciled permanently in that community, that you dare not go to farm to you know, go back to your farms at the time you want. Sometimes you either take instructions from them or you never appear to any farmland or till your lands. They have taken over some of these villages against the impression that is being given by government that all is well in Kaduna since the inception of this administration. Unfortunately, the community will not trust the police anymore or any other person or even the government for the fact that they have encountered such incidents and then ransom was paid by the community, and even when 177 people were taken, they were compelled not to talk about it, and then the government and the police commissioner went ahead and denied it before the world that nobody was taken or nobody was kidnapped from that community. So they have completely breached created a wide gap of trust between the community and the security agencies.
Okay, now there's a high level of mistrust between the people and the security agencies. Now you talked about rampaging. You talked about rampaging Fulani terrorists. You know, the impression some people have is that, look, when you say rampaging Fulani terrorists in this area in Kaduna State, a lot of people think that, can you help us? This area, is it predominantly Fulanis or Hausas, or which ethnic group is there? When we talk about the Kajuru and the southern Kaduna communities, which ethnic group is predominant there?
No, it is the southern Kaduna ethnic groups, mostly populated by the Adara and then Bagi people.
Adara and Bagi, and they are not Fulanis?
They are not Fulanis.
Are they Hausas?
No, they are not Hausas. They can't be Hausas. Hausa is a tribe of its own. Okay. Then Adara and Bagi are predominantly the owners of Kajuru local government. Okay. Though within the local government headquarters, as usual, there are Hausa people there, and there is even an emirate council created by Malan Nasuru Erifai, the past administration of Kaduna State, you know, gave these Hausa Muslims an emirate within that local government. But however, in my conversation with the community leaders, I have to further press and ask them the identity of these Fulani men. If they look like foreign Fulani of Mali or Niger Republic, but they confirm to me that those Fulanis are not foreign Fulanis. They are Fulanis from Nigeria. That even the Fulani terrorists or the kidnappers told them that they are from Zamfara State and they are going back to Zamfara based on the information given to me by the community leaders. And they confirm that the way those Fulani are speaking their Hausa is exactly the way the spoken Hausa along within Zamfara and Sokoto axis is.
Okay, all right, Isaac. So briefly, what is the predominant religious group in those areas, Muslims or Christians?
Over 80% Christians.
Over 80% Christians.
Yes.
Okay, so now over 80% Christians, and we have
yes.
Okay, we have Fulani terrorists terrorizing Christian communities in southern Kaduna. Now we hear the IGP say, look, he has directed the deployment of operational and intelligence assets to the affected area. Well, the last time you went there, how much of this deployment is on ground as we speak? Are you able to tell us that?
Well, as of Tuesday, when I went into that community, there was no presence of any military, vigilante, or civil defense or police presence in that community. Up to the time I left around 4 p.m., there was no presence of security personnel. Even when I came back and I called the village heads that night, there was no presence of any security. Maybe probably as the governor went in yesterday and they promised to send security or police along within the community, maybe they did that. But I'm not sure if they have done that, as I don't have any information of any verifiable information of security presence so far in that community.
All right. Now, are you able to tell us how police response, how they treat emergency issues, especially when residents raise the specter of an attack or send out what looks more like early warnings, to impending threats of attack or information, Like what I mean is when they get information that, look, we are likely to be attacked, and they give out this information to the police. Are you able to tell us how the police or security agencies respond to these threats?
It is mostly usually the same story everywhere. Most times, just like I told you, they placed a distress call and nobody was able to come to their rescue. So these things happen often. Most times you call security, nobody will come in to rescue or give you help or render any help. As I'm talking to you, that same day, on Tuesday, a community was attacked in Jama'a local government of Kaduna State. That is the headquarters of Southern Kaduna, in a village called Gerti. Unfortunately for the assailants, the community repelled and were able to rescue their members, but they sustained various degrees of injury because they were badly beaten. So they also tried to reach out to the police, but unfortunately, nobody was able to come to their rescue. But surprisingly, I'm saying this before the world, and verifiably, this information I'm trying to give out is a sincere information. Out of the 23 local governments we have in Kaduna State, every month from the local government federal allocation grant that comes to every local government, the state government takes away 20 million naira each from every local government monthly out of the 23 local government. So if you do the mathematics, you will see that it is enough to give the police, the military, enough logistics to be able to respond to emergencies.
Comrade Isaac, this 20 million naira, what is it meant for? When they take it out, what do they do with it?
The set is for security surveillance.
Okay, for security surveillance.
And there is another 2 million naira that is being deducted from every local government on the same security surveillance.
Okay, we used to have a certain JTF, Joint Task Force in Kaduna. Is it still operational?
It is non-operational. Well, yeah, it is still operational, but not really strong as it's supposed to be, because most times you only find them in local government headquarters, or maybe sometimes community will just volunteer and then create their own vigilante group that will handle some of these issues. Unlike very recently, the chairperson of Jaba local government came up with some of this security, JTF, and they trained them. I don't know how functional they are. They are modus operandi, but at least she made an effort so far. That is the chairperson of Jaba local government within Southern Kaduna.
Okay,
but
so
other local government.
Okay, so apparently what you are telling us is that the Kaduna State JTF is still there, but their efforts are feeble. They amount to nothing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now, since after that incident, we hear that Governor Omar Sani has visited Kumin Wali, according to reports reaching us. Can you confirm to us if the governor has actually visited that community?
Yes, actually, the governor visited the community yesterday.
Okay, the governor visited the community and had a parley with the people. He commiserated with the people. And he gave them assurances. He promised the safe return of the abducted people. Is it something to be hopeful about, or is the governor just saying it, to make the people feel happy?
Well, we are all hopeful that they are going to be released. And just an hour ago, I read in a paper, a local paper, that the kidnappers have already placed a demand that they have lost some motorcycles that belongs to them. So they are asking the community and the government to deposit 29 million naira before they even start talking about ransom.
Okay, I'm happy that you brought us to this point, because I was going to ask you that question. The deposit of 29 million naira. So after the deposit, what happens next? If you understand what has been going on in Kaduna State regarding kidnapping and ransom payment, negotiations and all of that, or probably in other parts of the north, talk about Katsina or Zamfara State, they're asking for a deposit of 29 million naira. If that deposit is paid, what happens next? You release some people and ask for more, or what? Can you just let us into that briefly?
No, it is not about releasing anybody. They said 29 million naira should be paid as deposit for the purchase of motorcycles before they press demands on the ransom they want before these people are being released. You understand what I'm saying? That the 20.29 million must be paid before negotiations begins.
Okay, for them to purchase the motorcycles, the motorbike that they lost during the operation.
Yes.
Now, before they
exactly.
now place a ransom fee on these people.
Yes, exactly.
Now, that's quite scary. Well, the governor promised, you've been to one of the hospitals, according to you. The governor promised to pay the hospital bills for those injured during the attack. Do you have an idea? Is that information, has it been taken care of, the hospital bills? Is the governor doing anything about that? 11 people...
Well, I think he made mention of that in anticipation in case there will be other casualties. Because the few people that sustain injuries, if you look at the pictures I sent and the videos, you see them already, some of these wounds, they are not really severe. They have already been dressed. And I believe the community actually paid the money for treatment so far.
Okay, so it's not something that the governor should worry about or that we should worry about. Okay, the bills are not quite expensive.
Exactly, it's just a political statement.
Now, the governor also condemned those exploiting the incident for political gains. How much of this do you see? Do you think the governor is trying to deflect responsibility by trying to include others, by excluding himself? I mean, trying to shield himself from blame. Oh, this thing has nothing to do with security. It's just politicians trying to manipulate the system or what? How much of that do you see? I mean, the politicization of insecurity. Is the governor, is it being true to facts, or is it just trying to abdicate responsibility in all of this?
Well, it's just a shame after the failed denial. And then, like I said, this has been the pattern of Governor Ubasani of Kaduna State. He has been paying huge amounts of money for the purposes of PR and then giving the public a false narrative or false impression about the security situation in the state. Yes, I know we have experienced a kind of succor to an extent because, and it is not because Ubasani came on board. It was when General C.G. Musa was appointed as Chief of Defense Staff. You know, Southern Kaduna entirely, even within the state, witnessed some heavy presence, military presence that, you know, were actually been very, very active around the bushes and then communities within Southern Kaduna. But that didn't even stop the terrorists, you know, from attacking some various flashpoints from here and there. But all the statements attributed by the governor, they are just mere political statements. You know, the governor has been accused of paying huge amounts of money secretly to some of these terrorists, though the government came out to deny. But there is a video I'm going to share. One of his people from the northern part of the state boldly accused him and even said that there is a particular local government that every month 300 million naira is being taken from that local government for bandit settlements. But till today, we haven't seen the governor or any government official coming out to debunk that statement made by that stakeholder from northern part of the state.
Now, Comrade Isaac, when you say that it has become a pattern, you know, under Obasani, I would like for us to compare notes. Now, in terms of insecurity or security between Governor Obasani and former Governor El-Rufai, which one do you say, as a resident of Kaduna State, which one do you say is better than the other?
Well, if you look at it, I would say, to be honest, it is making not more. There is not much difference. Even the only difference that can be witnessed, if you look at generally, when President Bola Tinubu administration came on board, the entire country, to an extent, witnessed some kind of, peace. And then these terrorists, you know, were handled with sincerity. You know, the war was taken to their, locations, not waiting until the attack. So generally, since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came, we have seen the proactiveness of the military, different from when Muhammadu Buhari was in power. But if you can remember, Nasiru El-Rufai, as a governor, during his administration, he completely resisted anything that has to do with negotiations, pointing out that if anybody thinks that this Fulani will stop, kidnapping or stop terrorizing communities, he's lying to himself. That somebody who mostly will wait until he sells his cow or rams, before he handles 100,000 maybe in a year or two, now will just kidnap people and then have millions in his possessions, then definitely they will not stop. So I believe that he was actually doing his best to stop that. And we know how many times he ran to the presidency to complain at this. And even sometimes he suggested that the military should just get to their location and bomb anybody. Whoever that is there should be used as collateral damage. But he said he is not going to negotiate with them. So I think in his own part, he actually did very, very well. But maybe from the central government, he was not getting support from the center.
Okay, he was not getting support from the center, unlike Governor Obasani now, who seems to be getting support from the center.
Governor Obasani.
Okay, so apparently our takeaway is that, look, El-Rufai was not negotiating or paying ransom, but this present governor is doing that, exactly.
Yes.
Okay, now Governor Sani said that military has been contained, that the military has contained insecurity along the Kaduna-Abuja highway. Is that something that you can confirm to us? What is the state of security along the Kaduna-Abuja highway?
Well, the Kaduna-Abuja highway, to be honest, has been safe. Because I traveled, the last quarter of last year, I think I traveled to Abuja like 4 times, 5 times in a month. The road is safe, to be honest, since the inception of this administration. When all these things, I attribute all these successes to the federal government. Because actually, when the chief of defense staff came on board and he's from Kaduna State, he actually put in measures to actually secure his home state, which they say charity begins at home.
All right, now, before we leave you, Comrade Isaac Tanko, Governor Sani has promised to construct a road linking the Kromin-Woli community, to the highway. Do you see that happening, or is it just a promise, a perfunctory promise buried in sound bites and posturing? You think it's something you can do?
Well, until then, I believe he may have the willingness, or he just passed a political statement. As I'm talking to you, there is no functional primary school in that community. Pupils in that community that are about 200, nobody is enjoying or having primary education for some times now. So constructing a road is just a mere political statement. But if I may take Obasani by his words, I should, consider some of the promises he made. Within Kaduna metropolis, around the Christian-dominated residential areas, across the River Kaduna Bridge, since 2023, Obasani has no contract initiated or constructed a 3-kilometer road from start to finish.
Comrade Isaac, exactly why I asked the question is, do you think that if that road is constructed, that it will help, reduce the spread of insecurity, kidnappings along that axis? Exactly my question.
Believe maybe it might reduce, but the location of that community is very close to a village or town called Regina, and that place is a kidnapping den. According to him, they said they are going to construct a road that will pass through from the Kaduna-Kafanchan expressway through to that village and then link it with the Kaduna-Abuja expressway. Well, until then, we wait and see. Maybe if they construct that road again, it might give the criminals a smooth road to pass easily, or maybe it might give the military, a sense of good security surveillance that may also frustrate the kidnappers from carrying their activities. It's a two-way thing.
Okay, then until the governor fulfills his promises, we never can tell. We must say a very big thank you to you, Comrade Isaac Tanko, for your time and attention. We appreciate the account that you have given to us, and probably we'll run to you next time that we need to get information about what is going on in Kaduna. We appreciate your presence, and I thank you very much.
You're always welcome.
Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, thank you very much. On behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, the ingest manager, sound engineer, and the bus manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Andim Doto. I'll see you again tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning for the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your day.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day, from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10, We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today, she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but backdate when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So where really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. Their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government will always turn out. They sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of Lasoda that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future for planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effect. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the Eco City Vision, Okpeyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where Eco City Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to like, take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to like level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to like reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily. So yeah, to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us, this is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Health is wealth.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Evi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future.
TV, entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
A very good evening to you, Nigeria, and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndobdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Atiku faulting delay in electoral amendment and warning that 2027 elections is at risk, to Rivers Chief Judge refusing to probe Fubara. Also, Kaduna abductions draw international outcry. And finally, Okonjo-Iweala urges federal government to court global investors. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has accused the Senate of deliberately frustrating efforts to amend the Electoral Act 2022, warning that continued delays could undermine the credibility of the 2027 general elections. In a statement on Thursday, Atiku said loopholes in the current Electoral Act was a major setback to the 2023 elections, arguing that they enabled widespread electoral malpractice and made it difficult for petitioners to prove their cases in court. He stressed that urgent legislative action was required if similar challenges were to be avoided in the 2027 general elections. Atiku called on lawmakers to prioritize consensus, transparency, and the independence of the electoral process, warning that flawed reforms could destabilize the political environment ahead of 2027. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests who will be joining us virtually. We have Comrade Godspar Okumbo, who is the Secretary General of Edo Civil Society Organizations. I'm glad to have you join us,
The
Godspar. Also joining us,
network is very bad, but I'll manage. Good evening, welcome viewers. Good evening to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us as well. Okay, we'll have another guest who will be joining us later on in the show. Let me start with you, Godspar. With all of this, article is warning about the delay in the electoral amendment Act. Let me first ask you, do you think that this warning about the 2027 elections being at risk, is it a genuine democratic concern for Atiku, or is it just because he knows that he's going to run president and he wants going to run for president and he wants to really, really secure himself appropriately?
Okay. Well, we already know our politicians as far as Nigeria politics is concerned. For you, I think you know, and I know, Atiku has been on the list of aspirants to become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And on that ground, whatever he's doing is for him to have his way. The issue as stated by him is a clear proof that he don't want any issues that will work against him on the forthcoming election. And yes, aside what Atiku have said, we all need to understand that we are in democracy. Our electoral act needs to be amended. That is one on its own. I've also gone through the electoral act. As far as a country is concerned, there should be a regular checkup on certain act or laws, as the case may be in Nigeria, because times are changing. So on that note, the electoral act, the issue of we have the capturing issue at some time. So many things need to be looked into, whether to be removed or to be added. So that is on one side. But for Atiku, it is purely selfish. What he's doing, we all know that he wants to become the president as far as Nigeria is concerned. And yes, it's not bad on his own part to point out some of those loopholes, like he said, so that they can be addressed, if that would be good and easy for him. I think I don't want to go through some of the things that he said that that caused a setback to some of them aspirants who could not pursue their case in court. I think this is based on what the electoral act must have caused. So on his own part, he's doing what he has to do as a politician. And I don't want to criticize him, but I know it's a selfish thing. It's not for the good of Nigeria. It's not as if he's talking as somebody who is not contesting so that the election will be a free and fair thing. So he's talking on his own. But as Nigerians, I am saying here, if the Electoral Act needs to be amended, the lawmaker should do whatever they can and let the public be aware as well so that can be done.
Okay, do you actually think that the lawmakers are deliberately, frustrating the effort to amend this Electoral Act?
Well, as far as politics is concerned in Nigeria, anything can be possible. Recall that everybody I think, if not everybody, majority of our politicians today are all, working for the government of the day. And I'm still sure the majority of them want 2027 to be for our our president, And if that is made, then it is not new to say that our lawmakers are deliberately. Because if the Electoral Act is due for amendment, what else will be holding them back? So probably they are just trying to see how they will cut corners. They are trying. It's our usual thing. Everything we are going to talk here today is what has been on ground. If I want to go back to history, you will see that other governments in their time where they are supposed to amend the Electoral Act, they also have some reasons to delay and what have you. So it may be, I don't want to say it is, but I'm sure it's possible that yes, the lawmakers are deliberately trying, to ignore that process.
Okay, you actually responded to a part of this question I'm going to ask earlier on, but I want to speak more specifically about it. Are there specific electoral amendments that we need, that the Senate or Nigeria basically needs to focus more on to ensure the credibility of 2027 elections?
Okay, if you ask me, I think, although I'm not with the Electoral Act, I would have pointed out some areas. But generally, yes, there are areas that need to be attended to on the Electoral Act. There are areas, like I try to point out, the beavers. I was a representative of Edo State when the last, I think, the Constitution amendment. We did have a presentation when the House of Representatives, National House of Representatives, was in Bayelsa, I think some months ago. And one of our area of concern is that the Electoral Act, some areas should be amended. But this electronic voting system, we have not settled that aspect. We have not. Aside that, there are other things, but this particularly, because we keep having these issues. Okay, let's do it. By the time we get to feed on the election day, a different thing will happen. Sometimes the thing is not working. So if we are not using that, if it is something else, if we are using it how to, succeed going forward, that should be looked at. And all of this calls for the amendment of that Electoral Act.
Okay, I'm sure that, are you still with us?
Yes, I am, although the network is bad, but yes.
Okay, so as a member of a CSO, which I know that, you even mentioned it already, that you were part of the last election, and I'm sure that you are part of those who get to monitor elections. We've seen in many cases in this country, it was also experienced during this the last election in Anambra State. We've seen vote buying, which has become like a big problem in our nation today. But how do you think that we can begin to tackle this issue of vote buying that has actually marred our electoral process?
Okay, thank you. The issue of vote buying, although when I say I've been a representative of my organization as the Secretary General of Edo CSO, and I've monitored several elections. But when I talk about submission, I was referring to the amendment of the 1999 Constitution, the review. Then I was in Bayelsa. But aside that, if you ask me, what should we do concerning vote buying? This has to do with Nigerians. We keep talking about this now. Nigerians need to wake up and understand that they must have grown that mind of expecting money during election. because this their weakness though, their weaknesses, their reasons to that. But I don't want to agree to the fact that people are hungry and that is enough for them to now go and say, give me money, I'll vote for you. So Nigerians need to wake up that taking money from any politician just to vote for them is not doing the country good. So that is for one side. The other side is our law enforcement agency, especially the EFCC. I think some time ago we visited the EFCC and we keep telling them about what step they need to take during the election. It is not after election or when election is almost closing. We want to start doing certain things. Be on ground that to make sure that people will feel the presence of the security agents who are saddled with the responsibility to arrest or prosecute vote buyers and also vote sellers. So all of these things need to be put in place so that on that election day, you are coming in to vote, you already know there are security presence who are monitoring the process or whatever you are going to do there as a citizen and as an aspirant, as a party. Because this vote buying, most parties are involved. I don't want to say all, but most of these politicians, their parties are involved. So Nigerians first need to draw the line and be at one side. If you are going to cast your vote, be sure that you have understanding of the person you want to vote for and go there and do it, whether the person knows you or not. So this has to do with Nigeria, please. It has to do with us.
Okay, one of the things Matiko said while he was talking, he actually warned that failure to amend the law ahead of 2027 would amount to a deliberate attempt to compromise the electoral process. But I want to ask you, do you actually think, with all of what we have, that can INEC realistically deliver credible elections if the Electoral Act is eventually not amended?
Our election will still come and go just like others. Even though they amend it, I'm not going to be here and tell you the amendment is the solution. We have way other problem in Nigeria affecting our electoral process. Yes. So if they did not, it will still be like, and they did not amend the electoral act, at Tinubu have won election. You see, so what I can say here is this. They need to amend it for record's sake, and at least there are reasons why they have to. It's due for it. But whether they do it or not does not guarantee anybody winning. Because Nigeria is it's a funny state right now. So many things are happening. So whether they amend or not, that does not mean one particular person is sure. I know what article is saying is to be at the safer side. At least, no matter what happens, let them amend it so that we'll still go and try our best. I think that is the general message he's trying to send. When he talks about some loopholes, and his fear is that if they did not amend it, then it's as if some person are having upper hand. I don't know the extent he was even referring to, but all I know is that the Electoral Act needs to be amended, and it's not for anybody's good, it's for the overall good of the country. And even though they amend it, I think we will still come back if it did not win and still say so many things. So let's leave that. Whether they amend or not, the election will come and go.
Okay, while you were talking, you made mention of, you said we have other problems that are bedeviling our elections or bedeviling our electoral process. So what are those problems? Because you made mention of that. So what are those things that you think, aside from the electoral reforms, which everybody has been saying that there's a need for the Electoral Act to be amended, but you were saying that there are more deeper issues than just amending our Electoral Act. So what are those issues?
I think in the recent or past election, we have also account of, I don't know, I say talks, some kind of rascals who came and caused violence and just distract the scene, and all those. These are some of the avenue where we have results that one cannot account for. Now, the Electoral Act is one thing. It has to deal with, especially on what the items, the machines the processes for the election. The Electoral Act as well also, as far as the area of tribunal, electoral, when after the election, any political party or an individual aspirant has an issue and we actually want to ventilate, the Electoral Act is taking care of these things. Now, what about the fee on that day? Most of the elections that many persons have lost or have won, Electoral Act is not guided. So many things happen on that day. So what I'm trying to say is this actually concerns our security agents. Because on that day now, even the police you will see, they will just throw away face, they will stay somewhere. The same thing with other security agents. The whole place will be so unsafe. And so many things happen in this process because people who think they have upper hand with arms and with cash will now begin to take charge of that day. I know what I'm trying to say. So as they are trying to amend the Electoral Act, the security agent, I think recently Tinubu, our president, has released, or according to the budget for INEC, billions. What are they doing to equip our security agents to be sure that on that day they are going to stand and do justice, so that the election will be a free and fair indeed? So that is one thing we should look at, the security.
So what I hear you say is that security is actually paramount, like the role our security agencies play is paramount in ensuring that our electoral process becomes very credible. It's not just about what the electoral amendment law, it's not just about the reforms or whatever it is that might be put in place. But if our security agencies don't take charge. Okay, let's move on to the next conversation. Okay, do you want to say something?
No.
Okay, let's move on to the next conversation that we have tonight. Let's move to Rivers State, where we know that the political crisis there has actually taken a new turn as the state's chief judge has declined a request by the House of Assembly to initiate impeachment proceedings against the Governor Fubara. In a letter addressed to the lawmakers, the chief judge cited the subsisting court orders and the pending appeal. According to the chief judge, the Assembly's requests were accompanied by extensive documentation, but he disclosed that an interim orders expressly restrained the chief judge from receiving, forwarding, considering or acting on any request, resolution, articles of impeachment, or other communication from the House of Assembly in relation to the impeachment process for a period of 7 days. The decision effectively stalls the impeachment move, at least for now, dealing a significant blow to lawmakers pushing for the governor's removal. Let me ask you first what you make of this before I even get to this issue of the chief judge refusal. What do you make about this back and forth between Governor Fubara and the lawmakers and how the impeachment has come up again after this, like the third time that this impeachment situation is coming up. And now we have a new development that the chief judge is refusing to set up an impeachment panel. What do you make of this?
It is, and it's so unfortunate. There's a way things will go. You begin to see clearly the cause, the roots. There's a way tree will stand, and you begin to, after every rain, you begin to see the roots. Why the tree is standing. Now, this whole thing about Rivers State, very soon, I'm sure the attention Nigeria need to give to this issue, they have not given it, because we need to know what is the problem. Before the declaration of state of emergency, this was on ground. And after that, in all of this, why, it was said that they are into negotiation, they are into settlement plan and all of that. Now coming back and they are starting another process of impeachment in the name of gross misconduct or whatever. I'm so fortunate for Rivers State right now. So fortunate. So all I have to say about this is that Whoever that is responsible, because we have not been informed on as far as politics or government is concerned, and as far as we as stakeholders, there is nowhere we were told that the governor of Rivers State embezzled and the deputy or did anything. It's sudden we heard about the impeachment process. So it is best known to the House of Assembly. Now they have also wrote to the chief judge to say, do this XYZ, set a panel and what have you. I don't think these are necessary. It's politics. It's politics. It's politics, please.
Okay, with all of this impeachment process, especially the using Rivers State as a case study, and we also saw sometime in the Lagos State Assembly when the Lagos State House of Assemblies the head of the Lagos State House of Assembly, they wanted to impeach the speaker, and then of course we saw how it went, how the president had to come in and all of that. Would you say that impeachment has become too easily weaponized as a political tool in Nigerian state politics?
Yes, thank you. That is the statement I'm supposed to have used. It is, especially when you are not with. If you are against, you'll be impeached. And I recall the one at Lagos State about the Abbas, the speaker. Oh, later I went to Abuja, so I think I saw that picture. It was in Abuja with the president, and before he came back and everything was settled. Nigeria, like I said, what is happening now is so funny. Those who have committed crime, who are supposed to be with the FCC or with the DSS, who are supposed to be in jail, the moment you connect with some certain persons, you are now a good person, no matter what you have committed. And the same way, when you are not weak, you'll find everything possible to bring you down. I think that is what Fubara, although Fubara has joined the APC recently, so maybe his own sin is yet to be cleaned, or I don't know if there's any sin at all, But yes, this issue with impeachment is now a tool with politicians, and it's so unfortunate.
You mentioned the sin of people being kind of erased when they get to join the ruling party, and now Fubara has joined the ruling party. With this is joining the ruling party, do you actually think that this impeachment will see the light of the day?
It will not now. Since they started the process, some persons have been pulling out to the extent that they have even written to the chief judge. We read it now, that the chief judge refused to accept it. So all of this will also amount to because of his joining the APC. Because if he is not with the APC by now, we will have heard that they are very close to impeaching the governor. So yes, joining the APC as a politician will go a long way to help you, not for the good of Nigerians, though, but as an individual, as a politician. And it's so unfortunate. That is it. That's why you will not hear the issue of Yaya Bello anymore. Many of the kind. That is just the issue with Nigeria. That is what as stakeholders we are fighting. That is what we are talking against, to see how it stops. So that they won't be using the masses, the maximum people of Nigeria to run whatever thing they call politics.
You mentioned that some lawmakers actually pulled out, but the lawmakers who pulled out, there were 4 actually. The first 2 came up to say they were no longer a part of this impeachment process. Then another 2 came out again and said they were no longer a part of this. And then some days later, the 4 of them actually said that they took back their words. They retracted their words and said that they are now a part of this impeachment process. And that, of course, this is before this chief judge is coming out now to say that he cannot proceed with this, with setting up the investigation panel. But this is just this delay with this chief judge's case. Do you think it's just something that would just be of course the chief judge says just for 7 days. I can't do anything for 7 days. But do you think that this is something that would last longer than that? And do you think it's just
I don't think, I like what I said, they pull out. Whether they return back and go against their words, I am still seeing they're pulling out. If not them, other people will pull out. It's not something that we are going to take serious. I, as a person, I don't see it as it's going to fly. Yes, I don't see it unless Nigeria has changed in terms of politics, because joining the APC means so much for Tinubu, and I'm sure Tinubu himself wants to be re-elected in 2027 in ways and everything possible he will do for that to happen. And all these are distractions. Tinubu will still step in. I'm telling you. So whoever that have pulled out and is coming in back is still part of their game. I'm sure it's part of it. Like for the chief judge who said just 7 days, after 7 days they can come back. Let's wait and see.
Okay.
I'm sure that this will not go anywhere.
Okay, you said let's wait and see. Well, let's wait and see actually, and see how the turn of events how the events will turn out in the coming days. But let's move on to something very very important that happened on Sunday actually. And now United States lawmakers have condemned the abduction of over 170 Christian worshippers in Kaduna, warning that the international community will not tolerate the massacre or targeting of religious groups in Nigeria. In a statement, members of the U.S. Congress urged Nigerian authorities to take urgent steps to rescue victims and bring perpetrators to justice, stressing that freedom of worship is a fundamental human right. However, on the ground in Kaduna State, a traditional ruler from the affected area disclosed that the kidnappers have since been reported seen moving around with their captives through neighboring transit communities, raising fears about the safety and welfare of the victims. Security agencies, after much denial, have confirmed and say search and rescue operations are reportedly ongoing across areas linking Kaduna to neighboring states. The incident has renewed calls for stronger intelligence coordination and decisive action against banditry in Nigeria's northwest. God's power, let's look at this Kaduna issue. You know, at first, when this happened, 3 churches, they were simultaneously, as in people were kidnapped from that church. And at first, security agencies, the police, the governor actually denied that this was not the case. And then more than 48 hours after, they eventually came out to say that, yes, this abduction took place. And now we've seen that even the U.S. Congress has actually weighed in on this particular issue. What do you make of this? You know, earlier on one of our program shows, we saw someone, one of the Kaduna, he's a citizen of state, and he talked about how there's fear in this community and how these people don't even trust the security agencies anymore. Because really, how can people are saying some persons are kidnapped, and you're living in denial and saying that no, these people have not been kidnapped. And now we see a village head reportedly say that these people have been seen moving in transit, and you wonder what are security agencies doing if these people have been seen. So how come nothing has been done? What do you make of this? Let me not put words into your mouth.
You don't have to, because like I will always say, it's so unfortunate. This has been what Nigerians have been suffering for a very long time. And it's a shame to our government that even the international community is taking it upon themselves, talking, doing everything they can. Now, let me tell you, this isn't the first time that government security agents came up to say, no, this didn't happen. And at the end of the day, it will just be a show of shame. It happens. 100 plus counting people was kidnapped, and on tour they were going for community, taking them away. So imagine, no security for rescue. Probably the security, they are busy doing something else, escorting people somewhere, doing something else. I don't want to say they are aware. They saw the people say they have handshake with them and pass. I don't want to say that. So the truth of the matter is that our security system has failed. They need to bring everything down and restart or overhaul this process. You know, how can when we talk about 100 persons, not just few persons. And this kidnapper took them from one community. They are trying to have their way to where they want to keep them. You can just imagine how wicked our security agents and our government are. So what I make of this is that I don't want to put side into politics. I don't want to put anything. It is clear this is a fight against humanity, against Nigerians. I am sure maybe majority are Christians, like the message is coming, because we have not heard any mosque is being brought down over in the north. We have not heard. I think we have proof to say they are Christians that was kidnapped. So government need to wake up. If they did not, we should not. I don't think anybody would blame the international community for any step they are going to take or they are thinking, because things have to be done. Something needs to be done.
Okay, with this report of 177 abducted worshippers, and it's a very funny situation, sort of, because how can 177 people be? You actually mentioned it as well, be moved from one place to the other, and nobody, no security agency, no the police haven't been able to get these people, and the military and all of that, and then you just wonder, what are we doing? So what would you say is actually the issue here? Would you say is the security response, or would you say is failing intelligence? Would you say is the late response time, or would you say is lack of political will to actually go and actually see and how to get these people? But before you know it now, you will see that these people are back. And you would hear that they were rescued, and then you ask yourself, rescued? How were they rescued without any report of anyone being killed? The bandits were not killed. Bandits were not arrested or anything. But what would you actually say is the problem that we have here? Is it failing intelligence? Is it lack of late response time, or lack of political will?
Well, I would take the last one, lack of political will, because I'm beginning to suspect our government is playing politics with all of this. That is the truth. I'm beginning to suspect that. Like you said, or like what we have been saying, where on earth would it be that kidnappers get persons, not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not even 100 more, and they will not transit them on streets, on the bush part or whatever parties, other community, and nothing happened. None of the kidnappers were caught. The people were not released, just like that. And it's like you said, we heard that they have been released. Nobody was arrested. Very soon, we begin to call our government out. Very soon, we begin to tell them face to face that they are the kidnappers. Very soon, because there is no explanation that one can give to what happened in Kaduna. There's no explanation whatsoever. What do we have to say? Does it mean that we have security agents over there? What are they going to tell us? So this is a big unfortunate situation. And like I will say, let the international community do whatever they can. Because that is how far we can go now. Our government has failed us. In this society, this cannot happen. Not that they put them in a car or vehicle, whatever, and drove away. They escorted them for some minutes or hours. Until now, nothing has happened. So you see now, just look at this, and it's a shame, because people are watching all over the world. This is a news, and they keep talking about Nigeria for this reason. I am aware of. Okay, maybe we'll get there. We'll get there.
Well, can you just finish up your line of thought? You were going to say something. You said you were aware of. Can you just go ahead?
I will say it, please. Later.
Okay, let's move on to the last conversation we have tonight. The Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, says the federal government should deliberately target global investors and supply chain relocations to reduce import dependence, deepen manufacturing, and drive job creation. Dr. Konjo-Iweala, who gave this advice while speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, stressed that Nigeria must present clear investment propositions backed by policy, consistency, transparency, and credible reforms, noting the global capital is increasingly selective in a competitive international market. She said Nigeria's size remains a strong selling point, but warned that investors require certainty, speed of implementation, and strong institutions to commit long-term capital. In a related development, Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, dismissed concerns about Nigeria's economic outlook, describing them as overhyped. Tuga disclosed that incidents of insecurity being recorded across the country are isolated cases and not the reality across the country, adding that the government is working with international partners, including the United States, to target bandits and terrorist groups in their hideout. The minister told investors that recent macroeconomic reforms, including subsidy removal and exchange rate adjustments, are positioning Nigeria for recovery, even if the short-term outlook appears challenging. Let's look at this statement by Konjo-Iweala first. She's actually saying that there's a need for the federal government to deliberately, she actually said deliberately, target global investors. What do you make of this? You know, with all of this that is happening, and now she's actually asking, and funnily enough, the Tuga, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he's saying that the security in the nation is not the reality. It's just a one-off thing. And we're seeing so much insecurity. And the minister is saying that security in the nation is just is isolated. That's actually the word he used. It's isolated. You know, what do you make of this?
Well, I think when I told you, and I'm aware, and I thought of, I know we're going to attend to this topic, you know, this issue. That was what I actually don't want to enter it until it up. But we're talking about security issues in the north, and that is not just the north. Once it happened in the north, then Nigeria as a whole is having security issues, and they are talking about is isolated or is overhyped. Well, let's leave that. I will still come back to it. Now, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Konjo-Iweala, she advised, and I think it's left for the government of Nigeria to take this advice seriously, because if he said they should target global investors, it is for the good of the country as far as Nigeria is concerned, and that's a very good advice. You know, global investors and supply chain relocations to reduce import dependence, because these are some of the things why things we have cost goods and what have you. Tomorrow, the duty on some of our products is alarming. That's why one cannot afford them. The common man in Nigeria cannot get solar. If it not for the fact that they are trying to bring some, you know, I don't know how to put it. There are some level of which you can just use to run a small fan and light. That's all. These are because of some of these, you know, investors or people who are really into these things who Nigeria government has not engaged. Now, engage them. But the problem is, what is your security stance? If these people, they will listen to the country and come in and invest and do XYZ, what are you going to tell them about their security? And somebody as a minister is talking about this overhyped, there's no security. So that is a big lie. We will not deceive any investors to come in here and begin to hear problems. Nigeria need to wake up. The government need to stand tall and fight this insecurity in the country. And the whole world will see, because whatever they are doing, people are seeing it. The minister that is saying the security issue is overhyped and XYZ is just talking on his own, because people are seeing it. Now, the social media has taken this thing so far. Whatever is happening in this community, with your phone, you can send it to the world. So why will you be coming and say they overhyped it? Where in the north, everywhere, things are happening. People are not safe. In broad daylight, let me tell you what happened just on the 3rd of this January. In short, in Benin here, it's common for POS, you know, did I say owners? Some of them, they are not the owners. They have been killed, and the little money they have right there taken. These are not done in the night. Close to my office, there's a First Bank. And right there at the First Bank, a POS girl that came out from the back was shot, collected the bag. Not this was done broadly. Like, I don't think banks used to have police in those days. But now you don't see police anywhere in the bank. It's their security, bank security. They have this special duty police. In those days, I don't know what happened. So many security issues we can outline. Forget about the North. Everywhere this is happening. And you are talking about investors that they shouldn't be afraid the security issue is overhyped. No, it's not overhyped. We need to work on it. That's why we are saying it. Government need to stand tall and see how this is addressed. Because now Kaduna, 100 people plus is missing. They won't escorted them. This is not even a kidnap. I don't know how to put it. They came, they took them, and they walked away. All in the name of kidnap. And you are saying we should bring investors, or you are telling the investors not to mind the issue of security that they are hearing in Nigeria is not true. I don't understand that. Government need to stand tall against insecurity.
Okay, what I hear you say is that there's a need for government to actually ensure that the security issues are being tackled and, of course, seriously and immediately. Thank you very much, Godspa, for being a part of the issues today.
Thank you.
And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you very much for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. Remember that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. I am Nnenna Ndamdioto, and this has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the Obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006 and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count.